Outsiders. They'd rung the doorbell unannounced on a chilly Friday night. The strangers on Eve Palmer's doorstep seemed harmless enough. Yet Eve, ever cautious, peered through the blinds and debated whether to open the door. It was a family of 5, middle class, wrapped in sturdy winter jackets. The parents were in their early 40s, Eve guessed. A tall father with broad shoulders and a square jaw. A petite blonde mother with cold blue eyes and a silver cross necklace. Between them, 3 kids lined up by height. 1 girl, 2 boys. All in all, they seemed the kind of brood that would cap a Sunday morning sermon with brunch at Applebee's. Eve was more than a little familiar with this crowd. Concluding they were no serious threat, she opened the door. "Hello, miss," the father smiled. "Sorry to bother you so late. I grew up in this house." "Oh, wow," said Eve. "We were passing through. Wanted to stop by." Was he expecting her to invite them inside? That was just about the last thing Eve wanted to do. Her girlfriend Charlie would be home any minute now. They had a whole evening planned, eating leftover chicken and playing drunken Scrabble. A family of strangers wandering around didn't exactly fit that agenda. "My dad grew up here," the daughter declared with pride. She was clearly the youngest, no more than 7 years old, clutching a bright green pen and a Blue's Clues notebook. "He just told her that," one of the preteen brothers snorted. This one was tall for his age, with cold blue eyes and platinum blonde hair just like his mother. The father ignored the chatter and continued. "I know this is completely out of the blue, but I was hoping to give the kids a quick tour, show them where their dad grew up." Eve hesitated. "Inside the house?" "Just a quick look around," the father said. "Only if it's not a problem. We'd need maybe 10, 15 minutes, tops." Eve stared past him, considering the request. The surrounding forest echoed with creaks and groans as a slow mountain breeze swept across the yard and brushed over her face. It was a cold night. The type of chill that sunk into your skin, lay dormant for a while, then started scraping against your bones like chalkboard fingernails. Winter was out there, lurking around in the shadows, but the first snow had yet to fall. It was then that something, or rather the lack of something, caught Eve's attention. There was no vehicle. Nothing by the old crooked shed at the edge of the woods. Nothing by the alcove where the frosted lawn met the gravel. She looked down the long, winding driveway. Nothing. This was more than a little strange, especially considering the cold and the fact that they were in the middle of nowhere. A bizarre image flashed through her mind. The family, hand in hand, wandering out of the darkening trees. "Where's your car?" Eve asked. "Your car," she repeated. "I don't see it." "Oh," the father said, "down on the road." Eve blinked at him, unsure. "We tried pulling up," he explained. "Too steep, too much ice, so we walked instead." "Ah, that's quite the trek. Almost 5 minutes on foot." As the father responded, something else caught Eve's eye. A smudge of dirt on his plaid coat. Her focus, especially in moments of stress, was often distracted by irrelevant details. She called it her broken spidey sense. A random speck halfway across a room would suddenly draw her attention. A drip, drip, dripping faucet would turn louder than somebody speaking right next to her. It was hard for Eve to fully explain. The closest she could get was, imagine if several times a day, all at once, Every single thing around you became impossible to ignore. Needless to say, she wasn't good at parties. Is that okay? The father's voice drifted into her thoughts. She tilted her head. He'd asked a question she hadn't heard. It's perfectly understandable, he clarified. If you'd prefer we not look around. There's no pressure. Eve let out a strained, one-syllable laugh. Sorry, I'm not sure, she stammered. My partner and we're still in the middle of moving in, and I just need to call and check. Not a problem, he said. Of course, a well-adjusted individual would have simply told him no. But self-destructive people-pleasing was another of Eve's plentiful idiosyncrasies. She had a crippling fear of disappointing anyone, even complete strangers, even people she disliked. Over the years, she'd found a cheap trick to get around this, internally called the "Let Me Check with Charlie" card. It had become something of a conflict-avoidant mantra. Eve would never have to say no to anyone if her girlfriend did it for her. At first, Charlie had had no problem shutting people down. In fact, she rather quite enjoyed it. Though, after a while, she started to encourage Eve to stand up for herself a little more. Voluntary exposure is the best way to overcome fear, Charlie often said. Eve understood this and was trying, but I'll be right back. Eve had started to push the door shut when the father said, Sorry, but is it all right if we wait in the foyer? It's pretty cold out here. Eve opened her mouth, hesitated again. We promise not to burn the place down, he joked. She tried to smile. Yeah, all good. Thank you, seriously. We'll stay right by the door. He motioned his family inside, telling the boys not to touch anything. Eve watched as, one by one, these strangers filed into her home. The distant alarm bells of her subconscious rang out. She vaguely remembered hearing stories of strangers showing up at houses, claiming they had lived there once, asking to take a quick look around. Then, when the unsuspecting victims had let down their guard, robbery, torture, murder. Though she'd never heard of people doing this while posing as a whole family, kids and all, but there's a first time for everything, right? Something lurking in the deepest, darkest chamber of her mind weighed in. An almost audible voice that had been with her even longer than the broken spidey sense. She was so familiar with it, the voice of whatever can go wrong will go wrong, that she'd even given it a face and a name. Mo. Over a decade ago, a well-meaning counselor had suggested that personifying the terrible voice would disarm it. Make it something harmless, something familiar, they said. So Eve imagined her favorite but long-lost childhood toy, Mo. Mo was a crazy-eyed monkey with symbols. Not the one most would think of. Not the iconic jolly chimp. No, Mo was a cheap imitation of that classic toy. His fur was off-white, not dark brown, and instead of the familiar yellow vest and red-striped pants, Mo wore tacky blue felt overalls and a frayed straw hat peppered with holes. The hillbilly chimp, Eve's father called him. Where the Jolly Chimp's symbols were brass metal, Mo's were cheap and brittle plastic. They made a pathetically dull clicking sound when he was switched on, like a broken turn signal. Tuck, 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 tuck. And when he was bonked on the head, his mouth would open and close, revealing a set of oversized chompers and blood-red gums. Most people thought of Mo as creepy, but when Eve was a child, he was her favorite toy by far. Maybe it was because a part of her felt sorry for Mo, how everyone called him names. Regardless, childhood Eve couldn't go to sleep without holding him. And now, all these years later, Mo, the crazy-eyed hillbilly chimp, was forever the voice of her paranoia. A paranoia that grew as the family stood cramped in the foyer, huddled around the front door. "Once you let them in," Mo whispered, "they'll never leave." "I'll just be a second," said Eve, ignoring Mo's absurd comment. She slipped into the living room, pulled out her phone, and dialed Charlie's number. 3 tones rang, and then, "Hello? Hey, Charlie, Hello, you've reached Charlie. Leave a message. Or don't." A single tone beeped. Eve huffed. It wasn't the first time she'd fallen for that dumb trick. Charlie hadn't changed that voicemail since high school, long before they'd met. Anyway, she was likely still in town, picking up booze for tonight. Probably had her phone on silent. Now, Eve would have to shut this family down on her own. She should have just done that from the start. Why did she always drag things out like this? It only made everything way more awkward. Maybe she could lie to the family, tell them Charlie said no, but voluntary exposure is the best way to overcome fear. Charlie's voice, a rational counterbalance to Mo's, echoed in her head. The more you set boundaries on your own, the easier it gets. Charlie, or rather, Eve's projection of her, was right. With newfound determination, Eve stepped back into the foyer. But when the father looked up, hopeful, she floundered and pulled out the Charlie card. "Hey, my girlfriend says not tonight." To Eve's mild surprise, no one reacted to the word girlfriend, not even a blink. She'd half expected the cross-necklace mother to gasp and shield her children's ears, but she didn't so much as shift her weight. "Sorry," Eve went on. We still have a lot to—" "Say no more." The father threw his hands up in a little surrender. "This was an incredibly last-minute stop." Reaching into his coat pocket, he produced a business card. "My email's on there." He handed it over. "If you're open to it, shoot me a message. We can arrange something in advance next time we're in town. But of course, there's no pressure." Eve studied the card. In a faded green font, it read, "Faust's Photo Lab." Below that, a logo of a small tree, half of it covered in leaves, the other half spindly branches. He took a step back. "We should be passing through in another year, maybe 2. But again, no pressure." "Sorry," said Eve. It's not really the best time. Sorry." The father shook his head. "No need to apologize. We're the weirdos who showed up out of nowhere." He turned back to his family. "All right, gang, let's head out." Pulling open the door, he motioned them onto the porch. The mother seemed relieved, and the 2 boys weren't really paying much attention to begin with. But the daughter, her face was filled with growing sadness, like she'd just been rejected at the gates of Disneyland. As the rest of her family started off, she just stood there, idling in the doorway, staring up at the old house with longing in her big green eyes. "Jenny," said the mother. After one last glance around, the daughter slinked away to join the rest. Eve stood at the threshold, watching as they trudged off. With every step farther, she felt a growing sense of guilt. Guilt for using the Charlie card. Guilt for dragging things out. Guilt for feeling guilty. "Wait," she called out, almost reflexively. The father stopped in his tracks and looked back over his shoulder. Eve cleared her throat. 15 minutes? He nodded. "Tops."
Doc_A01, property. Description: real estate listing for 3709 Heritage Lane, transcribed from the no longer operational www.seekinghome.net. Note, it is believed that redacted bank owned the house at the time of posting. Home is our sanctuary. Make this one yours. A winding driveway pulls you through the peaceful woods. You're not sure what to expect, but the quiet up here is calming, the crisp mountain air healing. As you round the last bend, the house slowly comes into view, and finally, your search is over. It's everything you hoped for and so much more. Situated on a private 5-acre lot, 3709 Heritage Lane is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 4 bedrooms plus 2.5 bathrooms with over 2,700 square feet of timeless Victorian architecture, not including the unfinished basement. Imagine kicking back on its beautiful wraparound porch, taking in the gorgeous mountain views, or reclining in front of the brick fireplace, cozying up with a loved one. It's a property with the wisdom of old age and the zestful vigor to get with the ever-changing times. And the land itself? With over 5 acres of Pacific Northwest rainforest to explore, this is mountain living at its finest. Check out the natural pond in the southwest corner, great for ice skating in the winter, or the waterfall at the north end. Want to go for a longer excursion? Surrounding hiking trails extend all over Kettle Creek Mountain, with plenty of locations nearby for hunting, fishing, mountain biking, and cross-country skiing. This is also a high-value investment for Airbnb hosts and house flippers. And rest assured, civilization is closer than you think. This is serene seclusion without the sacrifice of connection. Only a 30-minute drive to the municipality of Yale and a scenic 1 hour 45-minute, footnote, in good traffic/weather, jaunt to the city proper. No longer will you have to choose between downtown fun and the serenity of nature. Retreat from the world in your own private year-round getaway, or call it your forever home. Note, as is, the house is ready to be lived in. Footnote, house inspection pending. But it's also a wonderful opportunity for creative renovation or even a complete teardown. Imagine what you could build from scratch.
Memory Lane. Eve lingered at the base of the stairs, watching as this family shed their winter jackets. The father slid open the coat closet without looking, a motion that confirmed he'd done it many times before. It was a subtle thing, but one that put Eve a little more at ease. At least he wasn't lying about growing up here. The kids, one at a time, handed him their jackets. Meanwhile, the mother waited by the entrance, eyes scanning over the dirt-stained floors, the water-damaged walls, the piles of clutter. Unimpressed. Eve held her tongue, fighting back the urge to justify the mess, to blurt out something like, "We just moved in," or "You should have seen how bad it looked a month ago," both of which would have been true. And in Eve's defense, the cheesy real estate listing had, just a tad, exaggerated the ready-to-be-lived-in state. On day 1, the place was filled with enough old junk to make a hoarder blush. She and Charlie had cleared out most of it, but remnants still remained. And the dust. It had been caked into everything. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. When it came to maintenance, it was obvious the bank had upheld the bare minimum, just enough to keep the place standing, and even that was debatable. Yet, like all totally not haunted houses in the middle of nowhere, it was listed at a killer deal. It needed work, but that was even Charlie's thing. Fix up old houses, flip them for profit. On average, a project would take 3 to 6 months, but here, with so much work, they would need at least a year, longer if they did a teardown. Under normal circumstances, they would have figured this all out before buying the place. But again, The deal had simply been too good to pass up. Besides, the land alone would be worth a lot more in a year's time. Still, with this one, Eve had been more than a little reluctant to take the plunge. They usually did projects on the East Coast, closer to their friends, their families. But 3709 Heritage Lane was way out in the Pacific Northwest, backcountry Oregon. Sure, the scenery was nice, but the isolation, even for an introvert like Eve, was a bit much. Before they'd signed the papers, she brought up her worries with Charlie. What if something goes wrong up there? Isn't the nearest hospital like 2 hours away? Charlie admitted to sharing similar concerns, but with the last property not doing so well, things were tight. Not to make you panic, but financially speaking, Charlie paused. We're kind of treading water. Great. A drowning metaphor. Eve could actually picture the endless void below, the hand of financial doom rising from the bluish black, wrapping its gnarled fingers around her ankle, dragging her into the depths below, and... It's Thomas, by the way. Back in the present, the father held out a hand. Eve, she replied, still half lost in rumination. They shook. He had a firm grip, not surprising. He stepped back, motioned to his wife. That's Paige. Paige offered a thin smile. Nice to meet you. You as well, said Eve. He pointed to his daughter. That's Jenny, the Inquisitor. Jenny gave a little curtsy bow that Eve couldn't help but return. Thomas continued. You can just call the boys Headache 1 and Headache 2. Or, if you really care, Newton and Kai. Thomas gestured to the tall blonde one. Kai's the smug bastard. Paige bristled. Let's not use that word. Thomas looked over his shoulder. Bastard? Her glare could have just about cut him in half. Uh-huh. What's that mean? Jenny chimed in, Blue's Clues notebook at the ready. She'd already written it down in oversized letters, albeit spelled B-A-S-S-T-E-R-D. Cross it out. Thomas stifled a chuckle. That's a bad word. Cross it out. Jenny furrowed her brow, her nose wrinkling at the same time, an expression she hadn't quite mastered yet. Why? Thomas hunched forward, took the pen from her, and scribbled it out himself. You'll understand when you're older. Kai, hands in the pockets of a Portland Winterhawks hoodie, rolled his cold blue eyes, a look that only confirmed his father's jest. Eve couldn't shake how much this one reminded her of a pompous prince. Somehow, Kai looked smug and bored at the same time, like he'd been dragged to the class dork's birthday party. Yes, it was wrong to judge a kid by his face, but... The other boy tapped his foot against the hardwood, a twitchy, nervous movement. With red hair, round glasses, and hazel eyes, he was, in almost every way, the opposite of his brother. Freckled, small, and fidgety, he looked stressed out well beyond his years. Neurotic. It was built into his posture, a forward slouch usually reserved for middle-aged desk jockeys. Standing next to the others, he seemed out of place, like he could have been some random kid they'd picked up on the side of the road. Still, his frazzled, everything's stressing me out aura made him the most relatable. Go figure. As Thomas looked around, a slow awkwardness filled the air. One of those silent nothings where no one quite knew what to say or do. It dragged on for 3, 4, 5 seconds until he cleared his throat and pointed upward. There used to be a chandelier right there. Everyone craned their neck. The vaulted ceiling was bare, save for a single brass chain hanging from the center.
My dad installed it himself. It was made completely out of deer antlers.
Thomas looked at Eve.
Was it there when you moved in?
She shook her head. No. Technically, this was true. The creepy antler chandelier wasn't there when they moved in. It had been in the living room, buried under a pile of clutter. Charlie had sold it on Craigslist a week earlier. Thomas studied Eve, a look that suggested he knew she was lying, but he didn't really mind.
My father killed every critter on that thing himself, he said with a sigh. Over 24 deer.
Oh, wow, said Eve. Impressive. Thomas rubbed his jaw.
That's one word for it.
Looking at him now, Eve realized he was a little older than she'd first thought. Under the brighter light, the markings of time were more visible on his face. Lines etched across his skin, traces of gray hair speckled around his temples. But more than any physical markers, she could sense it behind his eyes. A weary burden of hidden knowledge that only came with age. The kind of eyes that had seen one too many caskets lowered into the dirt. He started saying something to his family and looked over his shoulder. Now, Eve could see a constellation of pock-marked scars on his left cheek, reflected by the light above. Blotchy and pink. A few more on his neck, so subtle they could have been mistaken for mere blemishes. Eve wasn't an expert, but they might have been healed burns. Despite all this, or perhaps because of it, he still could have passed for a classic Hollywood movie star. With his broad shoulders and dimpled smile, Eve could picture him playing the leading man, lighting up a cigarette for the femme fatale as she strolled into his office. Cary Grant vibes. A high-pitched whine caught everyone's attention. It was Eve's dog, sitting at the top of the stairs, peering through the banister, wary. Jenny pointed up. "That's a dog."
Yes, it is,
said Thomas, stifling another chuckle. He turned to Eve.
What's the breed?
Eve shrugged. Border Collie, she said, and a bunch of other stuff.
Great breed, Thomas said. I had a chocolate lab growing up.
The daughter chimed in again, almost yelling. What's the name? The dog? Yup, she replied, turning the word into 2 syllables with a plosive puh. She had her notebook and pen ready, like an overeager reporter, prepared to get the latest scoop. Eve smiled at her. Shiloh. How's it spelled? Again, she was almost shouting. Jenny, said Paige, she's standing right there. You don't need to yell. How's it spelled? She repeated, barely quieter. Shiloh, Eve replied. S-H-Y-L-O. With her green pen, Jenny scribbled that down, nodding. Shiloh slunk off and disappeared into the upstairs hallway. Eve said, She's a little scared of strangers, but completely harmless. Shiloh's shy, said the daughter. Eve nodded. The dog, just like Eve, never trusted strangers, and for good reason. About 4 years prior, Eve had found her curled up behind a highway gas station, abandoned and nearly frozen to death. A mixed-breed pup with black fur and a splash of white across her chest. Over her left eye was a white, uneven diamond shape. She'd never grown into her big, pointy ears. The right one stuck straight up, and the left flopped forward at a funny angle. Her eyes were each a different color, one a pale blue, the other a dark brown. Heterochromia was the technical term for it. Charlie had the same thing. Witch eyes, she called them. Apparently, some parts of the church deemed mismatched eyes a curse. As Charlie once said, don't understand something? Witchcraft. After Eve had brought the poor dog home,
It took weeks to earn her trust. For a long time, Eve was the only person Shiloh felt safe around. No one else, not even Charlie, could get near the dog without her shaking in fear. It was like she only had so much trust to give, and she'd given it all to Eve. But Charlie was determined. She would place a treat on the ground, walk 10 steps back, and let Shiloh take it. Each time, inch by inch, she reduced the distance. It took months, but eventually Shiloh could tolerate Charlie standing 3 feet away, 2 feet, 1. A few more weeks, and Charlie could even scratch Shiloh behind the ears. Now, 4 years later, both Eve and Charlie were the only people in the world the dog trusted. Thomas drifted toward the staircase.
My father put this in, too,
he said, running a hand along a varnished oak banister. Jenny shadowed him, taking notes every time he spoke. It was obvious she thought the world of her father. Thought he was a superhero. Eve knew the look. Thomas studied the dust on his fingertips.
So, you guys are fixing this place up?
Yeah, that's the plan. She didn't have the heart to tell them they were considering a demolition. After all, it was his childhood home. That, and it almost felt immoral to destroy something so historic. But the inspection revealed problems with the foundation, water damage in the support beams, and a litany of other ailments. Sometimes it was just easier to tear it all down, start from scratch. Thomas said,
That'll be quite the renovation. I might still have some of the old blueprints in storage somewhere, if you're interested.
Yeah, that would be great. She was interested, if only because the bank had lost most of the original records. Apparently, there had been a fire down at City Hall decades before. Almost everything about the house, from its origin to its chain of ownership, was a mystery. Clouded title was the bank's term for it.
You've got my card, he said. Just shoot me an email whenever you want. I'll send over the scans.
From his back pocket, Thomas pulled out a white rectangular tin. He flicked it open with a thumb and shook it over his palm. 2, maybe 3 mints fell out. In one quick motion, he downed them all and slid the box back into his pocket. Those weren't mints. Mo, Eve's ever-present voice of paranoia, commented. For once, the hillbilly chimp might have been right. Eve had only caught a glimpse, a vague impression that was already fading. But whatever Thomas had just swallowed had the pale orange hue of a pharmaceutical. She was fairly certain she even saw pill-splitting indents. Maybe some anti-anxiety meds. Seroquel? Either way, she wasn't one to judge. She used to take SSRIs herself. That being said, she'd never pretended they were mints. Jenny, peering up at her father, tugged at his shirt. 3 short yanks. When he looked down, she held out an open palm and fluttered her big green eyes. Thomas shook his head.
These aren't sweet, he said. They're spicy, not for kids.
Brushing away Jenny's gripping hand, he took a few steps forward and looked down.
Well, that's a big change.
His gaze swept over the hardwood.
Used to be black and white tile, like a diner.
He tapped his heel.
The wood's a lot more fitting.
Squatting down, he knocked his knuckles against the boards.
Isn't that something?
He mused, half to himself. He motioned his family over.
Check this out.
Jenny and the red-haired boy, Newton, were the only ones who came. Paige and Kai seemed just about ready to leave. Thomas, with 2 of his kids standing over his shoulder, pointed to the floor.
Right there, he said. Between the slats, you can see the old tile underneath.
Eve narrowed her eyes, leaned in, and, sure enough, if you looked from just the right angle, you could see a sliver of the old floor, long covered. black and white tiles. Thomas started to get up, but stopped short, his eyes landing on something else. White crown molding at the base of the wall. It was carved with intricate designs, abstract flower shapes, and horses. The floral patterns were nice enough, but the horses, when you got up close, the lines were rough, the proportions off.
My mother carved these in, said Thomas, running his hand across. Took her almost a year to do the whole house.
He looked at Eve as if expecting a response. Wow, said Eve. That's a lot of work. It's really nice, though. Thomas breathed out of his nose, not buying the compliment.
Don't feel bad if you tear it out.
His eyes flitted to something on the underside of the banister railing. Oh, right. I almost forgot about those. Eve bent down to see. An odd symbol had been carved there. A circle, divided by intersecting lines of varying lengths, all meeting in the middle. It looked cryptic, like some kind of ancient glyph.
They're my sister's handiwork, Thomas explained. You'll find more scattered about the place, if you haven't already. She was always hiding little messages everywhere. Quite the imagination on that one.
It's the mark of a death cult. Mo, the symbol monkey, chimed in. This family is part of a demonic death cult, and they're coming back here to finish some kind of ritual, and... Eve ignored the barrage of ridiculous paranoia. Thomas sighed, his eyes still fixed on the symbol as he spoke to his children.
Your aunt said this one kept bad luck away. Grandpa said it looked like blasphemy.
Thomas looked down at Jenny and said,
Here.
He held out his hand. Eager, she passed him her notebook and pen. He turned to a blank page and pressed it flat against the underside of the railing. He traced the symbol. All the while, Jenny watched, wide-eyed and mesmerized. When he finished, he handed it back.
There you go, he said. Good luck for 7 years. That or you'll turn into a witch.
Thomas, Paige frowned.
Right, he said. Witches are bad.
Paige shot him another disapproving look. A look that reminded Eve of the time her parents discovered she'd been playing with a Ouija board at a sleepover. Couldn't take chances with demons.
Anyway,
Thomas rose to standing.
Mind if we go upstairs?
As the family wandered down the second-floor hallway, Eve tagged along. Now she was actually a little curious to hear Thomas's anecdotes. Shiloh followed too, but at a safe distance. Stranger danger.
This room used to have blue wallpaper,
said Thomas, pointing into a green-walled guest room.
Mom worked on all her paintings here.
Grandmom, Paige corrected him. Thomas stared at her for a lingering moment, then turned away.
Your grandmom used to work on her paintings here.
Jenny said, Grandmom was a painter? Thomas tilted his head.
I wouldn't say she was a painter, but she painted, as a hobby.
What's that?
A hobby?
Yep.
It's something you do for fun, like how I play guitar.
Again, Jenny wrote this down. As he moved to the next room, everyone followed. He pushed open a heavy oak door to reveal a long, rectangular study. Empty bookshelves lined either side. At the far end was a small, stained-glass window. With vibrant colors, it depicted a gnarled apple tree. Dark green leaves, blood-red apples. It overlooked the forest behind the house, a claustrophobic view. The pines lurking so close it felt like they were peering inside, spying on you.
This was your grandpa's study, said Thomas. He'd spend hours at a time working here.
Working on a hobby? Asked Jenny. Thomas shook his head and looked down at her.
Grandpa didn't like hobbies.
That simple statement conjured a vivid picture in Eve's head. A wiry man with gray hair, a pointed beard, and tired eyes that never slept. A man who took no pleasure in life and made sure others followed suit. The nemesis of fun. Just then, something caught the corner of her eye. The two boys, they were standing off down the hallway, facing each other, eyes locked in some kind of staring contest. Without warning, Kai slapped Newton across the face. A percussive smack. The impact left a bright red mark on his pale cheek. Guess he lost. "Boys!" Paige snapped. They both stood at attention. She motioned them over. "You stay with the family." They slinked back into the group. Out of sight from his parents, Newton rubbed his red cheek. Kai looked down at him, gave a smarmy grin, and messed up his red hair. Newton did nothing to defend himself. He just stood there, looking more defeated by the second. Poor kid.
That window.
Thomas pointed at the stained glass.
I don't remember it being in this room.
He scratched his temple.
I thought it was at the front of the house.
After a silent moment, he added,
"Funny how memories can change like that."
With his family in tow, he turned away and continued down the hall. He lurched to a sudden stop, looked over his shoulder, and raised an eyebrow. He stared at the yellow wallpaper, puzzled.
What happened to the dumbwaiter?
He glanced at Eve.
There used to be a dumbwaiter here, he said, resting his palm flat against the wall. Went all the way to the basement.
He started to slide his hand down. "Oh," Eve replied. "Who knows?" His fingers caught on something. Something beneath the wallpaper. Squinting, he leaned in closer. It was an oval bump. A handle?
He mused. Looks like somebody covered it up.
Eve detected the slightest hint of discomfort in his voice. A quivering timbre from deep within his gut. So subtle, it might have been imagined. Jenny, still standing at Thomas's side, chimed in with another, "What's that?" He stepped back and looked down at her.
A dumbwaiter?
Yep.
It's like a miniature elevator, he explained. We used it for laundry, tools, food. If somebody got sick, you could send a meal up without getting too close.
Why?
If you got too close, said Thomas, you might get sick too.
Jenny noted that down. Why is it called a dumbwaiter? Thomas shrugged.
Beats me.
Eve, half to herself, said, because it's a waiter that doesn't talk. Everyone looked at her. A little self-conscious, she elaborated. It delivers food like a waiter, and...
It's stupid,
Kai interjected. Eve shook her head. Dumb used to mean mute, unable to speak. It's a silent waiter. This was something she'd learned from Charlie. Her partner was a walking encyclopedia of obscure facts.
Said Thomas. That's interesting.
Jenny finished writing, then turned to Eve. Thanks, Emma, she said. Thomas quirked an eyebrow.
Her name is Eve, no?
Eve nodded. Yeah, it's okay. If he hadn't said anything, she would have just gone with it, accepted Emma as her new name for the duration of the family's tour.
Anyway,
Thomas continued down the hall until he stood face to face with a white cord hanging from a low ceiling. A pull string for the attic's trapdoor staircase. He blew on it, a swift puff, like putting out a birthday cake candle. It swung back and forth like a metronome.
"This leads to an attic," he said. "But you've seen one attic, you've seen them all."
In the 2 months they'd lived there, Eve hadn't been up there herself yet. Not even a quick peek. She wasn't exactly a fan of dark places, musty rank, and cobwebs. Thomas pushed around the corner and slowed to another stop. There was one last nook here. It went for about 5 feet, then ended with a plain white door. He studied it like it was a melancholic painting. Hesitant, he stepped forward and reached for the handle.
"This used to be your Aunt Allison's room."
His hand clasped the doorknob, lingered, then slipped away. Sensing a private moment, Eve cleared her throat. "Anyway," she said, "feel free to keep showing yourselves around." At this point, she'd decided they probably weren't going to rob the place. "I'll be downstairs if you need anything," she added. Thomas smiled at her, grateful. Eve returned to an earlier task, prying out rusty nails from above the living room fireplace. The nails used to hold picture frames, judging by the discolored rectangles on the wall. But they had been mounted off-center, all a little too far to the right. She had just about finished the task when, behind her, Shiloh whined. Eve looked back. The dog was standing in the middle of the room, rigid, ears pricked, staring at a closed door. The basement door. Shiloh? No reaction. More so than attics, Eve was no fan of basements. She'd only been down there once, and even then, she just reached the bottom of the stairs and took a quick look around. It was pretty much what she'd expected. A cramped collection of unfinished hallways, nooks, and low ceilings. Relatively common in older houses like this one. When she was a child, thanks to an overactive imagination, she half believed something evil dwelled in each and every cellar. She used to have nightmares about it. The nameless terror, always lurking just out of sight. Silent and faceless, and so horrific it couldn't even be described. No matter what basement, what house, it was always that same feeling, as if this unspeakable terror could divide and multiply itself throughout all the basements of the world. Fortunately, over time, that childhood anxiety had faded away, like a brightly colored toy discarded in a sun-bleached desert. Yet, like all childhood monsters, it was only replaced by the mundane and, arguably worse, terrors of adulthood. Credit card debt, car accidents, funerals. Things that sometimes made Eve think back to imaginary ghouls with rosy nostalgia. And despite all the years gone by, her lingering aversion to basements remained, along with one specific remnant of childish fear: walking up basement stairs. To this day, every time she walked up and out of a basement, she remembered the nameless thing, stowed away in the depths of half-forgotten memories. She had this nagging conviction it was following her, an unshakable chill that grew with each upward step. She could almost feel it, hear it, rushing from the darkness below, breathing at her heels, giddy with evil intent. Part of her still had to fight the urge to scramble, to run away from that imaginary nothing. Of course, 99.8% of the time, she could ascend basement stairs at a slow and measured pace like any reasonable adult should. But every time she stepped out of the shadows, she couldn't resist the compulsion to peer back down, only to confirm what she already knew. Nothing was there. The dog kept whining, the orange glow of the fire dancing over her black fur. "Shiloh?" Eve tried once more. But Shiloh didn't look back. She kept her eyes fixed on the basement door. Eve set the hammer aside and strode over. Kneeling down, she scratched the dog behind the ears. Shiloh was trembling, a jittery vibration beneath Eve's hand. She leaned in closer. "What's wrong, girl?" Shiloh's gaze drifted upward, as if tracking a slow-rising object. Nothing was there, just the basement door. "Shiloh?" Eve repeated, still to no reaction. The dog froze, eyes locked on empty space. Uneasy, Eve got to her feet, marched over and pulled out a ring of keys. Without thinking, she locked the door and... She finally saw it. A black dot climbing the frame. She squinted. It was only a common house ant. Eve sighed with embarrassed relief. Shiloh, believe it or not, wasn't a fan of bugs. The ant slipped between the crack of the door and the dog's tense posture relaxed. Eve shook her head. "Shiloh," she said, "don't scare me like that." The dog, with her mismatched eyes, looked up and blinked, uncomprehending. Eve couldn't help but smile. She reached down, scratched Shiloh behind the ear again, and returned to work. Just as she pulled out the last nail, the family filed into the room. Thomas motioned at the fireplace. "Looks just like I remember it," he said. "We had one going every night during the winter." Turning away, he stepped up to the basement door and placed a hand on the frame. "Your grandparents would measure our heights here." He slid his palm over its smooth, white surface. "I'll paint it over now, though." He tried the handle. Locked. Looking toward Eve, he said, "Do you mind if we tour the basement?" She hesitated. They had definitely overstayed the 15-minute promise. "Oh, there's a lot of tools lying around down there," she exaggerated. "It's a little dangerous," Jenny chimed in. "Danger doesn't scare me." Eve forced a smile. She put the hammer down on the coffee table. "The lights aren't working yet either," she said. "Something's up with the circuit breaker, and that's why I brought this." Jenny clicked her green pen twice. It cast a white circle of LED glow onto the floor. She swept it around, like a manic warlock wielding a wand. "It's bright enough to be seen from Pluto."
"Jenny." Thomas set a hand on her tiny shoulder. "She'd rather we didn't go in the basement, okay?" Downcast, Jenny gave a single nod, clicked off her pen, and tucked it away. Thomas's eyes flicked to a nearby clock. "All right, gang," he said. "Let's get out of here. For real this time." Jenny tugged on his shirt.
"But there's still more house to explore."
Thomas shook his head. "We've long overstayed our time limit, kiddo." He motioned his family toward the foyer. But as they filed out, he lingered behind, hands in his pockets, eyes still on the basement door. Eve padded into the nearby kitchen and started washing dishes that didn't need washing. Thomas looked at her. "Thanks for letting us take a look around," he said. "It really meant a lot to my family." Aside from Jenny, it didn't look like it meant anything to anyone. But Eve kept that to herself. Without looking at him, she grabbed a steel wool scourer and started scrubbing a spotless pan. "All good," she said. Thomas meandered closer, taking one last look around. "Must be nice, huh?" Eve looked up. "Hmm?" He stopped at the threshold between the kitchen and the living room. "Moving into a new place, fixing it up, settling in." "Ah, yep." Eve sent him a brittle smile.
Again, she and Charlie weren't even close to settling down, but once more, she kept that to herself. Now, she just wanted to be alone. "Anyway, it was really nice to meet you all," she said, a gentle signal she was done talking. Yet Thomas hovered in the edge of her vision, fidgety, as if building up the courage to ask her something. "Please don't." He glanced toward the foyer, making sure his family was out of earshot. He turned back and lowered his voice. "I know you've just moved in, but..." He paused for a moment, reluctant, embarrassed. "Have you ever noticed anything?" A commotion interrupted him. One of the boys was shouting, "Stop it!" Thomas marched off toward the foyer. Eve followed. At the front door, the two boys were fighting while Paige tried to break them up. Without skipping a beat, Thomas strode over and ripped them apart. "Newton started it," Kai, the taller one, whined. "Of course he did." Thomas fell silent, head on a swivel. "Where's Jenny?" he asked. Everyone looked around. The young girl was nowhere to be seen. She was just here," Paige stammered. "Jenny!" he called out, his voice booming with authoritative resonance. No response. Only the tick, tick, tick of a nearby clock. "Jenny!" Paige tried as well. No luck. Rubbing his temples, Thomas turned back to Eve. "Our youngest," he sighed. "She likes to hide." "Hide?" "Spontaneous hide and seek," he explained. "We thought she'd grown out of it, but..." "Jennifer!" Paige shouted in the background. He went on. "We should be able to find her easily enough. I'm really sorry about this." It's okay," Eve said. Thomas pivoted away, barely suppressing the anger in his voice. "Jenny, come on out!" As the family started searching around, Eve wandered up to the window by the door. Snow had begun to fall. The first of the year. Normally, the sight would have filled Eve with a wistful comfort, but tonight it only made her uneasy. Where was Charlie? Were the roads safe? She checked the time. 8:57 p.m. Only 20 minutes behind schedule. Still, Eve reached for her phone when, off in the distant woods, a light snapped on. Eve paused, narrowed her eyes. It was a glowing point of pale blue, far away in the looming black. It seemed to be drifting toward her. A flashlight? Who would be out there at this hour, especially in the cold? Jenny? No, it was too far, but Eve stepped closer to the window. As her vision adjusted, the blurry image became more defined. The light was stationary. The movement had only been an illusion, created by the falling snow. A porch light? A parked car? Was there a road out there? The precise distance was hard to judge through all the trees. Without warning, the light snapped off and the darkness returned. Above her, another commotion, muffled voices. Eve rushed upstairs. The family was standing in the middle of the hallway, huddled in a tight circle, looking at something. Eve stepped closer and peered over Paige's shoulder. The wallpaper that had once covered the dumbwaiter was now torn back. A hanging flap. A square metal door was ajar, revealing a gaping throat of pipes and beams and reddish-pink insulation. There was no cart in sight. Thomas leaned in, called out, "Jenny!" No response, only his voice echoing back. With an exasperated huff, he turned to the group.
Looks like she found a way into the basement, after all.
Doc_A12, K9. Description: transcript of a classified ad in the free section of the Yale Courier. Date unknown. Free chocolate lab. We are looking to rehome Buckley, our purebred Labrador retriever. 2 years old. Food provided for up to 1 month. We can no longer keep him due to an incident with our son. Details can be shared upon request. He will come with a kennel, toys, a bed, and liver treats. Buckley is up to date on shots and is in good health as per a vet check last November. We are seeking a loving home with an experienced owner who can accommodate a reactive dog. If you're interested, please call me at number redacted.
Hide and seek. Flashlights in hand, Thomas and Eve descended the basement stairs. He led the way, Eve in tow, while the rest of his family waited above. At first, Paige had proposed they all search for Jenny as a group, but Thomas vetoed this.
The more dramatic our response, he said, the longer she stays hidden.
As they navigated down the creaky steps, Eve steadied herself on the brick wall, its texture coarse against her palm, like sandpaper. At the bottom, they entered a narrow hallway that branched off in 2 directions. They scanned their flashlights around. There was an unusual heaviness to the dark down here, as if it were soaking up the light, hoarding it away for some unknown purpose. And the air was dense, humid, every breath filled with a stagnant must you could actually taste. Metallic, like a mouthful of pennies. Sour, like bark mulch after a rainstorm. The dampness had sunk into the beams above, lending them a slick, glistening sheen. Something that would lead to structural integrity issues, if it hadn't already. All the more reason to tear this place down. Thomas looked both ways. He studied the shadows with apprehension, almost like there might be something dangerous out there. Something only he could see. Shaking this off, he strode up to a nearby support beam. He rapped his knuckles against it, using that classic call-and-response secret knock pattern. Duh, 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 duh. He left out the last 2 knocks, awaiting an answer. But there was only silence. Empty and dull. He looked around more, his eyes landing in a murky corner. There sat the dumbwaiter, veiled in darkness, its door cracked ajar. The cart empty. Thomas frowned.
We should be quiet, split up. This is all like a game to Jenny. If she hears you, she'll run or double down.
His voice was strained with the exhaustion of having done this one too many times.
The basement's bigger than you'd think, he said. Goes beyond the edge of the upstairs footprint. Lots of nooks, crannies, places to hunker down. He sighed. If you see Jenny on the move, just run after her, grab her. Seriously, we'll be here all night otherwise.
Eve blinked, unsure if she'd heard him right. Just grab her?
I know.
His tired face acknowledged the absurdity.
It's all part of her game. You could call me over, but by the time I get there, she's fast, good at hiding.
Okay. Thomas looked past Eve.
You go that way.
He glanced back.
I'll go this way.
Before she could respond, he disappeared around the leftward corner. Alone, Eve lingered there, ruminating. This was supposed to be a relaxing Friday night. Now she was standing in a dingy basement hunting down a kid she didn't even know. And of course, Charlie's absence echoed in the depths of her mind. As soon as Eve got back upstairs, she'd give her a call. Resigned, she pushed rightward down the narrow corridor. Rounding a corner, she entered a room the size of a 2-car garage. It smelled like a garage, too. A watery mix of cardboard and mystery chemicals. Lovely. Rickety shelves lined the space, 4 rows in all. They were crammed with boxes, each one filled with rusty knickknacks. She plodded forward, her footsteps creaking on plywood. Someone had just slapped the boards on top of the hard-packed dirt and called it a day. As she wound her way through the aisles, her light cast distorted shadows through the shelves, sweeping and shifting. She checked each corner, every possible hiding spot. No Jenny in sight. She was just about ready to move on when, behind her, something clattered to the ground, a shrill snapping sound that made her whip turn toward it. About 10 feet away, a tin can rolled in a lazy half-circle. Around it was a scattered mess of nails and screws, some still spinning in place. Great, thought Eve. Now this kid's gonna step on a nail, get tetanus, and we're gonna get sued. In a huff, she crossed over and crouched. She put down the flashlight and swept the nails back into the can, careful not to get pricked. Then, an unpleasant question finally arose. How did the can fall over? There was no kid in sight, so it couldn't have been that. Mo, the paranoid monkey on her shoulder, was about to take the wheel when... Plywood. Of course. Her weight must have shifted the boards, unbalanced the shelf, and caused the can to fall. Occam's razor. That was a term Charlie had taught her. The simplest explanation was usually correct. Eve smiled, feeling proud in an embarrassed sort of way. As she finished cleaning up the nails, her flashlight slowly rolled away. Uneven floors. Great. She kicked out her foot, blocked its path, and... something in the circle of light caught her eyes. 1 row over, tracing along the floor, was a thin trail of tiny black dots. She grabbed the flashlight and skulked over. More ants. They were spilling out from a crack in the plywood. All going the same direction, they marched down the aisle and slipped out of sight. Is this normal ant behavior? Eve wondered. Vague memories of a nature documentary played in her mind. David Attenborough pontificating on what normal ant behavior ought to be. Curious, she padded forward into yet another narrow hallway. This one had green doors on either side, ran for about 20 feet, then forked left and right. Way too many hiding places down here. On the verge of another anxiety spell, she stopped herself, drew in a deep breath, and exhaled. She took in her surroundings, details she could see, feel, hear, smell, and taste. The low hum of a nearby air vent, its cold draft against her left shoulder. Stay present, she reminded herself. The concrete walls, dull and gray. This was another technique she'd picked up from that counselor. Grounding. In times of stress, take mental notes of your environment, your senses. Stay focused on the present moment. She noted the smell of must, the lingering taste of a peppermint tea she'd drunk earlier that evening. A little calmer, she shone her light down. The trail of ants moved like an oil slick across the dusty floor, curving around the far corner. Eve could almost hear their tiny feet tapping against the plywood. She felt a compulsive need to know where they were going, why they were all moving in the same direction. Pressing onward, she veered around the corner and came upon a door, bone white. The ants slipped under it, filing into a thin line of dark. She turned the knob, stepped inside. This room fit the house's theme of having no unifying theme. Here, the brick walls were painted a fleshy pink, and the floors were a familiar black and white tile. The ants moved in a straight line to the far left corner and disappeared beneath an old wardrobe that was painted sky blue, cracked and peeling. It had shuttered doors and slats through which a sneaky child could peer. The perfect hiding spot. Right on cue, her light caught the glint of blinking eyes, gazing out from the shutters. Bingo. Jenny was cornered now. Forgetting the ants, Eve tiptoed over, wrapped her hand around the knob, swung it open, and... empty. No kid in sight. There was just a painting, leaning up against the back panel, facing away. A 3-by-2-foot frame, coated with flaking silver. That explained the glint of eyes. But weren't those eyes blinking? Mel proffered. Must have been an illusion, created when she moved the light. Occam's razor. She tilted the frame back. The painting was obscured by a thick layer of dust. She crouched down and used her sleeve to wipe it clean. It was an oil painting, a tree line lit by dreary sunlight. The colors were cold, pale greens, light grays, and bluish browns. In the foreground, a chocolate lab faced the woods. Its tail was straight, ears pricked up, sensing some unseen threat. On the ground to its left was a red gas lantern casting an orange glow into the woods, revealing nothing but branches, trees, and shadows. Whatever the creator's intent, the image certainly evoked a sense of dread. It wasn't the sort of thing Eve would hang up anytime soon, but the artist, whoever they were, undoubtedly had skill. If this was the work of Thomas's mother, he was selling her short. It was the kind of painting that almost made Eve want to go back to art school. Almost. Careful, reverent, she set it back and closed the door. She aimed her light down at the ant trail. The last of them were receding beneath the wardrobe. On her knees, she put her head to the ground and peered under. They led straight to the corner, amassing over a crack between the tiles. Now they moved with delirious urgency, writhing and crawling over one another as they forced their way through. Uneasy, she returned to standing and looked back toward the exit. Next to the door was a wooden pegboard. The outlines of tools were faded into its brown veneer. A drill, a handsaw, a hammer. Not thinking much of it, she strode out of the room, stepped around the corner, and halted in her tracks. Someone was standing down the narrow hall, back turned, looming. It was Thomas. His posture was pin straight, his arms hanging limp. His flashlight, white knuckle-gripped in his left hand, was pointed straight down at the floor, casting a tight circle of harsh light half over his shoe, half over the concrete. Thomas? No response. He just stood there, unmoving. Somehow, he looked stiller than the hallway itself. Was he even breathing? Thomas? Nothing. Tense, Eve glanced over her shoulder. He was blocking the only way out. She cleared her throat and tried one more. Thomas? Still no response. He just kept standing there like a storefront mannequin, frozen in time. If he was trying to scare her, it was working. Should she bolt past him? She took another step closer. Another. She was less than an arm's length away when he suddenly spun around. Jesus! He set a hand to his chest, startled. You snuck up on me there. He paused, clocking her wary expression. You okay? You look spooked. Eve was lost for words. I I tried calling your name like 3 times. He smiled apologetically.
Yeah, my hearing isn't what it used to be. You're sure you're okay, though?
Eve fell silent and considered prodding further, but I'm just not a fan of basements.
You and me both.
Eve rubbed her arms, fidgety. Any luck? She asked. His mouth pressed into a straight line.
Sort of.
Thomas led Eve to the opposite side of the basement. He crouched in a corner and aimed his light down a gap so narrow even a child would have had to turn sideways just to fit. The glow shone through the beams, insulation, and pipes, landing in a small, open space. It was likely a remnant of the original layout, a vestigial organ created by the many additions over the years.
She's hiding in there, Thomas sighed. Just out of view.
Well, Eve said, shouldn't we call her out? He tilted his head, pretending to consider the suggestion.
I've seen this pattern before, he said. Jenny finds a spot, sets up camp, and she won't surrender unless we give her space.
Okay, but I'm not sure it's safe back there. Again, visions of potential lawsuits swirled.
It's safe, Thomas said. My sister and I used to hide out there all the time. It's just a concrete nook. No bigger than a walk-in closet.
I could go in and get her. It would be an extremely tight fit, but she could do it. Maybe.
I appreciate that, but it's not a good idea. Even if you manage to squeeze through, good luck getting her out without some kicking and screaming. Jenny's a biter.
She studied him. Didn't he say to grab her earlier? Also, the kid didn't strike Eve as the type to kick and scream, but she wasn't about to argue with a parent on their own child's behavior. Thomas crossed his arms and tapped his foot, thinking. After a few seconds of this, he leaned in close.
Like I said, right now, our best course of action is to go back upstairs, give her space, wait until she's ready to come out.
He checked the time on his watch.
When she gives up on that spot, she'll come right up. Always does.
Eve thought about this for a moment. What's to stop her from just finding another hiding spot? Thomas gave her a polite but terse smile.
She won't. When Jenny gives up here, she'll come straight upstairs.
He said this as if it were an immutable law of the universe, on par with gravity. Turning back to the narrow passage, he threw his voice into the inky dark.
Jenny, we're going back up.
There was a damp dullness in the silence, as if the shadows had swallowed his words before they even made it halfway.
Jenny,
Thomas repeated, suppressing the slight hint of worry. Still no response. A tendon in his neck twitched. He tugged at his collar, nervous. Then he clucked his tongue as if to say, right. Slowly, he raised his arm, and with a flick of his wrist, he knocked that pattern onto a nearby pipe. Da, 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 da. A long stretch of silence crept by, and then, from somewhere beyond the end of the passage, 2 faint knocks echoed in response. Knuckles against concrete.
There she is,
said Thomas, rising to his feet.
Let's head back up.
He walked off, but Eve lingered behind, staring into the claustrophobic opening. The unwelcoming void. Shouldn't he be a little more concerned?
Eve?
She turned to meet his gaze. He was standing a few yards away, flashlight raised.
You coming?
Yeah. She took one last glance into the dark passage, then trudged after him. As they wound their way out of the cellar, she couldn't shake how off everything felt. Sure, she was no parenting expert, But didn't this type of behavior warrant a firmer response? At the very least, some kind of ultimatum. If you don't come out in the next 3 minutes, we're going to take away your Pokemon cards. Or whatever it was the kids played with these days. Tepidly, Eve brought up her concerns. But again, Thomas insisted that giving Jenny space was now the only route to go. Eve relented. Honestly, she was just glad to get out of the basement. They rounded onto the rickety stairs. And as they ascended, for the first time in a while, Eve didn't feel the juvenile sensation that something was following her. Didn't feel the urge to run. Though, as they stepped out of the basement and into the living room, she couldn't help but look over her shoulder, down the narrow staircase, only to confirm what she already knew. Nothing was there.
Doc_B12 Show. Description: Advert from the Yale Courier. Heavy metal invades Yale. Local favorite metal group Ring of Eyes will be rocking Maguire's Pub this Sunday. 50 cents at the door. Expect classic covers from AC/DC, Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, and even some brand new originals. Ages 21 and older only. Music starts at 7 p.m.
Communion. Up in the living room, the rest of Thomas's family was stationed around the fireplace, oddly silent. An orange glow was set against their faces, shadows casting long, jittery fingers in every direction. Web-like. Paige sat on the edge of a wooden chair, arms in her lap, eyes closed. For a moment, it almost looked as though she was meditating and, judging by her frown, not enjoying it. The two boys sat at her feet, legs crossed. They tossed flecks of wood into the fire, each one combusting with a hollow crack. Thomas cleared his throat. "It's a waiting game now." Paige blinked at him, unimpressed. "You're giving up already?" "We found her tucked in a nook," he said. "I give it 10, maybe 20 minutes before she caves." "A nook?" She wrinkled her brow as if she hadn't heard him right. Thomas nodded. "It's safe, but out of reach." Paige's jaw tensed. "So we're just going to let her hide down there, all by herself, in the pitch black?" He shrugged. "She's got her flashlight pen." Not the answer Paige wanted. Thomas paused, choosing his next words carefully. "You know how this works. The more we chase her, the longer she hides." Paige let out a weary sigh. "She could get hurt, Thomas. If this was happening at our place, that would be one thing. But at a stranger's house?" Thomas shook his head. I know. Eve withdrew from the room, not wanting to stick around for the fireworks, but, despite herself, she listened in, safely out of sight with her back to the wall. Morbid curiosity. She could see them reflected in a nearby window. Paige rose to her feet, paced away from her sons. "Jenny hasn't done this in years." Thomas trailed after her, speaking in hushed tones. "She's a smart kid," he said. "She can take care of herself." That did nothing to comfort Paige. "It's the move," she said. "Ever since we left home, it's like she's not the same kid anymore." Thomas stepped closer, reached out, and put a hand on her shoulder. A gesture that was likely meant to be consoling, but came off as patronizing. "Paige," he said, "I'd be more worried if she wasn't acting different. Once we're all settled down, things will go back to normal." Shrugging off his hand, Paige faced a window. She stared into the cold night. the blasts of wind kicking up flurries of snow into swirling blurs. Minnesota. The word flicked off her tongue like she considered it an obscenity. You know winters there get to 40 below, right? Thomas mumbled an answer that Eve couldn't quite make out. Whatever he said, it actually made Paige smile. But from where Eve was, she couldn't tell if it was a happy smile or a bitter one. Paige huffed, crossed her arms. That settled it. A bitter one. She glanced toward her boys as if to make sure they weren't listening in. They were debating who was faster, Superman or the Flash. Paige turned back, lowered her voice. My brother told me a story from his EMT days out there. Some old woman, her station wagon broke down on the interstate during a blizzard. When Jay and his team finally arrived, her hands were frozen to the steering wheel. 30 minutes, Thomas. That's all it took for the cold to kill her. Paige breathed out her nose. Some say it's a pleasant way to go, freezing to death. But Jay said the look on this woman's face suggested otherwise. They had to pry her hands off the wheel, just to get her body out. She paused, letting the image sink in. That's what happens in Minnesota, she added. Old women freeze to death in their station wagons. Thomas considered this for a moment, then said, I'm not happy about the move either. But we don't have much of a choice. And besides, if you say change is opportunity in disguise, I'm going to scream. Thomas hesitated, mouth half open. That's not what I... In the window's reflection, Thomas's eyes suddenly flicked to Eve, catching her listening in. Mortified, she slipped away, retreated into the foyer, and slumped down on the steps. Back in the living room, out of view, Paige and Thomas continued their quarrel. Eve fought the urge to listen in again. Instead, she sat there, chin resting on her hands, all of the evening's strange occurrences rattling around in her head, like pebbles in a tin can. Sure, no single thing was big enough to warrant extreme concern, but everything together, everything adding up, and where was Charlie? Eve checked the foyer clock. She was almost an hour late now. Truck broke down, the hillbilly chimp chimed in, nonchalant. Eve could almost see him, sitting on a rickety fence, tuning a broken banjo. Her hands are probably frozen to the steering wheel by now. Eve tried to push the thought away, but she looked out the window. The snow was falling faster now. Those mountain roads weren't exactly safe at the best of times, and had Charlie put on the winter tires yet? What if... You're never going to see her again. She pulled out her phone and the screen was cracked. A jagged line that started in the bottom right corner and veered up to the left. When had that happened? The crack distorted Eve's lock screen image. A portrait of Charlie and Shiloh, the dog licking a smiling Charlie's chin. She tapped into the home screen. One missed call, one voicemail. Both from Charlie, both recent. She was about to listen when, right on cue, the front door swung open and Charlie stepped inside, a pack of beer in one hand, a bottle of wine in the other. I'm late, she said, shaking off snow. Roads are shit, getting shittier. Relief, warm and soothing, washed over Eve like a tidal wave. In one quick motion, she shot to her feet, surged across the foyer, and wrapped her arms around Charlie so tightly it made her wheeze. Charlie hesitated, more than a little confused by the sudden outpouring of affection. After all, it was the kind of embrace normally reserved for an airport arrival gate. Charlie set down the booze and hugged her back. Nice to see you, too. Eve held on a few moments longer, then let go. Everything okay? Charlie pulled open the coat closet, tilting her head at the unfamiliar jackets. Eve started to explain when Thomas stepped around the corner. Charlie blinked at him, even more confused than before. "This is Thomas," Eve said. "He grew up here, was just showing his family around, and now our daughter is playing spontaneous hide-and-seek in the basement," he sighed, holding out a hand to Charlie. They shook. "Name's Charlie," she said. "Charlie Bastian." She hung up her coat. "Spontaneous hide-and-seek, huh? My younger brother used to do that all the time. You sure she's safe down there?" "She's found a little nook out of reach," Thomas said, embarrassed. "She'll give up any minute now. Then we'll be out of your hair. Really sorry about all this." "Right," said Charlie. Her eyes flicked to Eve, then back to him. "That your moving truck down on the street?" He nodded. "Didn't block your way up, did it?" "No." So it's confirmed, thought Eve. The family didn't walk out of the forest, hand in hand. "Anyway," Thomas said, "we've long overstayed our welcome." He gestured to Eve. "Your partner has the patience of a saint, and I know you didn't even want us here in the first place. Completely understandable." "I didn't want you here," Charlie interrupted. They both looked at Eve. Blood rushed into her face. "Yeah, on the phone, earlier," Eve lied. "I called you to check if they could look around?" Charlie finally realized what was going on. Eve had used the "let me check with Charlie" card. "Ah, yep." She forced a smile. Charlie didn't like lying, especially when it came to something as mundane as avoiding social discomfort. "Just be direct," she'd always say. "Don't like someone? Tell them to fuck off." Easier said than done, Eve had often thought but never voiced. Charlie gave Eve a silent, "You okay?" stare. Eve replied with a tepid nod. "Sure." Charlie shut the closet, looked at Thomas. "So, is it like you remember?" "The house?" Charlie nodded. Thomas shrugged. "Been a lot of changes. Things added, things taken away. But it's still the same as it always was, more or less. Honestly, if you ask me, most of the additions are a big improvement." He paused for a moment, glancing up to where his father's chandelier used to hang. He looked back at Charlie. "Eve mentioned you guys were planning to fix the place up?" "Maybe." Charlie looked around the foyer as if appraising it for the first time. "That or tear it down, start from scratch. We haven't decided yet, believe it or not." Eve almost flinched at this. It was classic Charlie, nonchalantly telling a man you might tear down his childhood home. Eve side-eyed Thomas, searching for his reaction, but he seemed unfazed. He just stood there, hands on his hips, smiling that movie star smile. "Well, if you knock it down," he said, "please send me a video. My inner child would love to see it." Charlie actually chuckled at that. Seriously? Thought Eve. Is she already warming to him? Although, maybe it wasn't that shocking. After all, Charlie hadn't seen the weird shit Eve had seen. That, and Charlie often assumed the best in people. She was hospitable and trusting, but not out of obligation or naivety. Rather, she gave people the benefit of the doubt, and if anyone was dumb enough to break her trust, watch out. In this and many other regards, she was Eve's polar opposite. "Anyway," said Thomas, "don't let us spoil your dinner. We'll stay out of your way until Jenny surrenders." "I mean," Charlie looked to Eve, then back to Thomas. "You might as well join us." Eve's jaw tensed. Thomas hesitated. "You sure? I think we'll be okay. We had a big lunch." Charlie shrugged. It's your call, but we have more than enough leftovers. Thomas glanced at Eve, as if checking for her approval.
Only if it's not a problem, he said.
Charlie, not noticing his glance, answered, Wouldn't be offering if it was. Thomas started to reply, but Eve wasn't listening anymore. Her eyes were locked to an irrelevant fleck of snow stuck in Charlie's jet-black, pixie-cut hair. The fleck was melting, edges turning to mush as it trailed down the back of Charlie's ear. Eve suddenly wanted to grab her by the arm, yank her aside, and tell her to kick this family out right now. Kid in the basement or no. How could her partner not sense how uncomfortable she was? Sure, Charlie wasn't always the best at picking up on emotions, but Eve clearly wasn't thrilled about having this family here, and... Would you mind if we had a moment? Eve interjected. They both turned to her, mid-conversation, smiling. Thomas asked. Just need a moment alone with my partner, Eve repeated.
Oh, of course.
Thomas withdrew into the living room. Charlie waited until he was out of earshot. Jeepers, she smirked. I leave for 1 hour and the whole Brady Bunch moves in. Eve didn't laugh. She stared down at the floor, chewing on her lip, searching for words. Hey, said Charlie. What's up? Eve huffed. Part of her wanted to blather out everything that had happened. The ant trail, the strange basement encounter with Thomas. Yet, the more she dwelled on those things, the more insignificant they seemed. And deeper than that, she was simply afraid to say her thoughts aloud, as if doing so might make them tangible, almost physical creatures. Little goblins that would scream and cry and embarrass her like unruly brats at a Denny's. So instead, she kept them locked up in the same room as Mo. Mo and his army of thought goblins. That absurd image summed up her entire mental landscape. Repressed, chaotic shame. Regardless, she was probably just blowing things out of proportion, looking for reasons to panic like she always did, but... Eve, Charlie said, you can talk to me. Eve, in hushed tones, decided to let loose the most reasonable of the thought goblins. Doesn't it seem odd they're not more concerned about their daughter? Charlie nodded. He said she's hiding out of reach, right? Yeah. If she's anything like my little brother was, they'll just have to wait it out. Seriously. My parents tried everything with that guy. Even offered him candy. No dice. God, it was fucking annoying. I'm sorry, but I don't buy it. Eve rubbed her arms as if a cold chill had swept through the room. Most parents I know lose their mind if a kid goes missing for more than a minute. I mean, look. Charlie set a hand on Eve's shoulder. If she's not out by the end of dinner, I'll raise hell, okay? Okay. Charlie frowned, studying Eve's face. Did something else happen while I was gone? A flashback jolted through Eve's head. A chemical imprint so vivid she could almost see it. Thomas, with pin-straight posture, looming in that basement hallway. Back turned, arms limp, flashlight pointed straight at the ground. The way he didn't respond to his name. Eve, Charlie prodded. Do you want me to boot them out right now? Just say the word and... Eve swatted away the offer. You being late made me worry, that's all. Mountain roads, the weather. I'm here, okay? Charlie tucked a strand of hair behind Eve's ear, took her by the hands, and kissed her gently on the forehead. Nothing calmed Eve like that did. Outside, the wind picked up, making the house shift and creak like some old machine, stirred awake from ancient slumber. No storm was in the forecast, but if this kept up, Eve worried the roads might close, trapping these strangers here even longer.
"One way in, one way out,"
Mr. Dayton, the realtor, had said as they first crossed the Kettle Creek Bridge 4 months earlier.
"Roads used to close at least once a winter on account of the weather,"
he'd added in his southern drawl.
"Been a couple decades since that happened, though."
Mo yawned.
"Sounds like it's overdue."
While the weather raged outside, Paige helped Eve and Charlie prep dinner. Not that there was much to prep. Leftover chicken, instant mashed potatoes, microwaved veggies. Moving into a new home kind of food. Meanwhile, Thomas was back down in the basement, trying to coax their daughter out. Paige had told him to say that they were all having a big, fancy meal without her, and if she came up in the next 15 minutes, they might have enough left to share. Thomas didn't have faith in this plan. Again, he insisted that giving Jenny space was the only way to go.
"She'll hear us eating without her, and that'll be enough."
But Paige persisted, and Paige won. Eve suspected she often did. Eve still didn't know what to make of her. Of the two parents, it was clear Paige was the stricter, a role she seemed to both embrace and resent. And judging by her silver cross necklace, she was more devout, too. But there were contradictions in Paige's actions, her body language. She had a timid, almost docile demeanor that would slip away when she had to break up a fight between the kids or make a sly comment toward her husband. Eve sensed a great deal of suppressed anger simmering beneath Paige's surface. A tick, tick, ticking time bomb. Newton shuffled into the kitchen, pushing up his round glasses with a thumb.
"Mom," he said, "I think I have an idea to prevent this in the future."
"Prevent what?" Paige glanced at her son and went back to cutting up vegetables.
"Jenny sneaking away," Newton clarified.
"Interesting." Paige said this with a sense of finality, as if to signal the conversation was already over. But Newton didn't pick up on the cue.
"Maybe we could get her a harness," he said.
Eve looked at Charlie. Was he trying to make a joke? He wasn't. This was a sincere pitch. Newton went on.
"Like one of those child harnesses for kids that run away."
He scratched his temple.
"I think you can buy them online. I don't know. Just an idea."
"Thanks, Newton," said Paige. "We'll, look into it." Kai strode up behind his brother and rolled his eyes.
"Like a dog harness?"
"No," Newton frowned.
"Not like—"
Kai cut him off.
"Probably not the best idea, Newt."
It looked like Kai wanted to say something more, something meaner, but he glanced at his mother and remained quiet. Newton slouched into the living room, his brother following. Minutes later, the food was ready, the table was set, yet Thomas was still in the basement. Apart from him and Jenny, everyone was seated around the table, silent. Deep down, Eve was beginning to worry that, one by one, this family might start vanishing into the cellar. This time, she couldn't even blame Mo for the intrusive thought. Uncomfortable tension hung over the table. Eve could almost hear it, a low, buzzing thrum. The inevitable feeling of precarity that came with having complete strangers sitting around your home. It was an oddly intimate thing, sharing a meal with people she barely knew, and it was especially odd considering this family was one kid and one parent short. All she could do was hope the conversation would remain neutral, hope that Charlie wouldn't stir the pot for fun. She remembered her father's 3 golden rules for a conflict-free meal. No politics, no more than 2 drinks, and no politics. "So," Charlie broke the silence, "when did you live here?" Reaching across the table, she grabbed a corkscrew. Oh, I didn't. Paige shook her head. This was Thomas's childhood home. She tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear. Right. Charlie twisted the corkscrew into a bottle of red. If I'm being honest, said Paige, I didn't even want to visit. There was more than a hint of shade in the comment. This was all my husband's dumb idea. Don't blame me for it. She put her hands in her lap, stared down at her food, and didn't touch it. Her boys did the same. Eve, realizing they were waiting for Thomas, followed their lead, a childhood reflex back from the grave. But Charlie, oblivious, uncaring, or both, started to chow down. Pretty far off the highway, she said. It certainly is, Paige said. Charlie took a sip of wine. Where are you headed? East. East? Charlie and Eve shared another brief look. It sounded like an answer an old cowboy might give, gazing out over a sun-dappled horizon. Where from? Charlie inquired. Portland. Right then, Eve noticed the faint remnant of a penny-sized tattoo on Paige's neck, just below her left ear. It was a simple black circle, a thin line, but it was blurred, mostly faded. Laser removed, she assumed. Some distant, unthinking part of her brain connected it to the cryptic symbol on the banister. But logic prevailed again, stifling the notion. Circles, after all, weren't exactly a rare shape. Paige glanced up, catching her stare. Eve averted her gaze, pretended she was looking at something else, but... I got it in college, said Paige, before I met Thomas. She was looking at Eve, but it sounded more like she was talking to her boys, justifying her past. Charlie tilted her head, not following. The tattoo, Paige clarified, pointing at her neck. Charlie squinted, struggling to make out the faded image. A circle, she said. Laser removal? Paige nodded. Painful? Paige nodded again. Charlie held up her left hand, turned it to show, on her index knuckle, an inverted black triangle tattoo. My 17-year-old self thought this was a great idea. Paige smiled tersely, not thrilled to have something in common with Charlie. Kai, poking at his food, asked, Why'd you get it? Charlie shrugged. Just wanted a tattoo. Newton squinted through his round glasses and asked, Do you regret it? Charlie considered the question. Regret's a part of life, she said. Kai snorted. Yeah, I'd regret a choice like that too. Before Charlie could respond, Paige cut in. Kai, if you don't have anything nice to say... Yeah, okay. He waved a dismissive hand. Paige bristled. Watch your attitude. Kai rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, okay? Don't apologize to me. Paige gestured at Charlie. He faced her. I'm sorry if your feelings got hurt. Charlie glanced at Eve, a vaguely amused, this little shit smirk on her face. She turned back to Kai. I'll recover. Eve, desperate to avoid any more escalation, changed the subject. So, how did you and Thomas meet? Paige opened her mouth to answer when Thomas entered the room. Eve was almost startled by his sudden appearance. He stepped up to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to his wife. She looked at him, awaiting the verdict on Jenny. He shrugged. No luck. I told you so. Paige shut her eyes, held something back. Stubborn kid, huh? Charlie took another sip of wine. Didn't get it from me, he joked. Paige actually sort of smiled at that. But Thomas picked up his fork, plunged it into a piece of chicken, and... Thomas? Her smile evaporated.
Oh, right.
He looked at Eve.
Is it okay if we say a quick prayer before dinner?
Eve floundered.
It's your house, he added. Wouldn't want to impose.
Charlie seemed about to step in when... That's okay, Eve relented. Raised in a religious household, she never really had a problem with prayer. However, it had been nearly a decade since she'd said grace before a meal. A whole decade? Despite all the years gone by, the remnants of religion had clung to her like a strange aftertaste. Technically, Eve had stopped believing at 17 years old, but her faith had limped on well into her 20s, like staying in an obviously doomed marriage because, hey, maybe things will turn around eventually. Now, in her early 30s, faith was demoted to passing conversations and bad dreams. All these years later, and she was still having nightmares about Judgment Day. Go figure. One in particular always came up. She'd find herself standing in line at the gates of heaven. It always looked different. Sometimes, just like the paintings, majestic clouds, pearly gates. Other times, a hole-in-the-wall pub, downtown streets, neon lights. Either way, Jesus was there, minding the entrance, usually rocking a tie-dyed t-shirt and cargo pants. When it was Eve's turn to be let in, he'd look at her, confused.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Eve Palmer, she would say. He'd glance at a list, reply,
Nobody here by that name.
Then look back up.
Are you sure you're in the right place?
Before she could answer, the ground would always open up, and she would plummet into the depths of hell, her body shredding into endless bloody ribbons until she jolted awake in a cold sweat. No residual trauma here. Thomas clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. His whole family followed suit. He cleared his throat, let a moment of thoughtful silence pass, and then,
Good food, good meat, good God, let's eat.
The boys chuckled. Thomas opened his eyes, grabbed his fork, and, Thomas, Paige hissed.
Right, he said. Amen.
He cracked another smile that was not returned. Instead, Paige clasped her hands together and, without saying a word, ordered the two boys to do the same. They obeyed. But Thomas hesitated, his hand still wrapped around his fork, which was stuck in a wedge of chicken. After a tense moment, he relented. Now they all bowed their heads again, eyes closed, hands clasped. Heavenly Father, Paige began, thank you for watching over us as we travel across your country. Thank you for providing all our needs and leading us into a new life. Thank you to our gracious hosts who have welcomed us into their home. Thank you for... As she went on, Eve looked around. The two boys' heads were dutifully bowed, eyes shut. But Thomas, his eyes were open. Open and staring blankly at the meal before him. Between this, the curse words, and the mocking prayer, Eve suspected he might not be religious at all. Part of her felt sorry for him. She wondered if he'd always been faithless, or if he was an ex-Christian. For Eve, losing her faith way back in high school was hard enough. A world-shattering rug pull. She couldn't imagine how hard it would have been to lose it even older, especially being married to someone like Paige. Forever and ever. Amen. Paige opened her eyes, unclasped her hands, and surveyed her surroundings as if waking from a peaceful dream. Amen, said the boys. Amen, Eve mumbled. Another childhood reflex revived. Charlie shot her a sly look, then turned to Thomas. You want a drink? She held up the bottle. His eyes went to Paige, then back to the wine. He shook his head.
We don't drink.
Wise choice, said Charlie, setting the bottle down. Paige, in silent agreement, took a sip of water, the ice cubes clinking in her glass. She lifted her fork and began to eat, taking dry, puckering bites as if testing the food for poison. Everyone ate in silence for a few moments until Charlie said, "So, you guys are moving?"
"Mm-hmm,"
said Thomas, mouth full of food.
"Minnesota."
"That's a long way," said Charlie. Thomas nodded.
"I was offered a professorship in Duluth."
"Oh?" Charlie said. "I have some family out there. What school?"
"Denman,"
Thomas said. "Huh. Not familiar." Charlie took another bite. "I'm sure it's a great university, though." "It's a community college," Paige interjected, a hint of resentment in her voice. "Not a university." Thomas clicked his tongue and went back to eating. "What are you teaching?" asked Charlie.
"Photography, composition, and darkroom development."
Charlie's eyes brightened a little. "What do you shoot on?"
"Nikon F2. You into photography?"
"I used to dabble."
"Used to?"
Charlie gave a little shrug. "Don't have the time anymore."
"Well, when you did, was it film or digital?"
"Film, always. Digital doesn't hit the same." Thomas nodded in agreement.
"There's just something about knowing it was shot on film," he said. "Wish more people felt that way. I used to run a photo lab back home. Digital pretty much wiped us out, and..."
He trailed off, regret forming in the creases of his face.
"Anyway,"
he tapped his knuckles twice against the table.
"Onward, upward."
Clearing his throat, he changed the topic.
"How do you two like it up here in the boonies?"
Charlie weighed the question. "The quiet is nice, but takes some getting used to." Thomas nodded again.
"It's one of the few things I miss about this place. Meet any of the neighbors yet?"
Charlie shook her head. "Not yet." Right then, Charlie's phone pinged, a techno jingle of Beethoven's Fifth. She pulled it out and frowned. "You guys got winter tires?"
"Hmm?"
She held up the screen. On it was a warning. "Alert. Storm forecasted for tonight. Winter tires recommended."
"We'll be fine,"
Thomas said. Charlie tucked her phone away. "There's some tire chains up in the attic."
"We'll be fine," he insisted. "I lived in Maine for 5 years."
More silence trudged by until, out of nowhere, Paige turned to Eve and said, "Are you married?" "What, us?" Paige nodded. Charlie almost scoffed. "Nope." Paige nodded again, as if to say, "I expected as much." "Are you religious?" she asked, still looking at Eve. "Me?" Eve said. "No, not really. I mean, I used to be." Paige settled back in her chair. "I only ask because I noticed a Bible in the living room." "Oh, that was a gift from my parents." It was a leather-bound, burgundy King James Bible. Eve's full legal name was inscribed on the spine in gold lettering. Evelyn Patricia Palmer. She barely remembered unpacking it, let alone placing it in the living room. But she was going to eventually. After all, her parents were coming to visit in a couple of months. They'd long accepted their only child was no longer religious. But hey, at least she kept a Bible around in case of emergencies. Now, Paige interrogated her much the same way her parents used to. "Do you still go to church?" Eve looked at Charlie, tempted to seek her help. Normally, Charlie would have jumped in by now, but a few weeks ago, Eve insisted she could fend for herself. She didn't always need a heroine to swoop in and save the day. Charlie held back. Eve shifted her weight. No, not anymore. Paige blinked, disapproving. Well, Eve backtracked. Sometimes on Christmas. Charlie side-eyed her. Are you seeking approval? Smiling tightly, Paige jabbed a fork into a piece of chicken and began cutting at it with a steak knife. What about them? Who? Your parents. Do they still go to church? They do. What denomination? Protestant? Paige's eyes flickered to Charlie, then back to Eve. And they're aware? Eve cleared her throat. Of what? Paige glanced at her sons as if the following words might be too much for their innocent ears. Aware of you and your partners. Paige's mind shuffled, almost audibly, through a wheel of phrases until it landed on lifestyle choices. Eve let out a short laugh that echoed around the room, nervous, brittle. Again, Charlie seemed just about ready to jump in, but still she held back. Paige remained silent, waiting for an answer. Kai, the smug bastard, looked rather entertained by it all. Newton just stared straight ahead, silent, disassociating. And Thomas? He looked more uncomfortable than the rest of the room combined, his mouth open, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Eve turned back to Paige. My parents know. And they accept it? Eve was about to respond, but Charlie, chewing on a mouthful of mashed potatoes, interrupted. What about yours? She asked, staring straight at Paige. Paige looked at her. Excuse me? Your parents, Charlie said. They know about your lifestyle choices? Paige furrowed her brow. I don't understand what you're getting at. Charlie remained silent, reveling in the awkwardness. Unlike Eve, she actually enjoyed this kind of conflict, sometimes even sought it out. Right now, Charlie had her kid gloves on. If Paige kept pressing, things would get ugly. Look, Paige relented. I'm sorry if you misunderstood, but it's not exactly Paige. Thomas finally intervened. That's enough. She looked at him, then stared at Charlie. Dead silence. Charlie held her gaze, didn't break eye contact, didn't say a word. There was a spark of fire in Charlie's eyes, a spark that made Eve a little scared. A look that dared Paige to keep on talking. Seconds dragged by like minutes until, at last, Paige looked away and returned to eating, acting like nothing had happened. Sweet relief washed over Eve. Charlie settled back into her chair, disappointed. She'd wanted a fight, and if Eve hadn't been there, she would have gone at it until Paige started crying. I was only curious, Paige added, somewhat talking to herself. I didn't mean to offend anyone. It's okay, said Eve, reflexively switching into caretaker mode. Somehow, she felt responsible for the whole ordeal, her default reaction to most conflict. Even when the event was completely out of her control, even when the other party was blatantly overstepping her bounds, she always found a way to blame herself. Always felt this nagging sense of guilt for everything, as if her very existence was a violation of some stone-etched decree. Right then, a blistering gust of wind hit the windows. The house lights flickered, and a quick succession of tiny blackouts rippled around the room like dominoes. Outside, a groaning creak preceded a thunderous boom. Holy smokes, said Thomas, all too happy to change the topic.
That sounded like a tree.
He looked over his shoulder, out the window.
Hopefully the power holds up.
He turned back.
Went down all the time when I was a kid.
He gave a nervous laugh and looked at Eve.
You guys have a backup generator, right?
Eve nodded. Yeah. Before Thomas could respond, a familiar little voice cut in. Sorry. Everyone turned to see, standing in the middle of the kitchen, clothes stained with basement dust, Jenny. Thomas sprang to his feet, hurried over, held her by the shoulders. And barely 2 seconds into his scolding, she burst into sobbing, kept saying, Sorry, sorry, sorry. Paige spoke over her. Words without changed behavior mean nothing. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Jenny, she snapped. Her daughter fell silent, face streaked with tears. She looked up and, one last time, whispered a meek, Sorry.
Don't ever do that again, Thomas said. You could have gotten hurt.
Jenny nodded, her head bobbing up and down. Eve caught a glimpse of her hands, red marks on her palms, probably from pulling on the dumbwaiter rope. We should get going, Paige said, before the roads get any worse. Thomas murmured agreement.
Let's help them clean up first.
It's fine, Eve practically blurted out. We can handle it.
You sure?
He looked at Charlie. We're good, Charlie affirmed. Jenny, face still red from crying, chimed in. I lost my pen. Everyone looked at her. In the basement, she added. I dropped it somewhere. Paige sighed. We are not sending down another search party. Jenny looked like she was about to burst into tears all over again. Eve jumped in. Tomorrow, I can look around for it. Mail it out to you guys if I find it. At this point, she was just saying whatever she could to get them out the door.
That won't be needed, said Thomas.
Jenny made a loud sniffing sound.
We'll get you a new one, Thomas added.
Jenny nodded, despondent. At last, Eve watched as the family huddled back into the foyer, pulling on their winter coats, preparing to leave. But she wouldn't let herself feel any relief until they were all outside, far out of view.
Thanks again,
said Thomas, helping Jenny put her coat on. He looked at Eve and said,
So much for 15 minutes tops, huh?
She didn't even fake a smile.
Okay.
He swept his eyes around, doing one last head count, talking to himself.
All your favorites are here. Faust family is ready to go.
He opened the door and motioned them outside. As the last of them filed out, he turned back to Eve, gave a little wave, and said,
Have a good one.
Thanks, Eve replied, giving him her first real smile of the night. And then, praise the Lord above, the door clicked shut. Eve rushed over, locked it, and braced her back against it. A bit of an overreaction, sure. Regardless, she and Charlie were alone at last. She peered out the blinds and watched the family descend the porch, cross the yard, trudge onto the gravel laneway, and disappear from sight. Holy fucking Luya. But as she lingered by the window, she couldn't shake the sense that something was off. The same feeling she used to get during morning commutes. A nagging suspicion that something important had been left behind. Keys? Wallet? Then it hit her. It was what Thomas had said, right before he was about to leave the first time.
Have you ever noticed anything
strange? Was that the word he didn't get a chance to say? More than the question itself, his look of suppressed embarrassment stood out. Eve had assumed he was about to tell her a ghost story or something paranormal. The fact he was reluctant, if not ashamed, to do so, made it all the more compelling. Throughout her life, she'd heard many stories about encounters with ghosts and the unexplained. She half believed some, disbelieved most. But before Thomas, there was one thing they all had in common. One thing that made her doubt. The people who told them were always far too eager to share. There was always a twinkle in the would-be storyteller's eyes, a visible spark. A look that said, "Well, do I have a tale for you?" Whatever their motivation, they were simply way too keen to have any sort of credibility. Even the ones who started their stories with, "I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that," but deep down, Eve sensed they all wanted it to be true. Desperately wanted to tell anyone who would listen. Like this ridiculous story her Uncle Benji had told more than a dozen times. And every time he shared it, he had that twinkle in his eye, that spark of excitement as he talked about the yellow-eyed, humanoid, winged monstrosity. He said he'd been out hiking in the La Salle Mountains of Utah. The sun was setting, golden light, long shadows. In the distance, he saw the shape of something, crouched in the branches. There was a menace to its posture, he would say, predatory-like. As he stepped closer, his foot snapped a twig, and the thing's head swung toward him, yellow eyes wide open. "We both froze," Uncle Benji said, reenacting the scene as he slowly reached toward his coat pocket. "I didn't have my gun on me, so I went for my camera. Figured if I'm gonna die, folks may as well know what got me. And then, just as I pulled it out, the creature shrieked like a ring wraith, leapt from the trees, swooped over my head, and whoosh, disappeared into the darkness. Vanished into thin air, literally just gone." At this point in his story, depending on how many beers deep he was, Uncle Benji would sometimes stretch his arms out and imitate the screeching sound, a shrill wail. "It had arms and hands," he would say, holding up his own as if the audience might not be familiar with the concept. As a child, and even into her early teens, Eve believed with all her heart that Uncle Benji had seen a demon, Mothman, or something in between. And, in her defense, his story had come with proof. A blurry photo he'd snapped with his disposable camera. A photo he carried in his wallet, and, at the climax of his story, just before people had a chance to raise their doubts, he would pull it out like an ace in the hole. To a young Eve, the image was quite frightening. A blurry 4x6 glossy of something, admittedly humanoid in shape, with blinding yellow eyes soaring through the trees. Not exactly proof of anything, but when it came to spooky stories, this shred of evidence certainly put Uncle Benji above the rest. But then, he made the mistake of telling the story in front of Charlie Bastian. At the crescendo, right on cue, he pulled out the photo and held it up for all to see. Charlie, barely looking up from her meal, said, "That's a great horned owl." Uncle Benji, not used to being challenged, flipped the photo back, blinked, and squinted. "I've seen a heck of a lot of owls. That ain't one," Charlie went on. "You were down in Utah?" "Uh-huh." "Yeah, they're pretty common there." His face grew redder. He turned the photo back to her, thrust his arm across the table. "But its body is long and slender. Humanoid." Charlie narrowed her eyes. "Overexposed," she said. "The camera stretches out moving objects." With a pinky finger, she pointed to the corner of the image. "See there? The trees. Stretched out." Uncle Benji flipped it over, studied it. His eyes darted back and forth like he was reading an unexpected court summons.
But the
Screeching? She interrupted.
Owls screech, especially when they feel threatened. They're loud, she went on. Sounds like bloody murder.
She pulled out her phone with one hand and brought up a YouTube video. Sure enough, the owl made a shrill, screeching sound, just like the one Uncle Benji had often imitated. He deflated, his drunken face filled with a slow realization as he sank back into his chair, peering down at the photo on his lap. He looked like a little kid who'd just learned the truth about old Saint Nick. Eve felt bad for him, but Charlie, as usual, didn't care. After that dinner, Eve had pulled her aside and, uncharacteristically, called her out. You didn't have to do that in front of everybody. Charlie blinked at her, not following.
Do what?
Humiliate Uncle Benji? She clarified. Charlie scoffed.
He did a pretty good job of that himself.
Charlie,
Eve, he's a grown man who thinks a blurry photo is proof of demons. I did him a solid.
Yeah,
But what?
Never mind. Eve dropped it. And that was the last time Uncle Benji shared his story of the yellow-eyed monster. All that to say, Thomas, unlike Uncle Benji, had not seemed eager to share whatever he was holding back. In Eve's estimation, that lent him a certain credibility. Now she'd have to forever wonder what kind of ghost story that guy was stowing away. She reckoned it was a meager sacrifice on the altar of peace and solitude. But when she rounded the corner, Charlie was standing in the living room, phone in hand, face filled with bad news. Eve's heart sank. She already knew what had happened. Still, Charlie held up the screen. Due to severe weather conditions, the Kettle Creek Bridge has been closed. Mo yawned again. Called it.
Doc_B07 Procedure. Description from Wikipedia entry on laser tattoo removal. Laser tattoo removal is a painful process that often takes 1 to 2 years, and even then, the results are not guaranteed. Multiple sessions, commonly spaced 8 to 10 weeks apart, are always required. Even after years of treatment, a faint imprint is often visible, and some scarring remains.
Refuge. Charlie told the family they'd be sleeping in the upstairs study, using sofa cushions for bedding. Really, she was just telling them to leave us the fuck alone. Thomas took the hint.
We'll stay out of your way,
he said, his face filled with, I am so sorry about this. At the very least, they were all grateful, apologetic. Even Kai. Eve supposed she could handle one night of strangers under the roof. Besides, the weather was set to clear by sunrise. Still, she deserved some kind of medal, or maybe a story in the local paper. Heroic pagans shelter religious fanatics from winter storm. Either way, this family would be gone first thing in the morning.
You sure about that?
Eve slapped an imaginary piece of duct tape onto Mo's mouth, shoved him into a closet, and barricaded the door. With the family retired upstairs, Eve and Charlie were, once again, alone at last. They shared a blanket on the living room couch, Shiloh curled up at their feet. Fireplace warmth filled the room, keeping the cold at bay, warding off shadows. Its soft crackling peppered the silence, hypnotic, soothing. Charlie had leaned forward to grab a bottle of wine off the coffee table when her eyes caught the hammer and bent nails from before. She looked at Eve. I took out the nails, Eve explained.
From above the fireplace?
Yeah.
What?
Charlie leaned back. That's where I was going to hang our crucifix. Eve smiled. Stop. So, Charlie twisted a corkscrew into the bottle. What do you think of our new roomies? Eve hesitated. Something feels off. No shit. Charlie popped the cork. Paige is a real saint. Eve shook her head. No, well, yes, but there's something else. She fell silent, her mind again running through all the strange events. The ill-timed storm, the trail of ants, the way Thomas had stood in the cellar, the weird vibes. Something else? Charlie nudged. Eve sighed, reluctant to say more, but I just feel like something's wrong. I need specifics. Okay, fine, Eve relented. When you were gone, Thomas and I went down to the basement to search for Jenny. We split up, looked around a little. Eventually, I rounded this corner and came across him just standing there, blocking the only way out. Back turned. I tried calling his name like 3 times until he finally snapped out of it. He blamed it on bad hearing, but... Charlie blinked at her, waiting for more. But that was it. She cleared her throat. He was standing with his back turned, and he didn't hear you? I know, but it was the way he was standing. Like, arms straight to his sides, flashlight pointed at the ground. As if... Eve paused. As if he was frozen solid. She tensed up her body to show. Uh-huh, said Charlie. There was more than a hint of skepticism in her tone. Skepticism that Eve had to admit was warranted. After all, when it came to blowing things out of proportion, Eve had a long and storied track record. Like the Redwoods incident. This time when, during a camping trip, she'd been absolutely convinced a murderous bear was lurking outside their tent. In a panic, she'd shaken awake a half-drunk, sleep-deprived Charlie and urged her to investigate. Turned out the bear was just 2 bushes swaying in a breeze. An optical illusion. And that was only one example of many. In short, Eve was the type to blame a bump in the night on the Zodiac killer. Vigilant to a fault. Still, Eve crossed her arms, not finished yet. Also, just before they were about to leave the first time, Thomas, he started asking me if we'd ever seen anything. Then he got interrupted. Palpably underwhelmed, Charlie filled her wine glass. And you think he had a ghost story? I don't know, maybe. He just, whatever it was, it didn't seem like he wanted to tell me. Like he was embarrassed. So, he looked embarrassed to tell you a ghost story? Eve threw up her hands. I know it sounds stupid out loud, but... She trailed off, grumpy. Hey, Charlie set a hand on her shoulder. It's okay. What do you think? Eve asked. About the family? Yeah. Charlie took a small sip of wine and handed it to Eve. Then she grabbed herself a beer off the table, cracked it open. I mean, Paige aside, they seem pretty unremarkable. Or at the very least, I doubt they're gonna murder us in our sleep. Eve didn't laugh. She was too busy thinking, searching for an answer to a question she didn't know. She stared into the fire, as if the solution might be hidden in the embers, conjured up in red, flickering letters. But of course, there was only fire, smoke, and ash. I never should have invited them in, she thought aloud. Charlie scoffed. You think they're vampires? No. Eve paused, tilting her head. Maybe. Charlie smirked and took a swig of beer. Would have been a quick night if I answered the door.
Hello, miss.
Eve pretended to be Thomas.
Can we come in?
Nope. Roll credits, Eve snorted. Just then, a shiny glint caught her eye. An oval locket connected to a thin brass chain around Charlie's neck. How hadn't she noticed it before? What's that? Asked Eve. It's a necklace. Ha! Charlie held it up and flicked it open. Inside was a photograph. A blurry picture of Eve, hiding her face behind one hand, shooing away the camera with the other. Eve remembered the exact moment it had been taken. When they first started dating, Eve had been notoriously camera shy. Still was. Charlie often joked that there were less than 0 photos of her in existence. And believe it or not, it was almost true. Aside from driver's licenses and the blurry backgrounds of parties and family get-togethers, Eve had somehow managed to avoid most cameras since her early 20s. But one day, about 6 months into their relationship, they went for a hike up Balry Mountain. At the top, Charlie, wielding a 35mm Pentax, snuck up from behind. But Eve, seeing her at the last second, turned away, holding up a hand and hiding her face. Close call. Charlie clicked the locket shut. The only known photo of Eve Palmer. When did you get it? Today, in town. She shrugged. Kinda cheesy, huh? No, I think it's sweet, said Eve. Charlie was never the sentimental type, but Eve was always a big sap, so the surprise, cheesy or not, was a welcome one. Their eyes locked for a long moment. Charlie set a hand on the side of Eve's face, leaned in closer, and then Shiloh whimpered. The dog stood at the far end of the room, tail straight, nose pointed toward the foyer. Shiloh? The dog let out a low growl, punctuated by another short whine. She slunk away and cowered behind the couch. From the foyer, a gentle knock echoed. Is somebody at the door? Charlie got up and marched over, Eve in tow. They rounded the corner. The front door was wide open, swaying in the breeze, bumping against the wall. Rhythmic. Knock, knock, knock. Snow was drifting in, collecting on the hardwood, an oblong square. In a huff, Charlie went over and started to shut the door before stopping halfway. She narrowed her eyes, peering out into the wintry black. The hell? She motioned Eve over. Kneeling in the middle of the yard, obscured by shadow. Thomas, hunched over, shaking. Charlie called out, "Thomas?" But her voice was drowned by the wind. She stepped onto the porch. A motion light snapped on, casting a harsh wedge of fluorescent glow across the yard. Over Thomas. He was dressed in night clothes, a baggy shirt and sweatpants. Snow clung to his hair, pooled on his shoulders, his skin. How long has he been out here? "Thomas?" Charlie tried once more. Again, he didn't respond. Didn't even look at them. Is he even awake? Wasting no more time, Charlie pulled on her winter boots and jacket and stomped out toward him. Eve followed suit. As they approached, she could see his face was red, streaked with tears. His hands were clenched over his mouth, as if trying to keep unspeakable horrors from writhing out. And his eyes, bloodshot, wide, were filled with terror. The kind of dread that spread like fire. Contagion. He began to whimper, the words slipping between his fingers, frantic. "No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. His voice was childlike, high-pitched with fear.
I didn't know. I didn't mean to.
Thomas! Charlie bellowed. His head swung toward them. His hands fell to his sides, dangling like the limbs of a marionette. Then, in an instant, he snapped out of it. His terrified expression transformed to bewildered confusion.
Where am... How did I...
He looked around, breath short.
Where's my...
Thomas, you were sleepwalking, said Charlie, assuming the most rational explanation. He blinked at her, still catching his breath, still disoriented.
Where?
Let's get you out of the cold.
Where's Allison?
He said, half to himself.
She was just...
He looked back, out toward the dark trees, and fell silent. His breathing began to quicken. It looked like he was about to have a panic attack. That, or he was already in the middle of one. Charlie moved over and gently grabbed his shoulders, looked him in the eyes. Just breathe in, she said. Breathe out, okay? You're okay. You were only sleepwalking. Just a nightmare. Breathe in. He drew in a deep breath. Breathe out. He exhaled. Breathe in, Charlie repeated. Breathe out. She'd done the same thing with Eve many times, pulling her back from the brink of countless panic attacks. After a few more breaths, Thomas calmed.
I'm sorry.
He glanced around, a vague sense of relief filling his eyes. His family hadn't witnessed the scene. He looked up at Charlie.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. You're good. She helped him to his feet and threw her jacket over his shoulders. Let's get you inside. As Charlie led him to the house, Eve stayed behind. Her eyes scanned the trees, the columns of dark between the snow-stained trunks. It was a sight that made her feel watched, made her feel like something might be waiting out there. Something worse than death.
Eve?
Charlie called out. Eve looked over her shoulder. Thomas and Charlie were shuffling onto the porch, outlined by the glare of the motion light. Charlie tilted her head.
You coming?
Doc_A21, Sleep. Description. Excerpt from Parasomnia and the Collective Unconscious, an unpublished manuscript by Tanya F. Bauer. Sleep paralysis. Often confused with night terrors, this is a phenomenon that generally occurs at the REM sleep stage. During an episode, a subject feels fully awake, but is unable to speak or move. Under normal circumstances, our brains temporarily disconnect motor neurons during REM sleep to prevent us from physically acting out our dreams. In sleep paralysis, however, this disconnection continues even when a person is fully conscious, resulting in an inability to move. It is often accompanied by vivid and disturbing hallucinations, leading to a sense of dread, imminent death, and/or a malignant presence in the room. Note, there are themes in these hallucinations that have persisted across history, culture, and language. Imagery dates back thousands of years. Most common, shadowy figures, black cats, and a man in a wide-brimmed hat. And the bizarreness of these hallucinations cannot be understated. One subject reported waking every night to see a cardboard cutout of her deceased father standing in the corner of her room. An old woman would be hunched behind the cutout, hiding, stifling laughter. Each time the patient took a breath, the old woman moved the cardboard cutout a little closer. This would continue until the old woman stood right at the patient's bedside, at which point the patient would wake, screaming. Upon further testing, this patient showed mild signs of hypoxic brain damage from lack of oxygen. More tests revealed she was suffering from severe sleep apnea, repeated interruptions of breathing during sleep. Once the patient was treated for sleep apnea, The sleep paralysis episodes became less frequent.
Old house. Back inside, Thomas was slumped in the armchair by the fire, a blanket draped over his shoulders. He was still getting his bearings, warming from the cold. His gaze swept the walls, landed in the far corner, and held there. Memories clouded his eyes. Melancholic, bittersweet. He looked at Eve and Charlie. They were sitting on the couch across from him, concerned. His eyes dropped to the beer in Charlie's hand. "You want one?" she asked, reading his mind.
That...
He hesitated.
That would be great.
Charlie pushed herself off the couch and headed for the kitchen. As she slipped out of view, Thomas turned to Eve. He looked embarrassed, ashamed even.
"Sorry I frightened you back there,"
he said. "No," Eve shook her head. "It's okay. I was just worried." An understatement, but it seemed to make him feel better. He rubbed his jaw with the back of his hand.
"Haven't done that since I was a kid."
"Sleepwalking?" He nodded.
"Used to have night terrors, too."
He settled back into his chair, the glow of the fire spilling out over his face.
Parents told me it was caused by demons, so that didn't really help either.
Charlie strode back in and handed him an open beer.
"Thank you."
He smiled.
"Might help me sleep."
He took a swig. Sitting next to Eve, Charlie said, "Caused by demons?" She'd only caught the tail end of the conversation.
"Night terrors," he said. "Sleepwalking. My parents said it was Satan, trying to drag me down into the fires of hell."
He chuckled bitterly. Charlie frowned. "Jesus."
"That's right," said Thomas. "They told me if I called on the name of the Lord, the devil would flee." "Did you?"
Thomas said.
"Call on the Lord's name?"
Charlie nodded.
"Every single time."
"Did it work?" Charlie asked, already knowing the answer. Thomas's eyes flicked to hers, fire reflected in the corners.
"Once or twice."
He looked away, scratched his nose.
"Funny thing is, in high school, when I finally learned what actually caused my sleep disorders, misfiring neurons, it all just..."
He did a flourishing gesture, like a magician making a coin disappear.
"It all just went away."
He tilted his bottle toward the foyer.
"Like I said, that was the first episode I've had in decades. Familiar environment triggering old habits, I guess."
Charlie nodded in silent agreement. Occam's razor. He'd taken the explanation right out of her head. More silence filled the room. Another of those soundless nothings in which no one knew what to say. Thomas stared down at the floor and took a sip of beer.
"Sleepwalking in the snow,"
he mused, half to himself.
"When I was a kid," he pointed up, "they found me on the roof once, swinging a broom around. Still don't know how I got up there, but thank God they found me before, you know."
He drank some more.
"Maybe I used the broom to fly up there."
Eve laughed politely. Thomas fidgeted, twisted his wedding band.
"Oh, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell my family about any of that out there."
He looked toward the foyer.
"I don't want to worry them."
"Of course," Charlie said. Thomas turned from the fire.
"Anyway," he said, "I'll see myself back to bed."
After a few more glugs of beer, he got up, started to leave, and... "Wait," said Eve, almost blurting it out. Both Thomas and Charlie looked at her, puzzled. Eve went on, morbid curiosity taking the wheel. Earlier, you asked me if I ever noticed anything.
Oh,
He nodded.
if you'd ever noticed anything weird around the house. It's nothing.
He waved a hand, his face flushed.
It's nothing.
He started to leave again, but,
Wait,
Charlie said.
now I'm curious.
With a sigh, he turned back.
It's just odd things happened here when I was a kid, that's all.
What kind of things? Despite her skepticism, Charlie was actually a fan of paranormal stories. Not because she believed in them. No, it was because of what they said about the storyteller. They revealed truths about human nature and misperception. Thomas shrugged.
I mean, I don't think it's haunted.
He hesitated. Again, Eve felt his reluctance. She was about to tell him it was okay, he didn't have to share, but then he said,
Have you?
Have we what? Charlie asked.
Noticed anything strange about the place? I mean, aside from the usual quirks.
Eve and Charlie shared a look. No, Charlie answered. Disappointment flashed across Thomas's face, as if their common experience might have validated whatever the hell he had been through. Of course, even before tonight, Eve did have moments here. Fleeting sensations of impending doom, being watched, followed. But that was par for the course wherever she went. Normal anxiety stuff. Thomas glanced over his shoulder, once again confirming they were alone. He trudged back and sat down. After a long silence, he began.
I was around 8 years old when this happened. We'd been living here for the better half of a decade, no incidents, not even a bump in the night. But we had this coat rack in the foyer, painted white. One of those old Victorian ones with the hooked arms.
He held up his hands, making a crooked U shape to show.
One day, my sister Allison, about 14 at the time, started asking where it came from. She'd never seen it before. We told her it had always been there, and she agreed, but she was certain it had been a light gray, not white. When everyone, me, our parents, assured her it was always white, she let it go. The whole little incident was written off as a case of the gets.
The gets? Charlie inquired.
Forgetfulness, he clarified. Misidentification. After all, light gray and white are quite similar. We even laughed about it later that day, but...
He tapped a finger on the armrest, a twitchy, off-kilter movement.
The next morning, Allison claimed a painting had appeared on her wall. At first, she was just annoyed. She'd assumed one of us had put it there while she slept. A bad joke. But no one took credit. Like the coat rack, this painting had always been there. Hell, our own mother had painted it years before.
He rubbed a thumb into the back of his hand, leaving behind white marks that filled with red as the blood returned.
With alarming speed, he went on, things got worse. Much worse. She insisted the wallpaper was changing, the floors, furniture, even the layout of the house. Old rooms vanished, new ones appeared, and all the while, she was the only one who could see it.
He paused.
Of course, our parents should have taken her to a psychiatrist, a doctor, gotten her real help.
Thomas inhaled, let out another sigh.
Allison believed something in the house, or the house itself, was toying with her, altering her reality, bit by bit. and our parents, they did nothing to dissuade her of that belief. In fact, they all but encouraged it. Said it was the work of the devil. After all, if Lucifer was responsible for my sleep disorders, why not this?
He set his jaw.
Just like with me, they told her to pray, to invoke Jesus' name. When that didn't work, they accused her of doubting the Lord, allowing the devil into our home. In their eyes, it was her fault. Then they caught her carving those symbols, like the one from under the banister.
Charlie raised an eyebrow. Thomas, remembering she hadn't been there earlier, added,
"You'll find them around the house."
With his index finger, he drew an invisible circle in the air, then added the intersecting lines.
Furious, my father asked her what they were, why she was carving them. But she wouldn't answer. She literally wouldn't say a word about it. So he assumed it was paganism, or something worse, and they punished her. Wouldn't let her leave the house, not even for church. And that's when...
He trailed off yet again, gravely silent.
Her core memories began to change. People she'd known all her life became strangers, and strangers became familiar.
Familiar. The word plunged into the depths of Eve's mind, breached the gray matter, and, like a parasitic worm, burrowed a home there. Thomas shifted his weight, uncomfortable.
Almost overnight, he said, Allison believed that our parents had been altered. According to her, even their names, their personalities, their pasts were different. Eventually, she thought everyone around her was an imposter, that the real versions of us had somehow been replaced. So, she tested us, asked us questions about the past, desperate to know if we were actually her family or, well, you get the idea. She begged us to believe her, to save her, but
He cleared his throat.
Sometimes I feel responsible for what happened. I know I was only 8. I feel like I could have done more. Could have gotten her real help.
He rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb.
I guess I thought coming back here might bring me some sort of closure, but...
He tugged at his sleeve and turned to the fire. Its pallid glow cast black shadows across his solemn features.
And if I'm being honest, every now and then, over the years, I've wondered if there was something else going on. If maybe Allison was right. Maybe something truly incomprehensible happened here.
He looked around.
But coming back, it's just an old house.
He looked to Charlie and Eve, his eyes apologizing for the dark story. They remained quiet, half expecting him to say something more, but that was it, loose ends and all. Eve and Charlie glanced at each other, now feeling more than a little guilty for nudging him to share. But in their defense, they hadn't expected a story about a tragic descent into madness. Still, Eve fought back the urge to interrogate further. She wanted to know more. Know what happened, where his sister ended up. Charlie said, "It wasn't your fault. You were just a kid." Thomas nodded, appreciating the words but not accepting them. His eyes wandered to the empty spot above the fireplace mantel. He stared at the blank wall for a somber moment, then looked away. His face twitched, a barely perceptible movement beneath his right eye.
Anyway, I should get some sleep.
He pushed himself to stand.
Thank you both for calming me down, letting me vent.
Of course, said Charlie. Grateful, he drifted out of the room, into the foyer and back upstairs. Charlie waited until his footsteps receded into quiet. Jesus Christ, she said. A growing knot was forming in Eve's chest. Why would he come back here? Eve mused aloud. Charlie shrugged.
People cope in different ways.
I guess. After another short silence, what do you think happened with his sister?
Definitely some kind of psychosis,
Charlie said. Of course. The possibility of anything supernatural hadn't even broached her stratosphere. Not even for a second. Where do you think she ended up? Eve asked.
With parents like that? Nowhere good.
Eve settled back into her seat, her eyes fixed on the fire once more. Charlie stretched out her arms and rose to stand.
Anyway, we should pack it in, too.
Eve, still lost in rumination, nodded. When they retired upstairs, Shiloh was already waiting for them, curled up on the foot of the bed. Both Charlie and the dog dozed off within minutes, but Eve, with Thomas's story running through her mind, couldn't sleep. All the strangeness of the night was still rattling around in her head, everything replaying over and over. But slowly, despite her racing thoughts, Eve's eyes began to close, everything fading into murk until, finally, she fell into a much-needed slumber.
Run.
You have to hide. She scrambles through the dark, pushing through branches, weaving around trees. Behind her, voices call out, shouting, searching. They speak words she recognizes but doesn't understand. Sweeps of light cut through the woods, frantic. If they find her, they will drag her back to some terrible labyrinth. She trips, tumbling through dirt, branches, thorns. She crashes into a stony basin and clambers to her feet. Keep moving, keep running. They are almost upon her, light throwing shadows, contorted, flickering. She picks up speed, breaks into a clearing and lurches to a stop at the edge of a cliff. Hundreds of feet below, shallow water, jagged rocks. She looks back. The pursuers are near, fighting through the thicket. There is nowhere else to go. She jumps. The ground rushes up, eager to meet her. In one quick and terrible snap, everything turns to nothing. A pitch-black void. Once they're in, they never leave. The phrase repeats in her head, flitting with the sing-song rhythm of a deranged limerick. Once they're in, they never leave. A pale blue light forms in the distance. Once they're in, they never... Shut-eye. It was still dark out when Eve jolted awake, heart pounding. She'd been having a nightmare, but of what, she couldn't remember. Only the vague aftertaste of dread remained. She sat up and looked around. Both Charlie and Shiloh were still asleep. She slid her feet off the bed and rubbed her temples. Her head throbbed. Low, aching pulses like a distant war drum. Was she hungover? From 2 glasses of wine? Either way, she needed water. Out in the hallway, the door to the study was ajar. As Eve passed, she glanced inside. The family was sleeping, scattered across cushions and foam mattresses. Moonlight spilled in through the stained glass window, lending their skin a pallid hue of green and red. She descended the stairs. Down in the kitchen, Eve stood over the sink, sipping tap water from a dirty wine glass. The strangeness of last night was fading, and so was the storm outside. By sunrise, this family would be gone. The whole ordeal would become nothing more than a weird campfire story. The family with the sleepwalking father and the hide-and-seek daughter. Ready to return upstairs, Eve set down the glass, glided into the living room, and the basement door was cracked open. The rather innocuous sight triggered a flood of questions. Wasn't it closed before? Had Jenny snuck back down there to look for her pen? To hide? Please, God, not again. In a huff, Eve marched over and threw open the door. She gazed into the uninviting dark. A dim wedge of moonlight stretched downward, the blurry shadow of a swaying tree layered over the coarse brick. She called out, "Jenny!" Her voice tumbled down. No response. She was about to call out again when she remembered the two-part pattern, the one Thomas had used before. It was a long shot, but she reached up and rapped her knuckles against the frame. Da, 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 da. Lingering silence followed. No answer. With a shrug, she turned away and had slipped into the foyer when, behind her, around the corner, down at the bottom of the basement stairs, two hollow knocks echoed. Knuckles against dry wood. Jenny. Eve bolted back and slid around the corner. Almost falling, she caught her balance on the doorframe and peered down. Jenny? Squinting, she forced her eyes to adjust, but the shadows were stubborn. She was about to leave, go get a flashlight when, at the bottom of the stairs, a small silhouette, motionless, child-sized, shrouded by the shifting darkness. Jenny. Eve crouched, making herself smaller, the same way one did when trying to coax the attention of an unfamiliar cat. "Hey, Jenny," she said, almost whispering. "Do you think now would be a good time to come back upstairs?" Jenny remained silent, unmoving. Eve cleared her throat, changed strategy. "If you come back up, I bet your dad will tell you more secrets about the house." Jenny's head tilted, but otherwise, she remained motionless. Now, all Eve could see was the slightest glint of moonlight in the child's eyes. Two white flecks in a distant sea of black. There was something off about her stare. Almost like Jenny was trying to tell Eve something without saying a word. A long silence dragged by as Eve's eyes slowly adjusted, and Jenny wasn't blinking. 10, maybe 20 seconds had passed, and she hadn't blinked. Not once. Suddenly, as if in reaction to Eve's realization, the figure rose up to standing. It wasn't child-sized after all. It had only been hunched down. It rose to its full height. Over 6 feet tall. Slender. Gaunt. Eve, in one quick motion, jumped to her feet and slammed the door shut. She scrambled upstairs in a cold sweat. As she raced down the hall, she glanced into the study. The whole family was still there, still asleep. She burst into the main bedroom and shook Charlie awake. "What?" Charlie mumbled. "There's someone in the basement." Charlie blinked. "The kid?" "No, an adult." Charlie rubbed her eyes and pushed up to sit. "One of the parents?" "No." "In the basement?" Eve nodded. On the stairs. Charlie frowned. Is this another mistaking a bush for a black bear incident? She seemed to be thinking. Was it dark? Yeah. And you're sure it wasn't a trick of the light? Eve scoffed. I know what I saw. Okay, Charlie said, still unsure. Even Shiloh looked skeptical, curled up at the foot of the bed, one eyebrow raised. I'm spent, said Charlie, and still a little drunk. Can we figure this out when the sun's up? Charlie, there's a stranger in the basement. I know, I believe you, but not enough to look around half drunk in the pitch dark. Let's do it in the morning. That's only like... Charlie looked at an alarm clock. 3:27 a.m. A few hours away. Charlie, I'm serious. There was... Eve, I'll look when the sun is up, okay? Eve took a deep breath and let it out. Despite herself, she relented. Okay. Maybe Charlie was right? In her mind, Eve replayed the image of that figure rising to its feet. The brick walls, the shifting tree branch shadows. Now she was less certain of what she'd actually seen, and... No, there was no way that was a trick of the light. She opened her mouth, ready to try one more time, but her partner had already fallen back asleep. Charlie had this uncanny ability to doze off in seconds. Didn't matter the time or the circumstance. Earth-shaking construction next door? No sweat. Plane full of crying babies? Who cared? Girlfriend freaking out about a shadow person on the basement stairs? Good fucking night. Eve looked over her shoulder and peered into the hallway. She listened. Listened for the click of the basement door. The creak of floorboard footsteps. Anything. But there was only silence. Eve huffed, marched across the room, pushed the door shut and locked it, just in case. She sat up in bed after that, arms crossed, eyes glued to the door, vigilant. Whatever she'd seen, it hadn't been a trick of the light. This wasn't another Redwoods incident. Right? As the minutes crawled by, her eyelids started to grow heavy.
Doc_C04, Fire 1. Description: blurb from Rhode Island Daily Paper, date unknown. There was a fire at the Kent County Memorial Hospital around 9 a.m. today. Its origin has been traced to a shattered gas lantern found in the basement. The building was safely evacuated, and no lives were lost. At this time, police and fire have provided no further details. Doc_C05, Fire 2. Description: radio broadcast transcript from KCVN 90.5, date unknown. Good morning, folks. Authorities are still investigating the cause of a fire at Yale City Town Hall early this morning. As of now, foul play is not suspected, but the fire chief tells us he's unwilling to rule anything out. We'll be sure to keep you posted as more info comes in. For this and everything else, keep your dials tuned to KCVN.
Wake. A thin ray of sunlight crept up the walls, across the bed, and beamed into Eve's left eye. Turning away, she reached for Charlie, only for her arms to wrap around empty space. Charlie was gone, her side of the bed cold. Shiloh, however, was still curled up at the foot of the mattress, asleep. The dog whimpered, her legs twitching. A nightmare? Eve leaned forward and scratched her behind the ears. Her whining stopped, but she did not wake. Reclining back against the headboard, Eve crossed her arms. The storm had now subsided to a whispering breeze, ebbing swells. Aside from that, it was quiet. Had the family left already? She could only hope. With a languid stretch, she yawned and climbed out of bed. A sense of tenuous calm fell over her. Once more, all the strange events of the day before seemed distant, like foggy remnants of a nightmare. The figure on the stairs. Perhaps it was nothing more than a play of shadows, or even a sleep-deprived fever dream. It was the devil, Mo whispered. Whatever it was, Eve shoved it down into a container of repressed anxieties. A mental cabinet that stowed away all her worst paranoias. Though it was more like an overstuffed bunker these days. An underground safe with a steel-bolted hatch, bulging at the seams with cartoonish exaggeration. Sometimes the rivets would burst, and every single one of her deepest, darkest fears would spew out and rain down all over her psyche. Then Eve would have to go around and clean up the shrapnel bit by bit, stuff it all back inside, screw down the hatch, and pray to God she didn't leave anything behind. Inhale, exhale. Still dressed in sweatpants and a baggy t-shirt, Eve meandered into the hallway. The smell of eggs, bacon, and coffee wafted up from below. Charlie's favorite breakfast. Eve smiled. Downstairs, she shuffled into the kitchen and, in an instant, her smile vanished. Paige and Jenny were at the table. Paige was reading aloud from the red leather Bible while her daughter listened, or pretended to. The two boys, Kai and Newton, were nowhere to be seen. Thomas and, more importantly, Charlie, were also absent.
Morning, Eve.
She leaned to see Thomas standing at the stove, cracking eggs into a cast-iron pan.
How do you like your eggs?
He asked. Where's Charlie?
She,
He adjusted the burner heat, jostled the pan.
She just left for town. Said something about,
Mom? Newton poked his head around the corner, his round glasses making his big eyes look even bigger. Kai's opening a box. Paige blinked at him. A box? I don't know. His eyes flicked to Eve, then back to his mom. Like a moving box? I told him we don't touch things that we don't, that don't belong to us. And he told me to F-word off. Paige, partly annoyed, partly embarrassed, looked at Eve. I'll take care of it. She said this with a conviction that left no doubt she would. Careful, she set down the Bible and strode out of the room, telling Newton to keep an eye on his sister. Eve, stress levels rising, turned back to Thomas. He was humming an off-tune rendition of Black Sabbath's Iron Man riff, oblivious to Eve's growing irritation. She cleared her throat. Who said you could use our kitchen?
Oh,
he suddenly looked embarrassed.
Sorry, I should have told you. Charlie was kind enough to offer it. I hope it's not a problem. It's just a bit of a trek to the nearest diner and...
Why did she leave?
Charlie?
He flipped an egg.
She said she had an urgent meeting. Thought she would have let you know.
Eve furrowed her brow. It wasn't like Charlie to leave without checking in first, especially considering the odd family being here.
Oh, right.
Thomas pointed at her with the spatula.
And she told me to tell you the basement is all clear. Not sure what she meant.
Eve figured it was a reference to the lurker on the stairs, but again, why hadn't Charlie just told her that in person? Thomas, finally sensing Eve's concern, said,
Are you all right?
Eve didn't reply. She was too distracted by the fact that Charlie had just up and left. The fact this family had made themselves right at home. On top of that, all the strange occurrences from the day before were bubbling back up like a bad lunch. A knot formed in her chest. Her breath shortened. She checked the time. 9:15. Jenny had been found. The storm had settled. The bridge was open. This family should be long gone.
Eve? Thomas prodded. Is everything...
Why are you still here? Thomas opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He was caught off guard by the question, offended even, as if he'd assumed they were besties by now. He scratched his nose.
We're leaving right after breakfast. Is something wrong?
Grumbling to herself, Eve retreated into the foyer. Despite having no evidence of outright malice, she didn't trust this family, not one bit. And again, why had Charlie left without saying a word? Eve had to call her, make sure everything was all right. When she reached into her pocket, her fingers grasped air, lint. No phone. She racked her brain, trying to remember the last time she'd used it. The night before, broken screen, foyer staircase. She looked around. It wasn't there. Must have left it in the bedroom. Back upstairs, she checked every nook and cranny, the dressers, beneath the bed, even under the mattress. Nada. She stomped downstairs. In the living room, she searched around the coffee table, under the couch, between the cushions, but still, nothing.
Lose something?
Thomas called out from the kitchen. The whole family was sitting around the table now, eating. Eve stood up. I need to borrow a phone.
Thomas shook his head. We don't have phones.
She blinked at him, unbelieving. He went on.
Modern-day family, no phones, in the middle of a cross-country move.
He shook his head, as if surprised by it himself.
I know how absurd it sounds, believe me.
Uh-huh, Eve said, more than a little skeptical. He elaborated.
We just started a digital fast through our church. The whole congregation handed in their phones to the pastor. At the end of the month, he FedExes them back. No cell phones, no screens. Not until then.
His eyes flicked to Paige. It was her idea. Right, said Eve, still not buying it. What if there's an emergency?
That is an excellent question.
Again, Thomas glanced at his wife, deflecting the blame to her.
In that case, he said, we're allowed to borrow a phone, but...
Paige interrupted. If there's an emergency, then it's part of God's plan. Of course, said Eve. The power of prayer. She was feeling a little more snarky than usual. Maybe it was the lack of sleep. Maybe it was the fact this family had used up the last of her favorite coffee beans. Probably both. Paige started to say something more, but Eve marched off, ready to continue the search. Perhaps her phone was in the cellar? What if it slipped out of her pocket? With newfound resolve, she swung open the basement door and... The dark stairwell greeted her, marred by uninviting shadows. An instant flashback of the figure on the stairs played in her mind. She slammed the door shut. Fuck that. Back in the foyer, she slid open the coat closet. Charlie's winter jacket was gone, as were her boots. Eve peered out the window. Charlie's parking spot, the alcove at the edge of the woods, was empty. No truck in sight. So far, everything matched Thomas's version of events, but she's probably locked up in the basement. Mo stirred awake. Eve could almost see his crazy eyes snapping open like a vampire in a coffin. bloodthirsty at the chance to raise paranoia. "You'll be next." Imaginary Charlie, the voice of reason, countered, "Or maybe, just maybe, I actually had to go into town for something urgent and didn't want to wake you." Eve supposed Charlie's counter was more likely, but she wandered back into the living room. The family, unaware of her presence, was still eating, laughing about something Jenny had just said. The scene was oddly normal, wholesome even. Had she let anxiety get the better of her again? She took a deep breath, let it out, and told herself everything was fine. Everything is okay. She grounded herself. White door, brown floorboards, leather couch. Her heart rate slowed, breathing tapered. She calmed. But then, something caught the outskirts of her vision. She turned. Across the living room, above the fireplace, hanging from a crooked nail, Charlie's locket. For a second, Eve didn't trust her own perception. She narrowed her eyes and drifted closer, as if drawn by some unseen force. Sure enough, it was Charlie's locket, hanging limply from one of the nails Eve had removed last night. Somehow, there was a sinister mockery in the sight. A marker that something terrible might have happened to Charlie, and this was the only thing left of her. Wary, she reached up for its brass chain, only to pull back at the last second, as if it might transmit a deadly shock. Shaking off the incoherent thought, she lifted the necklace and stepped back. She turned it over in her palm, studying it. She flicked it open. Inside, as expected, was the blurry portrait of her shooing away the camera, hiding her face. The only known photo of Eve Palmer. She clicked it shut and tucked it into her pocket. She looked back to the kitchen. Had someone from the family done this? Stolen Charlie's locket and mounted it up on the wall? Not only that, but put back one of the nails she'd removed? She supposed it was possible, but why? Was Charlie responsible? Some kind of weird joke? A reference to their conversation the night before? No, that didn't make sense either. Or... Her gaze flickered to the basement door. A small shiver ran down her neck. "I'm going for a walk," she said aloud. The words escaped without her brain's approval, like some part of her, deep and primordial, was forcing her to get the fuck out of there. Get away from this family. That basement. Thomas, chewing on a mouthful of eggs, looked at her. "What's that?" She started toward the foyer. "I'm going for a walk," borrowing a neighbor's phone. "Oh?" Thomas wiped his mouth with a napkin. We'll show ourselves out when we're done here. Thanks again for..." "Sure." Eve slipped out of view. Get to a neighbor's house. Call Charlie.
Doc_B13. Symbols. Description: copy and paste of a conversation on raretoyforums.net. Typos and other errors have not been corrected. Post #312TLCEKO3HTE2RHE6EVGI8. User Iris197. I'm looking for this weird toy my cousin used to own. It's a monkey with symbols, pretty similar to that one from Toy Story 3, except he's got white fur, clear plastic symbols, blue felt overalls, and a straw hat. I've searched literally everywhere. Can't find anything. I think the company was called Riley's Fantastic Toys or something. Please help. This is driving me crazy. Edit. changed symbol spelling to CYMBAL. Reply 1. User, True Collector-1. You're not the first person to ask about the, quote, Straw Hat Monkey. I don't know if you're all just 4chan trolls, delusional, or both. Either way, such a toy does not exist, and neither does Riley's Fantastic Toys. It's a juvenile internet hoax. Also, FYI, questions like this should be posted in the What Is This Toy subforum. Edit. And the monkey from Toy Story 3 is correctly referred to as Dacian CK's Jolly Chimp. I understand you're not an expert, but you could at least do the bare minimum of research before posting. Edit. Also, please use apostrophes. Reply 2. User, Wertler115. WTF. I've been looking for this exact same thing. I asked my siblings about it, and they said it never existed. Creepy. It's like a Mandela effect or something. Reply 3. User, only says monkey-13. Monkey. Reply 4. User, Navidson27. Mandela effect? Reply 5. User, Tripster115. Explanation copy and pasted from Wikipedia. The Mandela effect was coined to illustrate an occurrence in which a large number of people believe that an event has occurred, when in fact it has not. For example, many people mistakenly recall that Nelson Mandela died in prison during the 1980s, but in reality, he passed away in 2013 from a prolonged respiratory infection. Reply 6. User, Evergreen12. Personally, I think it's either some glitch in the Matrix stuff and/or an unintended side effect of the Project Red Bag CIA memory wipes. Here's a list of famous examples. Berenstain Bears versus Berenstein Bears. Everyone remembers it being the Berenstein Bears, but in reality, it's Stain. Monty's Popcorn versus Monty's. It's spelled A-U, Monty, not M-O-N-T-Y. Darth Vader didn't say, Luke, I am your father. He said, No, I am your father. JFK assassination. This one is a little before my time, but a lot of boomers insist there were 6 people in the car when he got shot. There were only 4. There are countless other examples, yet people still believe everything the MSM tells us. SMH. Reply 7. User, Nada12. Yo, at Evergreen, every single thing you listed can be explained by bad memory, LOL. Also, there were 6 people in the JFK car. Reply 8. User, DeleteGat3. Hey, at Nada, look into it more. I think it could be proof of altered timelines / parallel world theories, IMHO. Reply 9. User, WhelpXRedPilledX. It's proof you're a sub-70 IQ fucking moron. Reply 10. User, AaronAdmin13. I'm locking this thread for going off the rails. OP, per True Collector-1's comment, please post any inquiries of this nature to the What Is This Toy subforum. And to everyone else, keep all conversations on topic and civil. Thank you.
Stray. As Eve trudged across the front yard, Shiloh followed. The dog's ears were perked, tail wagging, just happy to be outside. That made 2 of them. Out here, in the morning air, away from that family, it was easier to breathe, to think. Eve's plan was simple. Go to the nearest neighbor's house, 3708 Heritage Lane, borrow their phone, call Charlie. If what Thomas had said was true, if Charlie was in town for something urgent, then, for the most part, Eve would relax. If she couldn't reach Charlie, then she'd put all her focus on getting that family out of her house. More and more, she had this feeling that something was seriously wrong with them, that maybe they were in league with that figure on the stairs. Of course, she had no proof of these suspicions, and she was no longer certain about what she saw on the stairs, but once they're in, they never leave. She paused at the top of the driveway. Muddy tire tracks were grooved into the slush, leading down and bending out of view behind a cut of trees. More confirmation that Charlie had at least driven off. Of course, it wasn't enough to shut Mo up. Like always, he was there, waiting in the wings with 100 reasons to panic. Still, she did her best to ignore him. She scanned the woods, her breath smoking in the gray morning light that filtered through the trees. The snow had stopped falling. The first signs of thaw were setting in. Speckling drops, raining from the branches above, forming streams, snaking down the winding drive. At this rate, all evidence of snowfall might be gone before sunset. Good. After an arduous trek down the slippery drive, she reached the road. The family's moving truck was parked out on the shoulder, all covered in a thin layer of drooping, translucent snow. It looked oddly uniform, as if an outgrowth of the ground below. Only its metallic underbelly was exposed, reddish black. Above the truck, a rusty street sign was bolted to a tree. Heritage Lane. It had always seemed an odd name for a back road surrounded by wilderness. In Eve's head, the moniker conjured up an image of a gated community, one with pretty little symmetrical houses and elderly neighbors peering out through flower box windows. The kind of neighborhood that saw Halloween as a chance to hand out toothpaste and Bible verses. But this Heritage Lane, like her house, almost looked abandoned. The road, uneven and narrow, was riddled with baseball-sized rocks. From the flanks, tree branches stuck out at crooked angles, like arms grasping through prison bars. It stretched on for a few hundred yards, sloping down until it met the stark white sky. There, hemmed in by trees, was a thin slice of panorama. Snow-capped peaks poking through the clouds. Islands in a sea of white. She lingered there, taking in the view, breathing in the crisp air. Mountain birds chittered strange songs she'd never heard before. It all reminded her how truly isolated they were, how, if anything went wrong, help was so far away. Aside from a handful of neighbors, most of whom didn't even live here during the winter, the closest structure was all the way down near the base of the mountain. A single-pump Chevron gas station. A few miles past that, the Kettle Creek Motel, or at least that's what Eve assumed it was called. She'd mentally filled in the blanks from its falling-apart neon sign. The Kettle Reek Moat. All it took was a passing glance to conclude the establishment had long been abandoned. Another 10 minutes past that, just over the Kettle Creek Bridge, the town of Yale. One way in, one way out. Again, the realtor's warning played in her head, stirring up memories, sediment from the bottom of her psyche. She was pulled back to the first day they'd gone to look at the property. Charlie's truck had been in the shop, so Dayton, the realtor, offered them a ride. Dayton was a slight, graying man, and everything about him, from his physique to the way he spoke, felt contradictory. Despite his small stature, his voice was a deep, gravelly baritone, the kind of timbre that could almost narrate movie trailers. And he seemed plucked from another era, like he'd be more at home wrangling cattle on the frontier or bayoneting krauts in the trenches. Instead, there he was, dressed in a canali suit, peering over the steering wheel of a Mercedes sedan. "Lots of strays out here," he had said, breaking a near 10-minute silence. "Stray dogs," he clarified.
More than the usual amount, anyway.
They were about halfway up the mountain when he decided to raise the topic.
Nobody knows where they come from, he went on. Some folks call it Stray Dog Summit. I don't, but some do.
He adjusted the rearview mirror.
You end up buying the house. Try using that name with the locals, down in Yale, or even Portland. They'll be impressed. Tell them you live on Stray Dog Summit, and...
He clucked his tongue. Eve and Charlie glanced at each other, unsure if he was finished. After a few more seconds, Eve opened her mouth to say thank you, but before she got thank you out, Dayton started up again.
Name doesn't make much sense. There's no strays at the summit. They're all down at the base, around the creek. That's why, personally, I don't call it that. Stray Dog Summit's a misnomer.
A short pause, then he added,
I figure Stray Dog Creek doesn't have the same ring, though.
Eve chuckled politely. Dayton shot her a serious look in the rear view. He wasn't trying to be funny. Back in the present, the distant crack of a hunting rifle pulled Eve out of the peculiar memory. She cocked an ear to the sky, the echoing blast fading with each repetition. The morning birds paused briefly at the interruption, then carried on as if nothing had happened. It was a .308 rifle, Eve guessed, the same gun type Uncle Benji used to hunt with. Out here, for better or worse, the sound had become part of the natural landscape, like the howl of a coyote, the cry of a hawk. It had earned its place. Refocusing, Eve plodded forward. Shiloh was chipper as ever. Every so often, the dog zoomed ahead, poking her nose down into the snow, zigzagging, sniffing. Then she'd pop her head back up, looking to Eve for some kind of approval. Each time, her snout was capped with a little pile of snow, and when Eve said, "Good job," or "Good girl," Shiloh shook it off and repeated the process. The sight of Shiloh being Shiloh never failed to calm Eve. The neighbor's house was farther than she had remembered, at least a 10-minute walk, and the driveway was half hidden by overgrown branches. She might have missed it altogether, if not for the address. Brass letters nailed into a gnarled stump. 3707. Wasn't it 3708? She peered over her shoulder, down the long stretch of road. The pines bowed inward, tunnel-like, obscuring the view. I probably skipped a property. Either way, it didn't matter. Turning back, she descended the narrow drive. It wound through windswept woods, then opened into a square lot. In the center sat an olive-green bungalow, an L-shaped box with a flat-top roof and shuttered windows. Out front, mottled with patchy snow, was a minimalist Japanese garden, encircled by a frozen pond. This property, surrounded by unruly wilderness, looked more than a little out of place, as if it had been ripped out of a Portland suburb, helicoptered across the state and surgically implanted here. It was quiet, though. Peaceful, even. True seclusion, nestled away from the road. As they crossed a small stone bridge, Shiloh staggered to a halt, eyes fixed on the water below. Eve carried on, but the dog stayed behind, staring down at the pond, mesmerized. Beneath the murky ice, white koi swam in lazy circles. Eve called out, "Shiloh, come!" The dog gave her a brief glance. "I understand what you are saying, but I do not care." She looked back at the fish, barked. "Come!" Eve repeated, firmer. After 2 more barks, Shiloh scampered to Eve's side. The dog looked up at her, expecting a treat, or at least praise. Eve shook her head. Too slow, bucko. Pup in tow, Eve pressed the doorbell with her thumb. A 3-tone pattern rang out. Warbled, dissonant. As she waited, she hugged herself for warmth, wishing she'd put on more layers. Was it getting colder? She wrapped a scarf over her face, the woolly fabric scratching against her nose. A solid 30 seconds passed. She tried the bell again. Still no answer. Was anyone even home? There wasn't a car around, but Eve squinted through textured glass, cupping her hands around her eyes. The inside was dark, save for a faint wedge of yellow light casting from a narrow hall. She tried the bell once more. Another long stretch of nothing, and then the light snapped off. Eve huffed and stepped back. Guess they didn't want visitors. Regardless, it was probably time to return home, scour the house for her phone, kick that family out, and, "Can I help you?" She turned to see an older woman standing on the stone bridge. She was lightly dressed, considering the cold, a thin sweater and blue corduroys. "Hey, Eve had started to answer when, to her shock, Shiloh trotted right up to the stranger. The woman smiled. "Well, aren't you just the cutest little thing?" Her voice had a tinge of southern drawl. She lowered herself to one knee, reached toward Shiloh, then stopped and looked up at Eve. "Is it okay to pet her?" Eve gave a wary nod. The woman scratched Shiloh behind the ears. "Who's a good girl? Yes, you are." Shiloh's tail started wagging. Eve stood there, lost for words. Never before had she seen the dog so comfortable around a stranger. In any other situation, Shiloh's trust might have been comforting. But with everything else going on, it only raised more alarm bells. "You're the new neighbor?" The woman pushed off her knee to stand. "Yeah, my name's Eve." "You bought 3709, right?" There was a hint of something in the question. Judgment? Pity? Eve couldn't tell. Still, she nodded. I was just wondering if I could use your phone. I lost mine, just trying to reach my partner." "Of course." Walking up to the door, the woman searched her pockets. "It's Heather, by the way." "Nice to meet you." Heather, still digging through her pockets, asked, "You, okay?" No matter how hard Eve tried to hide it, people often sensed her anxiety, like it was a piece of broccoli forever stuck between her 2 front teeth. "Yeah," Eve said. I've never seen my dog so relaxed around a stranger before." Heather smiled, pulled out a carabiner of keys, and started rifling through it. "I used to foster strays," she explained. "They called me the dog whisperer. Not so bad as titles go, I suppose." Eve, half to herself, mused, "Stray Dog Summit. Oh, just the mountain." She gestured around, gave a weak smile. "Stray Dog Summit?" Heather blinked at her, still not following. "There's, Eve cleared her throat. "Aren't there a lot of strays out here?" "Not that I've heard of." Eve replied with an awkward, "Huh." Then let it go. "Thanks, Mr. Dayton." Heather unlocked the door and pushed it open. She gestured inside. "After you." Eve hesitated. "You don't mind the dog in here?" Heather shrugged. "So long as she doesn't judge the mess."
Doc_A05, cold. Description: Excerpt about the strange side effects of hypothermia. Source unknown. News article? 1987. Crichton, Saskatchewan, Canada. Last night, a young married couple was found dead in their home. The cause was immediately apparent: hypothermia. Their electricity had gone out in the middle of a severe winter storm, and they had no backup generators. Their poorly insulated prairie bungalow did little to protect them. It should be noted that they had an Oldsmobile in the garage with a full tank of gas. Why they hadn't used this to stay warm is a mystery. The bodies were discovered in unusual places. The husband, 28, was found in the master bedroom lying under the bed. The wife, 26, was curled up in a basement corner. The dirt floor beneath her had been clawed away, and soil was found under her fingernails. These actions can be explained by the phenomenon known as terminal burrowing behavior, the uncontrollable instinct to shelter or dig when faced with imminent death. Although modern humans don't normally burrow for shelter, the extreme stress of certain demise seems to induce a primal mammalian instinct to burrow or hide. A sobering reminder of our long-ingrained evolutionary instincts.
"3707 Heritage Lane."
"Again," said Heather. "Sorry about the mess." As they shuffled into the foyer, she kicked her shoes into a nearby corner. "Grandkids were visiting."
"All good." Eve looked around, not exactly sure what mess Heather was referring to. Aside from the faint smell of cigarette smoke and a pile of brightly colored toys on the living room floor, this place was near spotless. Heather smiled.
"Can I get you anything? Water? Tea?"
She reached out a hand for Eve's coat, but Eve waved it away. "No, that's okay. I won't be long." Heather blinked at her. Her face was etched with weary loneliness, something Eve hadn't noticed before. It was the tired look of someone who'd spent countless hours waiting by the phone, waiting for calls from kids, grandkids, anyone. Normally, that would have been enough for Eve to backtrack, say she'd love to stay, have tea, spend the rest of her morning with a complete stranger. But today, Eve didn't have the time to feel bad. She just wanted to use the phone, get back home, make sure Thomas and company were out of her house before they came up with some other excuse to stay even longer. In retrospect, she should have just kicked them out at breakfast. Once they're in, they never leave. Heather filed into the nearby kitchen and gestured toward the living room.
"Phone's in there."
"Thank you." Eve kicked off her boots. As she drifted deeper into the house, she glanced over her shoulder. Shiloh was lingering in the foyer, back to her old, cautious self. Eve turned away, entered the living room. Gray light poured in through the shuttered windows, spilling over wood vinyl walls, green shag carpet. Aside from an old tube TV, a wicker-back chair, and a velvet couch, the space was pretty much empty. No phone in sight. Eve looked toward the kitchen. "Sorry, where is it?" Heather, rifling through a yellow fridge, poked her head out. "The phone," Eve said.
"Oh,"
Heather nodded.
"Just down that hall, around the corner. Side table."
Eve turned back. Next to the TV was a narrow hallway. It stretched nearly the length of the house, then hooked right. With its bluish-green walls, it looked like something out of an old hotel. Symmetrical, with doors flanking both sides, all closed. Eve remembered the light, the one that had snapped off when she rang the doorbell earlier. She shifted her weight. You live alone?" Heather peeked out again.
"What's that?"
"Does anyone else live here?" Heather furrowed her brow.
"No."
When I was outside, I saw a light switch off."
"Inside the house?"
Heather frowned. Yeah, over there. Eve pointed to the hallway. Heather fell silent, her eyes scanning the shadowed corridor until she remembered. Oh, right. Some of the interior lights are on a timer, motion censored. She slipped out of sight. Still a little apprehensive, Eve went over. From above, a dim glow bled down through snow-covered skylights. The walls were lined with photos, collages from better days, smiling family members, weddings, camping trips, and dogs, lots of dogs. She rounded the corner. It went for another 10 feet, concluding with a nook and a cherrywood end table. On it, a rotary phone, pale red. Eve marched over and dialed Charlie's number. A tedious process with the spin wheel. Halfway through, she screwed up a single digit and had to start over. When she finally got it right, 1, 2, 3 tones rang out, and, "Hello?" Charlie's voice answered. But Eve wasn't falling for the same trick twice. She braced for the painfully annoying, "Hello, you've reached Charlie" message. But instead, "Hello?" Charlie repeated. "Anyone there?" Eve exhaled relief. Just hearing Charlie's actual voice felt like a warm hug. She cleared her throat, trying her best to sound measured, chill. "Hey, Charlie, where are you?" On the other end, muffled voices chattered in the background, punctuated by slow, rhythmic beeps. Was she in line at a grocery store? It was hard to tell. The signal was weak, the sound thin, crackly. Charlie said, "Sorry, who is this?" Eve raised an eyebrow, then remembered. Right, unfamiliar number, but "You don't recognize my voice?" "Eve?" "Yeah, I lost my phone, using the neighbor's." "Oh?" There was a shade of disapproval in Charlie's tone, or maybe confusion? No, definitely disapproval. Charlie is judging you for freaking out and walking all the way to the neighbor's house, and Eve stopped her spiral. Reminded herself she couldn't read minds, especially not over the phone. Especially not based on a single "oh?" Eve went on. "Thomas said you went to town? I wanted to make sure that was the case. Eve, it's pretty loud here. You'll have to speak up." A swarm of questions stampeded through Eve's head, most of them variants of, "Why the hell did you leave me alone with complete strangers?" But she went with, "When are you coming back?" A long pause. "When am I?" Charlie sighed. "Are you okay?" She sounded impatient, angry even. Why was Charlie upset? Eve was the one who should have been upset. She had every right. With the winter storm, her missing phone, the weirdo family, the potential lurker in the basement. Eve tensed up, a hot flash of anger shooting down her neck. She was getting madder by the second, not at Charlie, but at the whole situation, at herself. Suppressed, inward-facing rage. Yet another inevitable side effect of her constant people-pleasing. Eve continued, as calmly as she could. No, I'm not really okay. You left without... I found your locket hanging above the fireplace. I didn't know if something... On the other end, another commotion. A voice. Soft. Indecipherable. It muttered to Charlie, impatient, monotone. In a strange way, it reminded Eve of the adults in a Peanuts cartoon. Wom, wom, wom. Charlie responded, barely audible, muffled. Was she covering the receiver? Why? The voice spoke again, warbled and vague. Wom, wom, wom. There was something eerie about it, almost mechanical.
Eve, Charlie sighed again. Just try to... The call cut short with an infuriating beep. A shrill, jeering note that jabbed into Eve's ear like a wet stick. She recoiled. What the hell just happened? What was Charlie going to say? Just try to what? Escape? Stay calm? Prevent Cthulhu's resurrection? Eve's frustration gave way to deep concern, a fear for Charlie's safety. Overblown or not, it was enough to make her heart jump a few octaves. She redialed one slowly spinning number at a time. 3 rings went off, but Charlie didn't answer. It didn't even go to her voicemail. Just that same deafening beep. Irked, she slammed the phone onto the receiver. Has the weather knocked out the signal? She considered trying again, but take a breath. Don't spiral. Charlie was fine. Acting weird, sure. But it sounded like she was in town, just like Thomas had said. Eve took another breath, and behind her, a scuffling sound. Heather was down the hall, facing away, hunched in the corner. For a second, the sight startled Eve, but she was only adjusting a crooked picture frame, humming to herself. The photo depicted a middle-aged Heather. She was nestled up to a tall man with a clean-shaven head, gray eyes, and a handlebar mustache. In it, she was standing on her tiptoes, kissing him on the cheek. They were both in the middle of laughing, both looking very much in love. Eve cleared her throat. Thanks again. Heather glanced over her shoulder. Of course. Eve, still feeling a slight unease, stepped around her and headed toward the foyer. The sight of Heather had triggered a flashback to the night before. Thomas standing in that basement hallway. She shook it off. Eve was pulling on her boots when Heather shuffled out. Everything okay? There was a look in her eyes, a grandmotherly look of genuine concern. Eve sighed. Part of her actually wanted to blurt it all out, overshare with a person she just met. Tell her about the family, Charlie's misplaced locket, even the figure on the stairs. But that would only lead to more embarrassment. It's just been a weird day. Heather tilted her head, sympathetic. I'm a good listener. Eve managed to smile, still tempted by the opportunity to vent, unload her anxieties, but... I should go, she said, getting to her feet. Thanks again for all this. With Shiloh at her side, she turned to leave. But as she reached for the door, Heather chimed in. Sorry to overhear, but on the phone, did you mention someone named Thomas? Eve, hand wrapped around the knob, looked over her shoulder. Yeah. Heather nodded. It's a long shot, but that wouldn't happen to be Thomas Faust, would it? Yeah. Eve recalled Thomas's business card. I think that's him. Wow. Heather smiled sadly, as if the confirmation brought back bittersweet memories. Tommy Faust, all grown up. I haven't seen him since he was this tall. She held out her palm, a little above waist high. What brings him back here? Eve ran a hand through her hair. It was still damp from the weather. He and his family, they're moving cross-country. His family? Heather's sad smile brightened a bit. Yeah, Eve nodded. 3 kids. Isn't that just wonderful? Heather marveled.
I'm sure they're lovely. She stared at Eve, awaiting confirmation. Yeah, they're fine, Eve said. They seem nice? That's good to hear. I'm glad he turned out okay, all things considered. All things considered? Heather added, I used to babysit him, you know? Oh? I'm basically his honorary aunt. Eve, curious once again, couldn't help but pry further. What was he like back then? Thomas? Good kid. Smart kid. Little bundle of energy. Chatterbox. When did they get in? Yesterday evening. They spent the night. Do you know him? No. Eve shifted her weight. They, just stopped by. He wanted to give his family a quick tour of the house, but his kid ended up hiding in the basement. Then the storm. Hiding in the basement, Heather mused. Thomas used to do the same thing. Sudden confusion clouded her face. I just wonder why they didn't come by here. I would have been more than happy to have them spend the night. Good question. Eve shrugged. Yeah, I don't know. Heather's confusion turned to disappointment. All at once, Eve couldn't help but feel sorry for her yet again. I think it was a pretty last-minute detour. They probably didn't want to bother you. That seemed to reassure Heather. Did he mention me at all? She inquired, her eyes filled with, of course he did. Eve opened her mouth, hesitated, and lied. Yeah. Fake Charlie scoffed. Why would you lie about that? Heather beamed. That's why. Heather asked, what did he say? Fuck. What did he... Eve fell silent, grasping for an answer. What did he say about you? Mm-hmm. Heather's smile faltered. Oh. Eve paused again. He just said he had fond memories. Heather's smile returned, apparently buying the lie. You're sure you don't want some tea? Eve's gaze flickered back to the door. All things considered. Heather's aside ran through her thoughts again. Eve suspected those 3 words were doing a lot of heavy lifting. She was torn. Part of her still wanted to know more about Thomas's past. What happened with his sister? While the other part just wanted to go home. After a brief internal debate, she relented. Sure, I could go for a cup. Besides, maybe Charlie will call back. And Heather seems like better company than the family, anyway.
Doc_C15, movie. Description. Excerpt from a flyer for the Dryden Theater, Rochester, New York. This Thursday, bring your friends and family to the Dryden Theater for a re-showing of Hayao Miyazaki's classic animated film, the mind-bending, Oscar-winning Spirited Away. After her family takes a wrong turn, young Chihiro is pulled into a whimsical but dangerous world of spirits, witches, and gods. She must navigate the hierarchies and customs of this strange land to rescue her parents and return to the world of humans. 7 p.m. $8 tickets at the door.
Old friends. Heather moseyed back into the kitchen and rifled through a cupboard. Orange Pico? Peppermint? Anything with caffeine, Eve said. The lack of a morning coffee was already hitting. Hard. Earl Grey, Heather replied, still rummaging. Eve hung up her winter coat and once again kicked off her boots. She wandered into the living room and flopped into the wicker chair. After all the traipsing around, it felt good to sit. necessary, even. Shiloh sauntered over and curled up at her feet, grumbling. The dog just wanted to be outside again. Fair enough. Eve looked around. From here, she could see, mounted beside a glass cabinet, more photos. Dozens in all, but one stood out. It featured the man with the handlebar mustache, but he looked younger in this one. Late 20s, perhaps. And he had a full head of hair, black and tangled, long enough to reach his shoulders. He was perched behind a drum kit, pounding away, playing to a half-empty dive bar. Neon lights, hazy smoke. In the foreground, slightly out of focus, was a guitarist with neck tattoos and a full beard belting into a microphone. A lot of passion packed into a single frame. Eve could almost smell the sweat, the booze, the pot. All things that, funnily enough, brought up a wistful sense of nostalgia. She and Charlie used to frequent such concerts all the time. Unthinking, Eve reached into her pocket and gripped Charlie's locket, turning it between her forefinger and thumb. Its brass surface was smooth, cold to the touch. Oddly comforting. Heather filed back in, noticed Eve looking at the photo. "That's Michael," she explained. "My better half." "The drummer?" "Mm-hmm." Heather sat down on the couch across from Eve. "Looks like a fun show," Eve said. "It was." Heather did not elaborate. That was all she had to say on the topic. "Water's just heating up." She reached into her shirt pocket and produced a stainless steel cigarette holder. Flipping it open, she jostled out a smoke. "Just started these damn things a few months ago." She pinched the cigarette between her lips and began fumbling through her pockets. "Figured at my age, I got a good 5, maybe 10 years left. Might as well see what all the fuss is about, right?" After a few more seconds of digging through her pockets, she huffed, unable to find what she was looking for. So instead, she slid her hand between the cushions below, shimmied around, and yanked out a lime green Bic lighter. Huzzah! She held it up like a trophy. Hunching forward, she sparked the lighter and brought the flame to the cigarette, inhaling with short, sporadic puffs until the tip glowed orange. She took a slow drag and exhaled. "Turns out I'm not missing much." "Yeah," Eve said. "I used to smoke." Heather's eyes fluttered in thinly veiled disbelief. "You?" Eve almost smiled. "Hard to imagine?" Heather cocked her head. "Don't take this wrong, but you look too sweet for it." Eve shrugged. "Well, I quit, so maybe I was." Heather seemed to find that answer amusing. She leaned forward, tapped ashes into an empty soup can. "How are you liking the property, by the way?" Eve considered the question. "Still getting used to it. It's just a little..." Heather finished the sentence. "Isolated?" Eve had meant to say creepy, but that worked too. "Yeah, it's pretty far out of the way." Shifting her weight, she added, "How much do you know about it?" 3709? Eve nodded. Heather's expression turned vaguely pitying, somber, an echo of that look she'd given outside. "It's old?" She shrugged. "Older than me, if you can believe that." She chuckled and took another puff. "Might be the oldest structure on the mountain." Somehow, that didn't surprise Eve. When she'd first laid eyes on the house, it had almost seemed ancient. An absurd thought, to be sure, but somehow it felt older than the surrounding trees, many of which, according to Mr. Dayton, had been there for nearly 300 years. Maybe it was the way the pines swayed gently in the breeze while the house stood motionless, locked to the earth. At first, this strange feeling had unsettled Eve. But over the weeks, her unease gave way to a sense of melancholy. The many people who'd worked on the place over the years had considered every detail. From the stained glass window to the hand-carved patterns on the crown molding. The house felt like a fragile heirloom, passed from generation to generation, each person adding their own ideas, contradictions and all, only to have the whole project unceremoniously discarded, abandoned in the woods, waiting to be torn down by reckless house flippers. Eve glanced down that hallway, still hoping Charlie would call back. She looked at Heather. "Do you know when it was built?" Again, uncertainty clouded Heather's face. Her eyes scanned the room as if she were about to broach a touchy subject in a small-town diner. She opened her mouth to say something, then stopped short and leaned back into the couch. She exhaled a puff of bluish-gray smoke. The haze lingered, illuminated by a thin sheet of light beaming through the shuttered windows. Noir vibes. Eve herself was starting to feel like a noir detective, trying to crack the secrets of the past. Though, on second thought, with all her paranoia, she felt less like a cool private eye and more like an anxiety-ridden rear window shut-in. She tried a different angle. "My partner and I, we're just trying to learn more about the property. Apparently, most of the records were lost in a fire, and nope." Heather shook her head. "Pardon?" "Fire's a myth. The records were stolen." "Oh?" "Back in the early 50s, Heather continued, some nut broke into Town Hall, pilfered most of the paperwork for Yale and Kettle Creek Mountain, zoning information, deeds, even plats and surveys. I don't know where that fire story came from, but you're not the first to bring it up. Michael, my own husband, was convinced of it, said my memory was going. We had countless arguments on the topic. Not even a web search could clear it up." "But the bank told us." "Bank doesn't know shit," she interrupted. "Just don't worry about it. People misremember things. Accept it. Move on." In the kitchen, a kettle began to shriek. Took long enough. Heather ditched her still-glowing cigarette into the empty soup can. With a slap of the knees, she got up and made her way to the kitchen. She mumbled to herself, barely audible. Eve only caught the words little Tommy, Alina, and stray mutts. Heather slipped out of sight and started rifling through cupboards again, still muttering, "Thieves, fire." Then, from somewhere deeper in the house, came a faint thud, followed by a short scrape. Like a rusty hammer, dragged across plywood. So subtle, it might have been imagined. But Shiloh's head was perked up too, eyes fixed on that dark hallway. All the doors were still closed. The vague noise could have been anything, but to Eve, it had sounded like a single footstep, followed by a dragging heel. Once again, she wondered, were they alone? What if... "Careful now, it's hot." A little startled, Eve turned. Heather was standing right there, holding out a steaming cup of tea. Eve had been so distracted by the noise, she'd almost forgotten where she was. "Thanks. Thank you." She took the cup and glanced back down the hall. Whatever that sound was, even Shiloh had lost interest. It was probably just the house settling. Eve took a careful sip. The tea's warmth waved through her, soothing. Heather settled back into the couch and sipped from her tea as well. Eve, a little awkwardly, asked, "How long did Thomas's family live up here?" "The Fausts?" Heather narrowed her eyes, thinking. She ran the numbers in her head. "A little over half a decade, I think. They left rather quickly after some, family troubles. Family troubles. As much as Eve hated to admit it, this was the real reason she was drinking tea with a stranger. She wanted to know what had happened to Thomas's sibling. Normally, Eve would have let it be, especially in such a private matter, but I hope his sister ended up getting the help she needed. Heather looked at her, puzzled. Sister? Yeah, his, older sister? Heather shook her head. Thomas was an only child. Eve blinked. Was she joking? She wasn't. Recognizing Eve's confusion, Heather added, Oh, unless you're referring to Alina? Eve thought back to Thomas's story by the fireplace. Hadn't the name been Allison? She questioned. Heather tilted her head, again trying to remember. This was all well over 4 decades ago now, but there was a girl, Alina, or maybe it was Allison. I'm terrible with names. In either case, she lived with the Fausts for the better part of 2 years. Heather took another sip of tea and grimaced. Allison, she murmured. Let's go with that. She was a drifter, a lost child, a runaway, an orphan. We never found out. She'd wandered onto the Faust's property on a cold Sunday morning, dressed in a nightgown. Aside from her name, she didn't know who she was, where she'd come from. Can you believe that? All the way out here? Even the police couldn't find any records on the poor thing. It was like she'd materialized out of thin air. Then Thomas's parents, after filling out all the necessary paperwork, jumping through the hoops, they ended up taking Allison under their wing. Too kind for their own good, the Fausts. Eve sat back, absorbing everything. Why hadn't Thomas included any of this in his account? Sure, she wasn't entitled to his complete traumatic backstory, but... Eve said, So they ended up adopting her? Heather crossed her legs, shook her head. No, only temporary guardians. It's just, Thomas told me she was his sister. Heather's brow wrinkled. In spirit, perhaps, but they never officially brought her into the family. She trailed off, then added, I mean, maybe they had been considering it, but after the incident with her and Thomas, She went quiet, as if she might have said too much. Eve nudged. Incident? No, I shouldn't. Heather swatted the air, a nervous gesture. She took another sip of tea, diverted the topic. Anyway, have you spent time down in Yale yet? You should really check out the lumber museum. It's really something. Mo, the devil on Eve's shoulder, whispered, Pry further. I won't share anything, Eve promised. I'm a little worried about the house, is all. If something came out about its history, might affect the resale value. Better to know up front. Not a lie, just a dressed-up version of the truth. Uncertain, Heather tapped a finger on the armrest. Eve could tell part of her wanted to share more, if only to relieve some dark burden from her shoulders. How much do you know? About what happened? Heather nodded, staring down at the floor. Eve shrugged. Just, Thomas said Allison believed the house was changing. People were changing. In ways only she could see. That's all he said? More or less. After another long and silent deliberation, Heather relented. She leaned closer and lowered her voice to a near whisper. Allison, she started to believe there was only one way to make it stop, to get her supposed old life back. And one winter night, Thomas, 8 years old, awoke to find her standing at his bedside, clutching a fountain pen. Heather leaned back, her face a grim mask. She stabbed him 37 times in less than a minute. She would have done more if his parents hadn't dragged her away. She shuddered. 37 times. Can you imagine? An image, sick and jarring, flashed through Eve's mind. A moonlit room, yellow wallpaper, a gaunt, white-knuckled hand gripping a silver-tipped pen, stabbing into pale flesh, up and down, again and again, faster and faster. Heather sighed. It's a miracle he survived, truly. Eve looked up. Heather's eyes were wet now. Just a terrible tragedy, an absolute shock. Eve was stunned silent. She had assumed the unspoken details of Thomas's past were bad, but unsurprisingly, Heather continued, Tommy was never the same after that. He used to be so energetic, so imaginative, talkative. But the few times I saw him after the incident, he barely said a word, just stared at the floor, silent. What happened to Allison? Again, the question left Eve's mouth without her brain's approval. Heather looked at her, shrugged. The state took her away, and, well, after that, I don't know. Frankly, I don't want to. Eve guessed Allison ended up either in prison or some kind of criminal psych ward, assuming she still walked among the living. Heather rose from the couch. Do you want a top-up? Her pointer finger drew Eve's gaze to the ceramic mug in her hands, now half empty and lukewarm. Silently, Eve gave it over. Heather withdrew into the kitchen and turned on the sink, musing aloud. But it's good to hear Thomas is doing all right now. Family and all. The human spirit prevails, don't you think? Eve managed a meek, yeah. As Heather clinked around out of view, something else caught Eve's attention. Nestled at the foot of the couch, peering out from that pile of colorful toys. Eyes. They were cartoonishly wide, unblinking, a fiery hue of orange. Is that? She found herself leaning forward, her hand reaching into the pile to retrieve it. It was a jolly chimp, sporting a yellow vest, pinstriped pants, brass cymbals. But one detail was wrong. Its fur was white, just like Moe's. Aren't they supposed to have brown fur? She turned the toy over, scrutinizing it, as if it were a mysterious artifact from another world. Unthinking, she flicked the switch on its back. It whirred to life, banging the cymbals with a manic zeal, almost lurching from her grasp. Clash, clash, clash. Oh, Heather leaned out from the kitchen. That's my grandson's favorite. God knows why. Eve powered it down and set it back among the other toys. I used to have one kind of like it. Yeah? Creepy little guy. Eve gave a non-committal grunt. Don't lie to yourself, Mo said. For a second, you thought it was me. Mo was right. For a fleeting moment, she really did. Still, the sight brought up a core memory. The day, at 7 years old, when she lost Mo. It had devastated her, In truth, even now, it still bothered her more than she cared to admit. Not the fact he was gone, rather, the way he went missing. The memory was crystal clear, every little detail. On a camping trip to Montana, she sat in the back of her parents' rusty hatchback. Mo was buckled into the seat beside her, staring blankly ahead, eyes wide, reflecting the procession of trees outside. Every bump in the road jostled him, rattled his metallic innards. The car pulled into a backcountry gas station. Young Eve hopped out, stretched her drowsy limbs. The morning sun was just peeking out over the horizon, streaming through the trees, and when she turned back, Mo was gone. His seat empty, belt still buckled. The image didn't quite register. In fact, it took about 7 seconds of stunned silence until the panic set in. Eve, frantic, inconsolable, rushed to her mother. After a solid half-minute, her parents finally got her to slow down and explain, word by word, what happened. "Somebody stole Mo!" she practically screamed. "Mo was kidnapped!" Mom and Dad, under the reasonable impression he was only misplaced, searched the car. They checked her backpack, the trunk, beneath the seats, everywhere. But Mo was nowhere to be found. Because Mo had been stolen, kidnapped, abducted by thieves and forced to do tricks in an unholy carnival, forever. She couldn't even cry. She just stood there, shocked, motionless, staring at Mo's empty seat. The world was ending. Worse still, there was no way to replace him. Her parents tried everything, but the company that made this knockoff brand, Riley's Fantastic Toys, had long gone extinct. And even if they had found a new Mo, it wouldn't have been her Mo, with all the scratches and dents he'd collected over the years. To Eve, those were the things that made Mo, Mo. Anything else would have been nothing short of an imposter. Brand new and shiny, but an imposter nonetheless. Eve rose from her wicker chair, suddenly feeling the urge to leave. As if the mere sight of this toy had triggered some kind of primal instinct to retreat. She headed to the foyer. "Sorry, I have to go," she said. "Come on, Shiloh." The dog trotted over. Eve started tying up her boots, mumbling an excuse about the weather getting worse. "Oh," said Heather, "so soon?" Eve didn't respond, just kept tying up her boots. Heather, a hint of sadness back in her eyes, said, "Well, if you ever need anything, I'm always around. You and your partner should come over soon. Build puzzles with an old woman. I'll keep the conversation lighthearted next time. Promise." Eve pulled on her coat, started buttoning up. Heather said, "It was nice to meet you. She narrowed her eyes, coming up short. "It's Eve." She turned for the exit. "Eve, right. I'm so sorry. Eve. Like I said, terrible with names." Heather chuckled. Eve had reached for the door when, down that hall, around the corner, the rotary phone started ringing. Shrill, insistent. She glanced to Heather. "Oh," said Heather, "that's probably your partner. I rarely get phone calls." Boots still on, Eve started over, but as she stepped into the hall, she froze. Something was off. Something had changed. It took her a second, but one of the doors was open now. Down at the end, just before the corner, a white door was cracked. A thin slit of shadow. The kind of dark that suggested a watcher on the other side. A watcher with heinous intent. Eve remained motionless. All the while, that phone continued ringing, as if trying to lure her into a trap. Heather asked, "Is something the matter?" Eve looked over her shoulder. She turned back. "Door." "Hmm?" Eve pointed. "That door was closed before." "Oh, I think the latch is broken." The phone kept ringing, somehow louder, more insistent. Heather frowned. "Aren't you going to answer that?" "She's trying to trick you," Mo whispered. "If you walk down that hallway, you'll never come back." The phone gave out one last ring. Eve, letting her paranoia win out, turned to the foyer. I need to get home." As she pushed out the front door, Heather called after her. "Don't be a stranger!" She said something else, but Eve didn't hear. She was already halfway across the yard.
Doc_C08, dispatch. Description: partial police report detailing a strange encounter near Kettle River. Supplemental report. Distribution: Sergeant Naomi, surname redacted. Date and time of report redacted. Location: Kettle Creek Mountain Highway, approximately 3 miles from Kettle Creek Bridge, westbound. Office: phone number redacted. Action taken: while conducting a routine traffic patrol on Kettle Creek Mountain Highway, I observed an unidentified Caucasian male, approximately mid-20s, wandering in the center of the road. He was approximately 6'3" with an athletic build, wearing a t-shirt and jeans despite freezing conditions. Upon my approach, the man appeared disoriented and confused. He stated he did not know how he arrived at the current location. When I suggested he accompany me for his safety, the man expressed extreme apprehension about being forced into a psychiatric facility. I attempted to reassure him. However, his attention was diverted to the southbound woods, where 3 unidentified Caucasian males, each approximately 6 feet tall and dressed in white suits, stood stationary. This raised the subject's demeanor to a state of high anxiety, rapid breathing, wide eyes. Subject fled into the northbound woods. Upon further investigation, the group of 3 males had also disappeared. Given the circumstances and the worsening weather, I opted not to pursue either party. Dispatch was informed, and a search team was sent to the area.
Stranger. White fog lay heavy over Heritage Lane, thickening with every step. The weather had returned with a vengeance, the snow reaching Eve's shins now, rising fast. The wind was picking up too, cold gusts lashing at her back, urging her forward. If this kept up, the bridge might close again. Get home. Make sure that family is gone already. She checked over her shoulder. Shiloh was still close, still following. Snow clung to the dog's black fur like a second coat, and yet she was still, mostly, happy to be outside. "Nearly home," said Eve. In good time, they reached the driveway, that narrow gap between the trees at the end of the road. Eve marched over and... fresh footprints. They led down the drive, carving a trail to the shoulder, rounding the family's moving truck. Of course they're still here. Muttering, she trod over. The imprints descended the embankment, bowed to the right, and ended with a figure, facing away, standing an arm's length from the tree line. Who was that? A child? An adult? Eve could only discern navy green boots, blue jeans, and a white t-shirt? Or a tank top? Was that Jenny? Had she somehow snuck outside? Whoever it was, they clearly weren't dressed for this weather. "Hey!" Eve called out, but the figure remained still, swaying in the wind as if their feet were bolted to the ground. Eve tried again. This time, the figure wandered into the reddish pines and dissolved into the fog. "Shit!" Eve hissed through gritted teeth. She looked to the long, serpentine driveway, then back to the foreboding woods. Even bundled up in all her winter layers, she could barely stand the icy chill. That stranger? They might freeze to death. With a resigned sigh, Eve plodded down the snowbank and ventured into the trees. As she pursued the tracks with Shiloh by her side, the old pines around them whispered and bellowed, as if holding some ancient counsel, as if they might spring to life and banish the intruders. Eve stayed focused. The footprints wove a confounding route, hooking left and right, circling trees, sometimes the same tree more than once. Yet there was an eerie purpose to this dance, as though tracing an unseen labyrinth. An incoherent thought, but one that Eve found difficult to shake. She clambered over a felled tree and, some 10 yards away, the figure slipped behind a jagged boulder. For a second, Eve thought it might have been Charlie, but this person had shoulder-length hair. Still, Eve called out again, her voice vying with the murmur of trees. She picked up the pace, nearly running now. The meandering footprints led her deeper and deeper through the pines. Branches clawed at her skin. Brambles snagged her clothes, snapping and breaking as she came upon a sloped clearing, and the tracks simply ended. Hard stop, as if the person she'd been chasing had ceased to exist. Eve swiveled around. Trees, brambles, snow, and more trees. Had they climbed? She looked up. The pines, straight and broad, towered into a stark white sky. The few branches within reach were thin, like twigs, unclimbable. Leveling her head, Eve cupped her hands around her mouth and called out once more. "Hello?" Her voice ricocheted through the clearing, unanswered. Her eyes flicked back to the tracks, the abrupt end. How on earth? Had this person tracked backward on their own prints, taken a different route? The notion seemed absurd, but more absurd than vanishing into thin air. Imaginary Charlie countered. Whatever. Eve was too cold to question the logic. Either way, this stranger, kid or not, obviously didn't want her help. Eve was about to head back home when Shiloh barked. A shrill snap. The dog was staring off into the woods at the low end of the clearing. Ears pricked, tail straight, as if sensing some hidden threat. Eve strained her eyes. All she could see were fog and pines and the shadows laid within. "Okay, Shiloh," she said. "Let's go." Yet the dog stood unmoving, gaze unbroken. An oddly familiar scene. Leery, Eve had approached, readying to leash the dog up, when she saw it. Obscured by the mist, masked by the pillars of the forest. An A-frame cabin. Dark. She found herself drifting toward it, a moth to a flame. With Shiloh at her side, she weaved through the trees, broke into another clearing, and paused at its boundary. The cabin, planted in the center of this rocky glade, was clearly abandoned. Lopsided, porch falling apart. White lichen clung to the walls, grasping the timber as if trying to prevent escape. The front door, hanging on a single hinge, swayed lazily in the wind. Creak, creak, creak. A scattering of bullet holes, likely target practice from bored hunters, peppered the crooked door's midsection. In short, the building seemed one stiff gust away from collapse. But the windows, they were strangely intact. Eve's attention carried upward. Above a corrugated awning, set between the roof's angled slats, a porthole window. It mirrored the ashen sky, concealing whatever might be inside. Someone could be up there, watching. Eve scanned the ground, searching for footprints. Nothing. Either way, she needed to get home. She had pivoted to leave when, without warning, Shiloh bolted from her side, shot up the porch steps, and vanished into the cabin. Fuck. Shiloh! She shouted. Silence. Just that creaking door, an open gash of shadow. Eve cursed under her breath, glanced around the clearing. She tried calling a few more times, all to no avail. Come on, she groaned. Without much choice, she hoofed across the glade, up the rickety stairs, onto the porch, and at her feet, hastily carved into the stoop, old house. It was enough to make her take a small step backward. It felt like a warning. She squinted into the stubborn dark of the cabin, called for Shiloh yet again, and, of course, nothing. Fucking hell. The words clouded into fog. Edging forward, she pushed the door fully open. Its low creak whined in the stagnant air, a protest of her trespass. Her silhouette, vague and hazy, stretched over the cabin floor. Checkered tiles, black and white. She observed the cramped space, a narrow corridor with a kitchenette on the left, a double bunk on the right. The top bed was half collapsed into the bottom. At the far end was an olive green door, half ajar, paint cracked and peeling. Clearly, no one had lived here for a while, not even squatters. A realization that did little to comfort Eve. As she took a careful step forward, the cabin settled. Beams groaned. Low clicks echoed, like the cables of a distant bridge. The sound here carried itself in a peculiar way, hushed and fleeting, as if the air itself were afraid to wake something. Shiloh? From behind the olive green door, paws skittered over dry wood, farther into the cabin. Click, 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 click. Eve inched ahead and inhaled a sour note of rat shit, mold, and rotting wood. Lovely. She kept going, praying the structure wouldn't collapse around her. She was halfway there when a gust of wind tore through the trees outside and slammed the front door shut. Bang! Eve whipped around. Through the bullet holes in the door, tendrils of gray light seeped in, tiny stars in a black sky. Shaking off her unease, Eve pressed on. It was only the wind. She nudged the green door open, revealing a sparse room. An old armchair sat in the dead center, its upholstery worn away, exposing a wire-frame skeleton. A faint glow filtered in through a square window and spilled onto a worn rug. Shiloh? Her eyes took a moment to adjust. There, nestled in a dim corner beside the window, sat the dog. With a head tilt and a lolling tongue, She seemed oddly calm, proud of her own defiance. Eve marched over. "What's gotten into you?" Leashing her up, Eve turned around and stopped in her tracks. The wall and the door were covered, floor to ceiling, with maps and blueprints. An insane collage of conspiracy, all coated in dust. Eve narrowed her eyes and drifted closer. Most of the maps were of Kettle Creek and Yale, but some were different states, cities, countries. Yet they all seemed to be connected, forming one big, convoluted chart, unified by black ink pathways, arrows, and baffling notes. A lunatic's labyrinth. Heather's words echoed in Eve's memory. Some nut broke into town hall, pilfered most of the paperwork. The notes, bizarre and too numerous to count, were scattered throughout. If you've followed directions properly up to this point, Red Lake will be bone dry. At its deepest point, there will be a steel hatch in the ground that leads to a house of refuge. A middle-aged woman will be there to provide further instruction. If her son has passed away in the last year, leave immediately and backtrack your route to the last house of refuge. Ensure the woman does not follow. Host, who lives beneath Civil War Museum, can transfer his memories by making eye contact. Highly unstable individual. Be careful in his presence. The anchor of 129 Orello Avenue takes the form of a blue nightstand when observed. Time moves slower in the Brenda mines. This exit leads to a Red Sun overworld. The guide in Lonsdale is a fucking fraud. Do not listen to a word he says. The rest of the wall was covered in similar ramblings, each note accompanied by an arrow pointing to a specific location. "Okay, Shiloh, time to go." A newfound urgency in her step, Eve pulled at the dog's leash, guiding her back to the exit. They shuffled through the green door, into the checkered tile space, and something was wrong. Different. But what? She scanned the walls, trying to scope the change. Then the realization struck. The bullet holes in the door, those pinpricks of gray light, had vanished, blacked out. Eve forced her eyes to adjust. A figure, tall and broad, was standing between her and the only way out, blocking the light. Eve's breath hitched, heart lurched. A silence, long and dark, slithered through the room. And then a voice. You're not supposed to be here." Its timbre was weak and raspy, the voice of an old man just about ready for the grave. "You're not supposed to be here," he repeated, sounding even more scared than Eve felt. I'm sorry," Eve sputtered, still unable to fully see who she was speaking to. Only that looming silhouette. "My dog ran in," she said. "I was just leaving." The man staggered away. The movement was sudden, as if Eve's voice had somehow caused him to lose balance. He backed through the front door and stumbled out of view. As he did, the cold light caught the side of his face, gaunt, withered, and creased with lines. More silence. Eve hesitated, eyes fixed on the empty doorway. It framed the forest, a vertical painting. The man's voice trembled. "Just please leave." The fog of his breath smoked into the frame. "Please." Heedful, Eve glided toward the exit, half dragging Shiloh along. As she broached the porch, the old man was huddled off to the side, half turned away, averting his gaze, as if the mere sight of her might damn him to hell. His skin clung tightly to skeletal features, like vacuum-sealed saran wrap. Fragile strands of chalk-white hair did nothing to cover his liver-spotted scalp, and the side of his face was scarred with a terrible gash. Long-healed, it started at the corner of his mouth and led up his cheek, nearly reaching his earlobe. "Leave," he repeated. Eve hurried down the stairs. "I'm so sorry," she said. I didn't know anyone lived here." She was 1 foot on the ground, 1 foot on the steps when the old man called after her. "Wait!" Eve looked back. He was still looking off to the side, avoiding eye contact. "Those people in your house, that's not what they look like," he said, talking more to the trees than to her. "What?" Eve wasn't sure if she'd heard him right. He looked directly at her. His eyes were filled with a different type of dread now. Nothing like the manic anxiety from moments before. No. This was the kind of long-lived, substrate terror that digs in during childhood and gnaws at your bones and skin and keeps eating away until you're rotting in the dirt. "The family," he said. "That's not what they look like." Eve shook her head. I don't understand." "You need to be careful," he added. "Get them to leave, whatever means necessary." Before Eve could respond, he stomped off into the dimness of the cabin, crashing the door shut in his wake. Deeply disturbed by whatever the hell that was, Eve turned back to the woods. Beyond the curtain of trees, a soft orange hue shimmered. A lone beacon amid the fog. She squinted. It was a window, surrounded by the gray outline of another structure. Her own home. Was it that close? As she slogged forward, a memory from the previous night surfaced, almost forgotten until now, when she'd been peering out from the foyer and saw, among the faraway trees, a pale blue light. A light that had been positioned roughly around where she was standing now. Still moving, she looked over her shoulder, up to that porthole window. She forged onward through the trees. Home, now.
Doc_A04 Hoax. Description: excerpts from High Strangeness, Events of the Pacific Northwest, a compilation of rare and unexplained documents, written by various authors. Typos and other errors have not been corrected. Subject: Old House, U17, and Historic Connections. Written by Lyle H. Footnotes by Unknown. Apsplenium marinum is a subspecies of fern native to Western Europe, commonly referred to as sea spleenwort or seawort due to its tendency to pop up in maritime areas. It has been recorded from the coasts of Norway all the way down to southern. Footnote 1, miscapitalized T, not the only instance of an oddly capitalized letter. Perhaps the author's keyboard was broken. Italy. Footnote 2. Regarding C. spleenwort, this paragraph is one of the few verifiable claims in the document. But what's a fern got to do with anything? Good question, yet it only raises another. What is a fern native to Europe doing in the Pacific Northwest of the United States? It's a question that elicits nothing more than mild curiosity from most, myself included initially. After all, it was not uncommon for settlers, intentionally or otherwise, to bring European species into the so-called New World. But when placed in the larger context of non-native species appearing in the areas surrounding Old House U17, footnote 1, Old House U17, still trying to figure out the author's labeling system, the question becomes more compelling. The Eurasian lynx, aka the Felis lynx, is not exactly the type of species to stow away on a colonial ship, and yet they have been spotted and photographed on at least one occasion in the vicinity of Old House U17, north of Spokane, Washington. The lynx photo in question, origin unknown, was shot on 35mm black and white film with a telephoto lens. It depicts a Eurasian lynx sitting beside a crooked shed at the edge of a forest, staring directly into the camera. For all intents and purposes, the photo has been deemed illegitimate. Footnote 2. Regarding lynx photo, there is no evidence or record of this. Of course, it remains possible that a settler or modern-day traveler had intentionally brought the animal over, perhaps as a pet, and it joined the natural ecosystem. Or maybe someone local, with access to exotic cats, had released one into the area, photographed it. But again, these explanations in and of themselves would only speak to the tenacity of old house conspiracies and the convoluted rabbit holes that accompany them. And if it is a hoax, then it only reaffirms the same conclusion. After all, it's been said the sign of a great conspiracy is when people begin to create hoaxes in its stead, much like the Andrew Melvin interrogation footage, aka AMIF. Footnote. Regarding AMIF, no clue what this is. In addition to the Eurasian lynx and the sea spleenwort fern, credible biologists have recorded over 57 species of non-native flora and fauna in the area, the majority of which are subspecies of lichen, fungus, and moss. Bizarrely, all incidents and recordings of such things are constrained within a 5-kilometer radius of the house. As of March 3, 2017, there has been no satisfying explanation as to why this is the case. Still, skeptics will understandably argue that the foreign introduction of non-native species could explain all of these incidents. All except one. Gelsheimer ants. Footnote. Regarding Gelsheimer ants. Not real. This incredibly rare subspecies of ant was originally found on unmarked islands in the southwest Atlantic. Discovered by 19th century Belgian explorer entomologist Audric Gelsheimer. Footnote. Audric Gelsheimer, not a real person. Starting to notice a theme here? The species was notable for the striking white ring that circled its lower thorax. What makes the presence of Gelsheimer ants at Old House U17 especially compelling is the fact that they were thought to be extinct. The first and most logical explanation for this species re-emerging over a century later, nearly half a world away, would be that Audric Gelsheimer had unknowingly transported them on his ship. This, after all, was how the Ocatellus glaber, aka the common house ant, was spread from Australia to the rest of the world's continents. Footnote. Regarding house ants' Australian origin, pretty sure this is actually true. However, this theory is DBA. Footnote. Regarding DBA, likely the author meant dead before arrival. Shortly after his discovery of the ant, Gelsheimer's ship went down in a storm, and months later, a volcanic eruption wiped out all life on the island he'd discovered. In fact, the only reason we knew of Gelsheimer's ants before their rediscovery at Old House U17 was due to divers finding Gelsheimer's journals in the shipwreck. Conveniently, Gelsheimer's utilized waterproof containment to store all his records. Until Old House, the only known depiction of these ants was from Gelsheimer's incredibly detailed sketches. However, I should note the majority of mainstream entomologists still question the legitimacy of both Gelsheimer's records and the reported findings at Old House. Footnote. Regarding entire paragraph, Insofar as my extensive research, Gelsheimer ants are not a real thing. Audric Gelsheimer is not a real person. No mainstream entomologists are even aware of the supposed controversy. Everything in this paragraph is a complete fabrication of the authors. Host. Person who's been trapped or willfully residing, OWR, in old house for longer than 1 year. If trapped for longer than a month, it is essentially impossible to escape. Guest. Person who's been trapped, OWR, for less than 1 year. Guide. Person with intimate knowledge of one or more old house wings and can safely bring tourists inside without getting lost and or trapped, hopefully. Tourist. Person who enters old house under the ward of a guide, generally for exploratory or personal reasons, and spends less than a week inside. Many tourists unwittingly become guests and or hosts. Trespasser. Someone who enters old house without a guide, usually by accident or with nefarious intent for monetary gain or otherwise. Anchor, also known as trickster, spirit, demon, entity, presence, specter, etc. Either a non-human entity or a host who has been trapped for so long they are essentially no longer human. Some are neutral, some are helpful, most are incredibly dangerous. Anchor motives are often incomprehensible. Seems like some feed on terror and or confusion and or chaos. Hatch. Any structure or entrance, man-made or otherwise, that can be used to enter or exit old house. Shortcut. Exactly that. Used to jump locations. Extremely high risk. Hook. Room or section of old house that is impossible to escape without ritual replacement. The longer someone is trapped in old house, the more dangerous they become to themselves and others. Some claim that symptoms akin to radiation sickness and psychosis can occur, hearing loss, vomiting, hallucinations, extreme paranoia, etc. Footnote. Regarding trapped in old house, on the original document, this line was blacked out with Sharpie. Rubbing alcohol was used to decipher it. But what do ferns, lynxes, and ants have to do with anything? Why do non-native species keep showing up around old house? Why should you care about any of this? All good questions. Unfortunately, when it comes to old house, questions tend only to raise more questions, and sometimes, if you're lucky enough to find an answer, you may wish you hadn't. However, for the morbidly curious few, keep an eye out for my upcoming book on the subject, Plants, Cats, Monoliths, and Ants, Unpacking the Mystery of Old House. Footnote, regarding book, never published, at least not by this title. Until next time, noli oblivici, cuius domus sis. Footnote. In conclusion, this entire document is undoubtedly the corrupted brainchild of people with too much free time. Please send all questions to oldhousearchivist@gmail.com. Footnote. Regarding oldhousearchivist@gmail.com, I've reached out to this email multiple times. No response.
Relic. Eve trudged onto her porch, weary, cold, and profoundly unsettled. She reached for the doorknob. Locked. She rifled through her pockets, searching for keys. Nothing. Just Charlie's locket. Frustration mounting, she patted down her coat. Perfect, she muttered. First you lose your phone, now this. She pounded on the door. No answer. With a pointer finger, she jabbed the buzzer rapid fire. 5 seconds passed. Nothing. She wiped a foggy window with her sleeve and strained to see inside. The house sat in darkness. Had the family left? How had they locked the door behind them? She smacked a palm against the glass. "Hey!" she yelled. "Anybody home?" Still nothing. "Unfucking believable," she groaned. Ready to try another way in, she turned, but after 3 steps across the porch, the door creaked open behind her. She looked back. Thomas was standing there, sheepish. "I'm so sorry," he said. Eve, too cold, too grumpy for words, brushed past him into the foyer. She slammed the door shut, the warmth of the house breathing life into her stiff limbs, melting away the chill, but not the bad mood. Pulling off her coat, she went to the closet and... "Any luck?" asked Thomas. Eve blinked at him. He clarified. "Getting a hold of Charlie." "Sure." She hung up her coat, her thoughts still lost in the woods. She checked the time. 10:46 a.m. Then she looked at Thomas, her face filled with, "The fuck are you still doing here?" Reading her mind, Thomas said, We were planning to head out, just didn't want to leave the place unlocked." He nodded toward the window. "A lot of eccentrics out in these woods. Can't be too careful." "Uh-huh," was all Eve could muster. Now, with the added context of Thomas's past, those pockmarked scars on his face suddenly stood out all the more. Again, that morose vision invaded her thoughts. A gaunt hand, a silver-tipped pen stabbing into pale flesh. Allison started to believe there was only one way to make it stop, to get her old life back. A hint of sympathy for Thomas fell over Eve, along with something else. Fear. Thomas, catching Eve's stare, rubbed his neck, as if trying to shield the scars from view. Eve considered asking him why they hadn't stayed at Heather's place last night, but she had bigger priorities. She cleared her throat. "Anyways, you should hit the road before it gets any worse out there." "Of course," he nodded. "Just waiting on the weather." The words sailed across the room, slipped into Eve's ear canal, and ignited a chemical rage. She didn't even try to mask it. "You said you were leaving after breakfast." Thomas cast her an apologetic look. "I know, but now, without winter tires, the roads, Paige is a little anxious, and she's worn me down. Besides, the weather should clear up soon enough." Eve blinked at him. If she hadn't been so tired, she might have screamed. He added, somewhat defensively, "We wanted to head out earlier, but, like I said, didn't want to leave the place unlocked." The comment not so subtly shifted the blame onto Eve. But just as she felt the burden of guilt begin to sag on her shoulders, she shook it off and went into problem-solving mode instead. "I'll get the tire chains from the attic. Then you can leave right away." From behind Thomas, Jenny shuffled into the foyer. Thomas ruffled his daughter's hair, looked at Eve, and said, "Tire chains? I appreciate that, but I'm not sure they'll fit our truck." "They're universal." He sighed with palpable relief. "That'll work," he said. "You need a hand getting them down?" "I'll be fine." "You sure?" "I've got it," she repeated. He nodded again. "We'll start packing up our stuff right away. Checkout time is at 11, right?" He smiled, seeming to expect a chuckle, but all Eve gave him was a silent glare. Clearing his throat, he turned away and called, "Paige!" He disappeared into the living room. His daughter lingered behind, looking up at Eve, her eyes filled with a hint of worry, as if something bad had happened while Eve was away. Maybe Eve was projecting, reading too much into it, but "Jennifer!" Paige's shrill call snapped from the living room. Help us clean up! Now! Head hanging, Jenny slunk off around the corner. Eve, alone in her musings, stared into the now empty doorway, still trying to grasp the bizarre events of the morning. Who was that old man in the woods? Why did he warn me about this family? Why did the focus? Charlie's voice halted her train of thought. Get the tire chains. Get them out of our house. Moments later, Eve grabbed an aluminum flashlight from the laundry room. Switching off a hanging bulb, she shut the door and had started back toward the foyer when Paige stepped around the corner, blocking her path. The dim glow of winter light cast onto Paige from behind, a white aura spilling over her shoulders, her blonde hair. She smiled meekly, her face draped in thin shadows. The old man's cryptic warning whispered in Eve's ear. That's not what they look like. Paige broke the awkward silence. Thomas said you're lending us tire chains? More like donating. Eve gave an apathetic, yep. Paige nodded. We really appreciate all your help. It means good to know. Eve strolled around her and slipped into the foyer. Her social battery had long run out. Upstairs, Eve entered the hallway and froze. She narrowed her gaze. The once hanging flap of wallpaper, the one Jenny had torn away to access the dumbwaiter, was back in place. Eve went over and ran her finger along the edges. A near seamless repair. Had Thomas done this? Under normal circumstances, Eve might have appreciated the gesture, but now, like everything else going on, it just didn't feel right. He should have asked first. Where had he even found the materials to put it back in place? Returning to the task at hand, Eve reached for the white cord hanging from the ceiling and gave it a firm tug. A retractable staircase creaked downward, spewing a cloud of red dust. She backstepped, covered her mouth, and waited for the dust to settle before ascending. Eve poked her head into the attic, flicked on her flashlight, and scanned around, like a detective assessing a crime scene. Sloped ceilings, shallow walls lined with piles of junk. The air up here was damp, a higher pitch of the basement's odor. Metallic earthiness, but with a slight undertone that made her think of something rotten and foul. A dead rat, or maybe a bird, was probably calcified into the walls. Charming. Hoisting herself up, she rose to stand, nearly bumping her head on a low support beam. Close call. She looked around, studying the clutter. Chairs, tables, cabinets, all in a 1950s minimalist style. Some of it was still in decent shape, but where had Charlie said those tire chains were? A few weeks back, she'd spoken of a narrow corridor leading to an alcove at the house's front. Eve turned leftward, her light roaming over the stacks of old chairs, furniture, and a dog kennel? It was nestled between a broken grandfather clock and an empty guitar case. Eve drew closer. The metal wire crate held an assortment of chew toys, expired liver treats, and a plastic food bowl. Fading white letters on the bowl spelled out Buckley. Thomas's chocolate lab? Right then, her flashlight flickered. Stuttering blinks. Darkness. Eve rolled her eyes, gave it a shake. No luck. She smacked it against her palm and it jolted back to life. That's what I thought, she muttered. Turning away, she ducked to avoid another support beam and delved deeper, rounding a tight corner into an even lower ceilinged alcove. With each step, the world outside grew quieter, until the only sounds were the muffled wind and the occasional murmurs of the family shuffling about downstairs. Then, somewhere nearby, the drip, drip, drip of a roof leak or a broken pipe. The sound was coming from a murky corner. As Eve approached, she could see a passageway, a gap between two support beams. Barely shoulder width, it stretched for a good 30 feet, parallel to the front of the house. This had to be the one Charlie mentioned. Reluctant, Eve pushed into it, shuffling forward. Here, the time-worn innards of the house were exposed. Rusted pipes, frayed wires, and reddish-pink insulation. Looked like a botched surgery. All the while, that drip, drip, drip drew closer until an icy droplet landed on the top of her head, muffled by her hair. She looked up. A leaky pipe. Another drop fell, tracing a cold path down her cheek. She wiped it away, carried on. Behind her, the dripping returned, smacking against the cured wood, rhythmic. A few feet ahead, Eve came upon a gap in the paneling. A 2-foot by 3-foot square at waist height. An entrance? She peered inside. The dumbwaiter chute. Curious, she beamed her light into its depths, revealing a narrow shaft that plunged all the way to the basement. Long drop. A counterweighted rope reached down, hooked to a metal cart at the bottom. Memories from the night before rushed up like a cold draft. The figure on the steps, Thomas in the snow. A prickling sensation crept up her spine. Why did I come back to the house? I should have just waited at Heather's and... Tire. Chains. She pulled away from the chute and continued down the passage. At the end, she rounded a tight corner and came upon a crooked door, coated with red paint, cracked and peeling like severely chapped lips. Leery, she nudged it open. A blinding glow glared into her corneas. Harsh sunlight was flooding through a square window in the far wall. Switching off her flashlight, she stepped into a room no bigger than a walk-in closet. The walls were crowded with more random junk. A motley crew of thrift store rejects. Bald tires, tacky holiday decorations, empty picture frames. But it was in the back corner, tucked beneath the wiry branches of a plastic Christmas tree, where she found what she was looking for. Tire chains. Wasting no more time, Eve gathered them up, ready to leave. Yet, as she rose to stand, something caught her eye. A white file box was sitting beneath the window. Written on its lid, in black Sharpie, Charlotte's stuff. Donate. Charlotte. That was Charlie's legal name, the one still on her birth certificate, but she hadn't answered to it in decades. Unable to help herself, Eve set the tire chains aside and lifted the box onto the windowsill. She pulled off the lid and rifled through. Inside were a few camera lenses, rolls of film, and an old 35mm Pentax. Charlie's camera. Eve picked it up, turned it over in her hands. She wasn't exactly shocked to find it stashed away, but up in the attic? And in a donation box at that? During the early years of their relationship, Charlie was seldom seen without that camera draped around her neck. And Eve still vividly recalled the day when, 3 years before, Charlie had her own gallery showing. It was a rain-soaked Thursday in downtown Rochester, and they'd rented out a little studio on University Ave, Charlie adorned its walls with mountain vistas, downtown scenes, and live concert snapshots. She'd even put up the blurry portrait of Eve, hiding her face from the camera. The turnout had been modest, but every single visitor meant the world to Charlie. Eve never forgot how nervous her partner looked as the first people shuffled in. It was a rare, endearing sight. Charlie, usually so self-assured, fumbling her words as she spoke to perusing guests. To Eve, it was just about the cutest thing in the world, and it showed how much Charlie cared about her work. But Charlie hadn't taken a photo since her father passed away 2 years ago. He was the one who'd introduced her to photography in the first place. The one who'd gifted her that 35mm Pentax. A few weeks after his funeral, the camera found its way to a shelf, then to a closet, and now, here, tucked between a rusty hubcap and a plastic reindeer. No more gallery showings, no more stealthy portraits. Eve had asked her about it once, but Charlie just shrugged and said, "Don't have time for it." As Eve tucked away the box, she heard the front door swing open and slam shut with a muted thwack. Footfalls crunched on gravel and snow. She leaned forward, trying to get a better view. Down below, Thomas was marching across the yard, focused, determined. He paused at the crooked shed, sneaking a look back at the house as if making sure he was hidden from view. Then, out of nowhere, he exhaled a primal scream, slapping at the side of his head with a flat palm. Violent, vicious. The type of tantrum that makes people cross the street to avoid you. A disturbing and surprising thing to behold. Until then, Thomas had seemed to be many things, but violent certainly wasn't one of them. It only added to Eve's growing unease. After excising his demons, Thomas straightened up, collected himself, and fixed his tousled hair. Red-faced, he reached into his coat pocket and cast another furtive glance around. He hunched over and brought both hands to his face. For a second, Eve thought he might be dialing someone on a cell phone. But as he stood upright and exhaled a dark plume, she noticed something pinched between his index and middle finger. A cigarette. He took a long drag and exhaled again. Puffing away, he continued down the winding driveway until the trees obscured him. Was he going to get the truck? If the drive-up had stumped him the day before, she doubted he'd fare better now. As she receded from the window, her eyes caught a message, carved into the sill. "Don't forget which house you're in." It was haphazard, eerily similar to the one on the cabin's doorstep. Old house. Don't forget which house you're in. What did it mean? Was it a religious ultimatum? This is a house of the Lord. Never forget that. Or was it something stranger? Eve didn't know, and frankly, she wasn't eager to find out. Besides, she'd wasted enough time up here. Just as she was about to grab the tire chains, a harsh, metallic sound echoed behind her. Eve turned. Around the corner, down the narrow passage, the dissonant rasping droned on, like jagged fingernails scraping against rusting metal. High-pitched, wailing, louder by the second. Painful to listen to. She could feel it in her teeth. Then, right as it became nearly unbearable, it rattled to a sudden stop. A halting ka-chunk sound that made her realize what it was. The dumbwaiter. Cautious, she peeked into the narrow corridor. Sure enough, the dumbwaiter cart was up here now. But from this angle, she couldn't tell if it was empty or not. For all she knew, someone might be huddled inside, waiting to leap out, grab her by the neck, and drag her into the depths of Hades. "Jenny?" Eve's voice drifted faintly down the corridor, answered only by that dripping pipe. She glanced over her shoulder, down at the tire chains. Come back for those later. Bracing herself, she ventured forward, one step at a time, flashlight raised like a pointless shield. Inch by inch, the dumbwaiter's interior was unveiled and empty. Joy. It must have been hoisted up with no one inside. After all, that was how they were supposed to be used. One of the kids must have done it, right? She was about to turn back for the chains when something else caught her light. On the floor, damp footprints. Narrow and gaunt, they gleamed under her light like oil slicks in a back alley puddle. They started at the dumbwaiter entrance, trailed off down the passageway, and bent around the corner. These weren't the footprints of a child. With terrible anticipation, she raised her light, a quivering moon that shone through wooden slats and dusty clutter. No shadowy figure inside. She opened her mouth, but what did you say in situations like this? Hello? Anybody there? No, don't say that. Jenny? The dusty attic remained silent, interrupted only by that infuriating drip, drip, drip. Whoever was up here, they were somewhere between Eve and the only way out. Focus. Breathe. One foot in front of the other, she passed beneath the dripping leak, the top of her head muffling its rhythm one last time. At the end of the corridor, she leaned out and swivel-checked both ways. All clear. We're good. Just get to the exit, and with perfect timing, her flashlight flickered into darkness. Shit. She smacked it, sputtering light. Fuck. She smacked it again, harder. This time it surged bright, like a flare, somehow illuminating the entire attic, and then darkness. She clicked the on-off switch. Nothing. She bonked it against a support beam. Nothing. In a fit of stupid rage, she hurled it across the attic. With a hollow crack, it rattled off a wall somewhere and tumbled to the floor. Pitch black. The shadowy void engulfed her now, trapping her up here with the vague shapes of old furniture and forgotten relics. Her heart raced. She inched forward aimlessly, arms outstretched. Calm down. Focus on your breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Behind her, a skittering, almost fragile sound, followed by a short, ragged gasp, like a breath taken just before slipping underwater. She halted in her tracks, a shivering cold creeping down her neck as she peered over her shoulder. Silence. Dark. Only that drip, drip, dripping pipe until... Nothing. Dead quiet. The drip had suddenly stopped. Was someone standing under it? Just as the question formed, the dripping resumed and a floorboard creaked. Slow. Careful. A footstep? Swiveling back, she was about to panic, but a literal ray of hope saved her. About 40 feet away, the light from the still-open attic ladder cast dimly onto the angled ceiling. She picked up her pace. Careful, don't trip. Almost there, almost free, and... At the last second, the ladder slammed shut with an authoritative wham! Fuck! She collapsed onto the hatch, shouting for whoever was down there to open it. No response. Frantic, she fumbled around, searching for the handle, searching for something, anything. But there was only the splinter-infested floorboards. Cold sweat ran down her forehead, into her eyes. Her heart thumped faster. Breath gasped. She stopped herself again. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out. Ground yourself. Focus on your surroundings. Your senses. Sight. Darkness. A thin slit of white light slipping through the floorboards. Smell. Musty air. Dead rat. Touch. Coarse hardwood. Cold sweat. Sound. Her own breathing. Wind gusting outside. The dripping pipe and... Behind her, a slow, rolling sound, like a billiard ball. She gazed back. Only darkness. But then, light flickered to life. The flashlight. It was about 10 feet away, rolling in a lazy arc, beaming a dim wedge across the floor. Eve watched, dreadfully transfixed as, bit by bit, the rolling flashlight shone across the walls, the reddish-pink insulation. And then, it came to a tottering stop, its yellow glow stretching across the floor, ending just before it reached a darkened nook. It was as if this light was trying to show her something, but nothing was there. Her eyes narrowed. Vision adjusted. Just beyond the edge of the flashlight's circle, a faint outline took shape among the shadows. Standing between an old coat rack and a glass cabinet, a figure. Tall, slender, draped in darkness. Pin-straight posture. Motionless. As still as a storefront mannequin. Was it a mannequin? As if in response to her unspoken query, the figure took a sudden, shuffling step forward. Now, the front of its bare feet stood in the light. Jaundiced skin and overgrown toenails stained with dirt. Eve's stomach twisted. The figure took another shuffling step forward, calloused heels scraping the hardwood like sandpaper. Now it loomed, fully bathed in the flashlight's unforgiving glare. A woman, draped in a tattered, off-white hospital gown. She was tall, almost 6 feet, her face hidden behind peekaboo hands, like a child playing some terrible game. And her scalp was shaved down to thin black roots, bluish veins pulsating beneath bone-white skin. Eve's breath cut short, like an emergency hatch within her lungs had burst open, sucked out all the air. She couldn't even scream. That choking moment, horrible and suffocating, seemed to stretch on for eternity until... The woman took another sudden step forward before freezing in place. Then, 2 quick steps, halted. 1 step, halted. 3 steps, and... The flashlight blinked out. Total darkness ensued, punctuated by those sporadic footsteps. Faster, faster. Unspeakable dread surged from Eve's gut, climbed into her throat like a swarm of maggots writhing up a narrow pipe until... Finally, she managed to scream for help. Scream louder than she'd ever screamed before. Swiveling back, she pounded on the hatch, hitting harder and harder, each blow sending jolts of pain through her clenched fists. All the while, those scraping footfalls drew closer, closer, nearly upon her, and... Without warning, the floor swung open from beneath. Blinding light. A fleeting, weightless moment. Then she tumbled down the ladder, the world a dizzying blur as she slammed headfirst into the banister. Light. You have to hide. You have to hide. You have to... She awakes in a room no bigger than a walk-in closet. Beige walls. Rickety bed. A window that overlooks a murky pond. She's been here for months now. Maybe years. She doesn't know anymore. She stopped counting when the snow stopped falling in March. Or maybe February. She wonders. Thief. When Eve's eyes fluttered open, she found herself lying on the living room couch, a dull pain pounding in her forehead. Fractured memories floated through her psyche. The attic, tire chains, and a leaky pipe. Rising to sit, she took in her surroundings. Paige sat near the fireplace, knitting away. At her feet, Newton and Jenny were playing with Legos. Where did they get those from? Kai was standing off near the kitchen, hands in his pockets, staring out a window. And Thomas, he was nowhere to be seen. Paige, catching Eve's movement, looked up, her face etched with concern. Maybe even a hint of fear. Are you all right? She asked. Before Eve could respond, Thomas emerged from the foyer, his face a grim mask. Upon seeing Eve, his severe expression gave way to relief. "Oh, thank God you're awake," he said. Eve rubbed her temples, still struggling to think through the throbbing ache. What happened? "You were in the attic," Paige answered, screaming, terrified. The kids stared at Eve, eyes tinged with apprehension. Thomas went on. "You took a nasty fall, hit your head and blacked out for a few seconds. We helped you down here, but you passed out again." "How long was I out?" 10, 15 minutes. Eve narrowed her gaze. "And you didn't call an ambulance?" She realized the answer before the words left her mouth. "No phones," said Thomas with a shade of remorse. Digital fucking detox, in the middle of a cross-country move. Right then, Paige's earlier comment finally registered. "Wait," said Eve. "I was screaming?" Paige and Thomas exchanged a glance. "You were calling for help," said Thomas. "You sounded, quite distressed." A memory shot to the surface of Eve's mind. The woman, draped in a hospital gown. There's somebody in the... She trailed off. Thomas nudged. "I'm sorry?" "There's an intruder in the attic," said Eve, a sudden urgency in her voice. Jenny and Newton gaped at her, fear rising in their eyes. Thomas, picking up on this, said, "Go play in the other room." Kai slouched off around the corner, disinterested by it all, like he thought Eve was making things up for attention. Jenny and Newton, still wide-eyed, left their Legos behind and started filing out. "And Newton," Thomas added, "keep Jenny close. Anything happens, you come right back here, understood?" The boy gave a single nod. Once the kids were out of earshot, Thomas sat opposite Eve and lowered his voice. "What exactly did you see?" There was a woman." Eve paused, head still pounding, memories still foggy. "She was wearing a hospital gown. I think I saw her before, last night on the basement stairs, but..." "Last night?" Paige interrupted. And you didn't tell anyone? I convinced myself it was nothing. Thomas tapped a finger against the side of his leg.
What did she look like?
Another image flashed. Those pale hands, splayed with bluish veins, held up like she was playing peekaboo. I couldn't see her face. Half to herself, Eve added, Do you think it was? She fell silent. The notion that Allison might still be around here had been gnawing at the back of Eve's mind since last night, but Thomas prodded.
Do I think it was?
Uncertain, Eve ventured, Your sister?
Allison? Thomas balked. No, not possible. It's not her.
She's what? Institutionalized? Dead?
Before you moved in,
Thomas shifted the topic.
How long was the house sitting empty?
Eve blinked at him. How is this relevant? Thomas tried again.
When did the previous owners move out?
A year ago, I think.
A year?
He looked to Paige, then back to Eve.
Could be a squatter,
he said. Eve scoffed. A squatter? I don't think... Eve, said Paige. Are you sure about what you saw up there? It wasn't just a trick of the shadows? Eve sent her a stabbing glare, not in the mood for debate. Well, Paige huffed. Did they seem dangerous? Eve leaned forward, rubbing her temples. They sure as fuck didn't seem friendly, Paige. Paige grimaced. Her eyes flicked to her husband. We should call the police.
With what?
The neighbor's phone. Paige bristled. Thomas waved away her suggestion.
Let's not escalate things. Not until we know what we're dealing with. I'll go check first. Might be a drifter. Somebody trying to stay out of the cold.
Paige scoffed. What are you going to do? Ask them to leave? We should call the authorities. As Thomas and Paige argued back and forth, Eve fell into another nightmarish daydream, as if part of her was still locked in the attic, screaming for help. She could almost feel her fists pounding against the hardwood. Hear those footsteps shuffling closer, closer, closer. Thomas said,
I'm going up to take a look, all right?
I don't think it's safe, Eve thought aloud.
I'll be fine.
He pushed himself up to stand and made his way toward the foyer. Don't forget the tire chains, Paige called after him. Thomas mumbled a reply and disappeared around the corner. As the sound of his footfalls marched upstairs, Eve was about to tumble down yet another doom spiral when a rhythmic creaking disrupted her thoughts. Paige was knitting again, rocking back and forth in her chair. An unfamiliar red rocking chair. Eve hadn't noticed it until now. Catching Eve's stare, Paige slowed to a stop. Nice chair, said Eve. Thanks. Paige's lips pressed together in a straight line. Thomas grabbed it from the truck, she explained. The movement is good for my spine. I used to ride horses, had an injury, and sure. Eve couldn't pretend to care. A solid stretch of tense silence dragged by until Paige murmured, Sorry about last night. Eve looked at her, eyebrow raised. Paige cleared her throat. During dinner, when I, interrogated you about your life, it wasn't appropriate. Eve remained silent. You picked a weird time to atone. It's just, Paige sighed. I'm not used to how fast the world's changing these days. Eve looked away and replied with a dry, Same. Unprompted, Paige said, "I wasn't always a believer, you know." She rubbed her silver cross necklace between an index finger and thumb, apparently waiting for Eve's response. Eve considered asking Paige to please, kindly, shut the fuck up, but the banal conversation was at least keeping her distracted from the headache, keeping her from falling into another panic. Paige, interpreting Eve's silence as interest, went on. "Thomas, believe it or not, he was the one who led me to the Lord." Eve tilted her head, surprised but not invested. "We met at a soup kitchen," Paige continued. "Thomas was there with his church. I was there for court-ordered community service, if you can believe that." She looked to Eve, again expecting some kind of response. Eve, too spaced out to care, said nothing. Paige went on. "A few weeks into us knowing each other, Thomas asked me if I wanted to grab a coffee sometime. I said no thanks, but a drink would be just fine. Thomas said coffee was a drink, and I laughed. I guess it was the sort of thing I found funny back then." Paige almost smiled. She seemed about to say something else, but Thomas re-entered. "Didn't see anyone," he shrugged. "Found this, though." He held out the aluminum flashlight. Eve stared at it like he'd just offered up a dead fish. "What about the tire chains?" said Paige. "We'll be fine without them." Thomas set the flashlight on the coffee table. Eve said, "The footprints." "There were footprints up there." "Huh." Thomas shook his head. "I checked pretty much everywhere. Didn't see anything." The corner of his mouth twitched. He was lying. Eve was sure of it. He was trying to make her look unstable, and that's not what they look like. The thought came out of nowhere, and once again, Eve's sanity threatened to slip. On impulse, she jumped up from the couch and headed for the kitchen. Get away from this family. Thomas blocked her path. "Eve," he said, his face filled with a pity that made her feel pathetic. "Are you sure you're okay? You, hit your head pretty hard back there. Maybe you should sit." His tone was reminiscent of someone addressing a lost senior. "Is your home nearby? Do you have a loved one I can call?" Despite the patronization, his concern sent a speckle of doubt through her. Is my judgment clouded by the concussion? Have I misinterpreted? From somewhere upstairs, a familiar sound bled through a ceiling vent. 3 clear chimes. Eve's phone? It had the same unmistakably generic ringtone. Without a second thought, Eve brushed past Thomas, hauling herself toward the foyer. He started after her. "Don't fucking follow me," she snapped, her words filled with a vitriol that surprised even her. Thomas froze, equally startled by the outburst. Just leave me alone," she muttered, veering off around the corner. She heedlessly shot up the stairs, 2 at a time, and the sound was coming from the study. She charged in, finding Kai, silhouetted by the stained glass window, fumbling with her cracked screen phone, trying to silence it. That little thief. "Hand it over," she seethed. What?" Kai feigned ignorance and hid the now silent phone behind his back. Eve stomped over and snatched for it, but he turned away. "It's mine," he said, that ever-present smugness twinkling in his eyes. "Give me back my fucking phone," Eve growled, seizing his arm. But his grip was strong, and a vicious tug-of-war ensued. Out of nowhere, Shiloh bolted into the room, barking bloody murder, circling the battling duo. As the tug-of-war reached its crescendo, Shiloh lunged forward, clamping her teeth onto Kai's denim-clad ankle. All at once, Eve staggered back, Kai squealed out a warbled yelp, and the phone clattered to the hardwood. Thomas, Paige, and the other 2 kids burst through the door, mouths agape at the rapidly unfolding nightmare before them. Shiloh, with her teeth still clamped around Kai's ankle, thrashed, refusing to let go. No matter how much Kai shook, how much he squealed, the dog only bore down tighter. Eve, struggling to find her words amid the chaos, finally bellowed, "Shiloh! Off!" But Shiloh doubled down, wrenching Kai's screams into a higher pitch. Just as Thomas rushed to intervene, Kai kicked Shiloh in the ribs with his free leg. The dog exhaled a sharp yelp, but held firm. Kai kicked again, harder. With a pained wheeze, Shiloh released her grip and fled the scene, vanishing down the stairs, and then the room fell silent, save for the sound of Kai's soft whimpers. All eyes turned to Eve. She sputtered out 2 thoughts at once. She's never done. He stole my. That psycho and her dog attacked me, Kai spat, rubbing his leg like a midfielder playing up a foul. Thomas hunched over his son while the others remained huddled in the doorway, staring at Eve, horrified. Kai, Eve spoke like she was on trial. He stole my fucking phone, she asserted, her defensiveness switching to sudden rage. She scooped up Exhibit A and held it out for all to see. He wouldn't give it back when I... Mid-sentence, she froze. The phone clutched in her hand bore a Portland Winterhawks sticker, and she turned it over. The screen wasn't cracked. This wasn't her phone. But, no, she'd seen the... Kai mumbled, "I'm sorry." The apology wasn't for Eve. It was directed to his parents. He went on. After we turned our phones in for the fast, I snuck mine back. I wanted to keep in touch with my friends. Thomas clicked his tongue, disappointed. We'll discuss that later. He let out a weary sigh. But right now... He rolled up Kai's jean cuff, assessing the damage. Shiloh's bite had pierced through the denim. 4 red puncture marks stood out against the pale skin, shallow but defined. Oof, Thomas grimaced. We'll definitely have to get this looked at. He glanced to Eve, his shoulders tensed. Your dog's up to date on shots, right? Eve tried to mumble a response, but she could scarcely think. That had been her phone. She was certain of it. She'd seen the cracked screen, the background photo of Charlie and Shiloh. Eve, Paige butted in, enunciating each syllable. Is your dog up to date on shots? Eve finally mustered a meek, yeah. It felt like the room was tilting, the floor shifting, as if the house itself was sinking into the earth. Kai had stolen her phone. She knew it. She'd seen the cracked screen. She knew. She'd never been more certain of anything in her life, and Paige wasn't done. That animal needs to be put down. This is completely... Paige, said Thomas. Let's focus on our son right now. Paige shot Eve a cutting glare before turning back to her husband. We need to call an ambulance, she said. Get him to a hospital. It'll be quicker if we drive. Thomas gave his son a serious look. Think you can walk? Kai, going for the Oscar, said, I can try. His lip quivering. His father supported him as they made their way to the exit, Kai wincing with each step. Paige looked at Eve. You'll be hearing from us, do you understand? Another jolt of sudden rage flared in Eve's temples. She stifled it, barely. All right, Paige. None of this would have happened if you hadn't come in here in the first place. Thomas gestured at the other kids. Go get your stuff, he said. They trailed after him, down the hall, out of view. Paige lingered behind, still bludgeoning Eve with her cold blue eyes. Eve held her gaze, defiant. Paige marched forward, a determined stride that made Eve wonder if she was about to get slapped across the face, but Paige held out an upturned palm. "Kai's phone," she said. In all the chaos, Eve had forgotten she was still holding it. She handed it over. Paige pivoted away and stormed off to join the others. Stopping in the doorframe, she peered over her shoulder, gave Eve one last pitying look, and said, "I'll be praying for you." With that, Paige slipped out of view and headed downstairs. Good riddance. Alone, Eve stared blankly into the now empty doorway. She might have burst into tears, and been perfectly justified in doing so, but she needed to go check on Shiloh. She was about to leave the room when her thoughts came to a sudden, screeching halt. That stained glass window, the one that had depicted a vibrant apple tree, was gone. Gone, and beyond all reasonable explanation, replaced by an ordinary 4-panel clear glass window. A knot, sick and twisting, formed in Eve's chest, and a cold rush of dread crawled down her neck. There's no way. There's no possible way. It had been stained glass only minutes earlier. She'd just seen it with her own eyes. Right? She found herself drifting forward. At the window, she ran her hand along the cross-sections, the panes. It was real, all right. Terribly, terribly real. The wood was worn and rough, the glass uneven and warped. She leaned in close and narrowed her eyes. There was no evidence of recent installation, no sawdust, no fresh sealant. In fact, it blended in flawlessly with the age-worn room, as if it had been there all along. Misidentifying a phone was one thing, but this... Find Shiloh. Get out of here. When Eve stepped down into the foyer, the family was already outside, making their way across the yard. Thomas was carrying Paige's rocking chair, while Paige assisted a limping Kai. Eve watched as they trudged away and slipped behind a cut of trees. Now it was just her, Shiloh, and... Eve glanced up the stairs toward the closed attic door. Whether or not someone was hiding up there, she wasn't sticking around to find out. With growing urgency, she strode into the living room and called out, "Shiloh?" Silence. She ventured into the kitchen and tried again. "Shiloh?" At the corner of her vision, a blurred shape slipped out of view. She swiveled to see an empty doorway. From somewhere in the house, skittering footfalls echoed. Click-clack, click-clack, cut short by a shrill whimper. Eve turned. The basement door was half open. Had Shiloh gone down there to hide? Was she injured? Protective instinct kicking in, Eve hurried over, flung open the door, and was greeted by that familiar, dark descent. Rickety wooden stairs, dirty brick walls. Another high-pitched whine seeped up from below. Shiloh was hurt. Without a second thought, Eve snatched the flashlight from the coffee table and started downward. Yet, just as her foot met the cold basement floor, a whimper rang out again. This one from behind. Leery, she peered over her shoulder. At the top of the stairs sat Shiloh, head tilted, quizzical. Shiloh? The dog's tail gave a hesitant wag. Eve swept her light back into the subterranean shadows. Those whimpers. She was sure they'd come from down here. She was straining her ears, listening to the void when a metallic moan churned and creaked. like a rusty merry-go-round in a nightmare playground. The dumbwaiter? Fear, sudden and primal, fell over Eve, a prickling whisper on the nape of her neck. Run. Huffing back up the stairs, she surged into the living room, slammed the door shut behind, and locked it. She herded Shiloh to the foyer and quickly checked the dog's ribs, making sure Kai's kicks hadn't done any serious damage. There wasn't even a bruise. Thank God. Get out of here. Now.
Doc_CO1. Recovery. Description: report of lost hikers in Joffrey Lakes Provincial Park. Not sure if any connection here, but worth looking into. March 3rd, 2002. Last November, 5 hikers went missing after going off the beaten trail in Joffrey Lakes Provincial Park in Canada. 2 months later, only one of them was found alive, wandering down a defunct logging road. Erin, last name redacted, a 24-year-old woman. In a delirious state, she claimed that she and her companions got lost in a blizzard and came upon a, quote, 1950s-style hotel, buried in the snow. According to her, they sheltered there for weeks. Then, one by one, they were picked off by an unseen force, dragged through what she calls doorways to different places. Search and rescue swept the area several times, but of course no such building was discovered. The survivor had likely experienced an elaborate hallucination brought on by hypothermia, sleep deprivation, and/or extreme stress. Regardless, the search for her companions has now turned into a recovery operation.
Reunion. Wrapped in one of Charlie's winter coats, Eve trudged down the muddy driveway, Shiloh in tow. As far as she was concerned, she'd never be setting foot in that godforsaken house again. Of course, convincing Charlie they needed to sell something they had just bought was going to be a battle, but she'd worry about that later. As she approached the final bend, she halted. Beyond the trees, down on the road, Charlie's pickup idled. But the sight brought little relief. The family's truck was pulled up alongside, Thomas leaning out the window, face filled with concern as he spoke. Whatever he was saying to Charlie, Eve couldn't hear, but he looked like a solemn teacher telling a parent about their troubled child. Charlie, partially obscured by windshield reflections, was nodding slowly, taking it all in. Taking it all very, very seriously. A swell of worry rose in Eve's gut, egged on by Mo. Thomas is feeding Charlie a skewed version of events. He's going to make you sound unstable, unhinged. Then you're never going to be able to convince her to sell this place, and you'll be stuck here forever, and... Eve fought the urge to scramble down there and defend herself. It would only make her look worse. The more one tried to prove their sanity, the more insane they appeared. She took a deep breath, held back, and observed. It's fine, she told herself. This is fine. Charlie will see through their bullshit. She knows me better than anyone, right? Thomas, done talking, gave Charlie a grim smile and a quick nod. He rolled up the window and drove off through the slush. A few moments passed, then Charlie's pickup lurched to a start. It slipped behind a rocky outcrop, rounded onto the driveway, then slowed to a stop. Eve, heart thudding, surged forward, nearly slipping more than once until, finally, she yanked open the passenger door, ushered Shiloh inside, and followed suit. Eve. Charlie regarded her with wary eyes. Are you? I'm great. Just... Eve pulled the door shut, glanced around, paranoid. Can we get out of here? Eve smiled and, "No, not like that. You look crazy." She stopped smiling. Charlie narrowed her eyes. "Get out of here. Is everything... Everything's great. Just..." Eve peered over her shoulder, back to the road, then up to the house. The peak of its roof was just visible through the distant trees. Somehow, the structure looked vaguely alive, as if it were standing on tiptoes, craning its neck to listen. Charlie prodded. "Thomas said you hit your head, and can we..." Eve fidgeted in her seat. "Can we just get off the driveway?" Eve could barely think with the house in her line of sight. Charlie shifted into reverse, backed down the driveway, and pulled to a stop beneath the Heritage Lane sign. She killed the engine. "Okay, what's going on, Eve?" "Why did you leave me alone with them?" Charlie blinked. "I woke you up, told you I needed to meet the realtor. You gave a thumbs up, fell back asleep." Eve started to respond, but stopped short. A vague half-memory surfaced. It wouldn't have been the first time something like that happened. Still, she drew in a long breath, unsure what to say next, where to start. Through the dirt-smeared windshield, she watched as the family's truck continued lumbering off, gnarled branches snagging to its side, snapping free in its wake. Above, a bluish glow bled through gray clouds as the sun contemplated setting. Eve's gaze remained fixed on the family's truck, those two red lights shrinking away. At last, she managed, I can't go back to the house." In Eve's periphery, Charlie gave a slow, uncertain nod, then said, "Okay. Is this about the person in the attic?" "No, well, yes, but..." Eve trailed off. "What else did Thomas tell you?" Charlie hesitated. "A lot." Eve sighed. "Just tell me exactly what he said." Charlie continued, careful, measured. "He claimed you've been acting strange since this morning, that you wandered over to the neighbors, and when you came back, you seemed distressed. You went to the attic, then you started screaming, pounding on the door. When they opened it, you tumbled down, hit your head, and when you came to, you said you'd seen someone up there. A woman? He said he checked the attic himself and didn't find anything, but..." Okay, that's enough." Eve relented. Everything Thomas had said was technically true, but... "I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to answer me straight, okay? Yes or no?" "Okay." Eve cleared her throat. "Is there a stained glass window in the upstairs study?" Charlie quirked an eyebrow. "What?" "The window in the upstairs study, is it stained glass?" Eve repeated. Yeah. The apple tree." The answer brought Eve a miserable kind of relief. If I'm going mad, at least I'm not going it alone. "It's not there." Eve crossed her arms. "Not anymore." "I'm sorry." "It's just a plain old fucking window now." Eve threw up her hands. Charlie shook her head. "The study? The empty bookshelf room?" "Yep. The window changed." Charlie scoffed. "No, that's not possible." "Apparently, it is." Charlie gestured at the moving truck, now a speck in the distance. "So what? They just up and stole our window? Installed a new one?" She smirked, trying to lighten the mood. "Maybe that was their plan all along." A sharp laugh escaped Eve's mouth, but not a funny ha-ha laugh, more of a reality is meaningless cackle. Perhaps she really was losing her mind after all. She collected herself and murmured, It looks like this new window's always been there. Right, mused Charlie. She absent-mindedly clicked her teeth, a rare tell that signaled rising stress levels. And, of course, the unspoken elephant lingered between them. This whole changing house thing was exactly what had happened to Allison. Allegedly. Charlie, reading the room, rested a hand on Eve's shoulder. We'll spend the night somewhere else, okay? Eve nodded with relief. Thank you, she said. It's just been a day. Of course. Charlie turned the ignition. Want me to give the attic a once-over before we leave? No, fuck that. Let's deal with it later. Eve hesitated, feeling the weight of unsaid words. Hey, Charlie, you know that house we just put a huge down payment on? Let's sell it. She needed to strategize more before broaching that. After all, Charlie would need more than a replaced window and a rumored squatter in the attic to be convinced the house was cursed. Something else up? Charlie asked. Too many things to count. Eve hadn't even mentioned the stranger in the cabin or what Heather had said about Thomas, but let's just go. Those were stories for another day. Charlie gave her a long, searching look. Then she leaned over, wrapped her arms around Eve, pulled her close, and kissed her softly on the forehead. For that brief embrace, Eve felt safe again, like everything was right in the world. Charlie settled back and met her eyes. I'm here, okay? Okay. Charlie shifted into gear, started toward the driveway, toward the house. Wait, Eve frowned. I need to grab my stuff. Charlie, I'll be in and out. You can wait in the truck, okay? Charlie, Eve pleaded. Don't. Eve, if we're spending the night somewhere else, I need my phone charger. And my clothes smell like shit. I won't go in the attic, promise. Charlie, I'm not kidding. Something seriously wrong with that house. I get that. I do. I'll be quick. 3 seconds, all right? They went back and forth like this for a good while until finally Eve relented. Charlie was stubborn, and Eve's tolerance for conflict was long gone. Eve let out an exasperated huff, crossed her arms, and leaned back in her seat. 2 seconds, okay? 2 seconds. After pulling up the driveway, Charlie parked in the alcove where the lawn met the gravel and kept the engine idling. She climbed out, looked at Eve. Need anything? Eve shook her head. Your phone? Charlie asked. Don't even bother searching for it. Toothbrush? Just hurry, please. Got it, Charlie replied. With that, she shut the door and trudged off toward the house. Eve leaned forward, eyes scanning the crooked porch, the windows, searching for any sign of life, movement. All was still. She glanced to the back seat. Shiloh was peering out the windshield, nervous. As Charlie shuffled onto the porch, the dog let out a tension-filled wheeze. Charlie slipped inside and strolled into the foyer, leaving the front door open behind her. She ascended the stairs and disappeared from view. Shiloh gave another nervous wheeze. You and me both, bud. You and me both. Eve continued to scan the house, her fingers tapping a jittery rhythm on the dashboard. Waiting, watching. Upstairs, a light flicked on, the main bedroom. Charlie's silhouette strode in, started rummaging through drawers, grabbing things, stuffing them into a backpack, or maybe a suitcase. Hurry. Eve's attention drifted up to that square attic window. The pale sky was reflecting off the glass, concealing whatever might be on the other side. Again, Shiloh whined. Eve's jaw tensed, a nagging ache forming in her neck. Hurry. Charlie was still meandering about the bedroom, pacing in and out of view as she packed her bag. How much stuff do you need? A languid breeze emerged from the driveway, rolled over the yard, and nudged the front door shut with a muted click. Charlie perked up. But after less than a second, she returned to packing, unbothered. Hurry the fuck up, Eve growled. Charlie switched off the light, withdrew from the bedroom, and once again slipped out of view. Eve's gaze bounced from window to window, only met by darkness, the reflected sky. After 10 eternal seconds, the front door swung open, and Charlie emerged with a navy green backpack slung over her shoulder. Finally. Charlie locked the door, trod back across the yard, and climbed into the truck. She handed Eve the bag and said, The window changed. Again, Eve felt a miserable relief, not being alone in the absurdity. Charlie shifted into drive. They must have switched it out, she said, sounding unconvinced by her own reasoning. Charlie, despite her stubborn rationality, was clearly spooked. A rare sight. Her eyes, a touch wider than usual, gave it away. She had just witnessed something that didn't align with her understanding of reality. Did not compute. Either the house had magically changed, or they'd been robbed by a family of highly motivated window installers. Both scenarios were ludicrous, laughably so. And yet... Did you look at it up close? Eve asked. Charlie nodded slowly, shifted into reverse, and started a 3-point turn. They did a hell of a job making it look seamless. But why, Charlie? Why would anyone go to all that effort? Charlie steered back onto the meandering driveway. Maybe Thomas wanted a keepsake? Well, Eve played along with her reasoning. Then we should call the cops. And tell them what? A family replaced our window? Let's figure it out tomorrow. Silence hung in the air as they descended the driveway. Eve kept her gaze locked ahead, as if looking back might allow the house to sprout legs and give chase. But as they neared the final bend, she peered over her shoulder. She'd half expected to see some terrible sign of life, perhaps a light snapping on, or a ghostly specter looming on the porch. Instead, all she saw was an old house, static and meager in the woods, receding into the distance until it vanished behind a wall of shadowed pines. Again, she convinced herself, that was the last time you'll ever set eyes on 3709 Heritage Lane. As they lumbered down the frosty road, Mo surfaced. Good luck with that.